Over the years, I've documented and reported on numerous internet true crime stories, from 4chaners committing bank robberies to Reddit trolls convicted to federal prison, and of course YouTubers exposed for unspeakable criminal activity. Today I'll be sharing with you all what I found to be some of the most bizarre, obscure, and at times disturbing internet true crime stories from across the web, in what I like to call the internet true crime rabbit hole. Now, when I say obscure, I mean obscure. Many of these cases I've never seen discussed on other YouTube channels. You'll find that the deeper you go in this rabbit hole, the cases will become more and more strange and offbeat to the point where almost nothing is familiar, even for avid internet true crime enthusiasts. So without any further ado, I present to you all the internet true crime rabbit hole. This incident involves a man being arrested during a live-streamed Zoom court hearing. It's the story of Kobe Harris. During the COVID-19 pandemic, court hearings couldn't proceed in public due to social distancing. Therefore, Zoom court was created. And you've all probably seen some of the viral clips that came out of the Zoom era of court.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you. Yes.
Nathaniel Saxon, sir.
Your name's not Buttfucker3000, you yo-ho. Logging into my court with that as your screen name.
And while there's been a plethora of laugh-out-loud moments and memes born out of these live-streamed court hearings, there's been one pretty disturbing incident that was recorded. In March of 2021, Kobe Harris, a Michigan man, was accused of assaulting his girlfriend, Mary Lindsay. The man had allegedly used a crowbar to attack her. As a result of this, Kobe was issued a no-contact order barring him from communicating or being near his girlfriend. And he was scheduled to appear in court over a Zoom call that was being live-streamed. At some point before the Zoom hearing, prosecutor of the case, Deborah Davis, had been tipped off that Kobe wasn't only breaking his contact order, he was attending the Zoom court call within the same household as his girlfriend. The prosecutor brought this tip to the judge's attention and wanted to make sure that the girlfriend was safe and that Kobe wasn't in the same house as her.
Your Honor, I have reason to believe that the defendant is in the same apartment as the complaining witness right now, and I'm extremely scared for her safety. And the fact that she's looking off to the side and he's moving around, I want some confirmation that she is safe before we continue.
All right, what are you on, a laptop or a phone?
Me?
Yes.
Phone.
All right, I want you to walk out to the front of the house, show me the house number on the house.
Why? I don't even think this phone has the charge for that, sir. I'm at like 2% right now.
Your Honor.
We're knocking at the door right now for Ms.
What?
The police are at Ms. apartment right now, knocking on the door.
All right. Would you go answer the door?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You take your phone with you so that I know you're okay.
So it appears Mr. Harris is there at that house?
I believe so, Your Honor. We would ask that his bond be canceled.
Yeah, so we'll confirm what we're gonna find here.
Moments later, police would enter the residence, and Kobe had been caught breaking the no-contact order red-handed.
Yes?
Your Honor, me and both don't want the no contact. I asked if that be dropped. I'm sorry I lied to you. I knew the cops were outside. I don't know why I lied to
Mr.
you.
Harris? My advice is don't say anything else. Take the cigarette out of your mouth. The hearing is adjourned. Your bond is canceled.
The contact order violating man would appear on a subsequent Zoom call that discussed his fate.
To bind the matter over, and your attorney's going to argue the other way. Would you like an opportunity?
Yeah, I'd like to fire my attorney and represent myself for the rest of this case, please, because he hasn't done anything that I've asked him. I sent him a whole paper of questions to ask her and asked him to come see me before this court date. He hasn't. Paul Gibson's a dude, and he should not practice this profession because he's not doing anything for.
All right, well, that went well.
The sad reality of the situation was that because of this abusive relationship, even with legal barriers protecting her, Mary Lindsay still felt that she had to let her boyfriend stay with her. But thankfully, the keen prosecutor sussed this out in that call and got the judge and police on board, getting Kobe locked up again. The clip of Kobe's Zoom arrest would go viral online, and in the wake of this, Mary Lindsay would set up a donation drive on Facebook to further help her get away from her abusive boyfriend. I want my fundraiser to be able to raise awareness of what a victim goes through, the reasons they stay, why it's so scary to leave. I also want people to understand why an abuser is the way they are. You aren't just born a monster, someone or something makes you that way. People need to know why they both would put themselves through so much pain, either emotionally or physically, and stop the judgments and criticism of either party. Please realize that fear isn't the only reason someone stays in a situation like that. They truly love the person and believe the other partner loves them as they say they do. The fundraiser resonated with many, and Mary would end up accumulating $9,725 for the cause. The Pokemon Gunmen. Our next story involves two young men that attempted to commit a heinous crime at a sanctioned Pokemon card game tournament, their actions landing them in prison. The Pokemon World Championship is an invite-only tournament sanctioned by the Pokemon Company itself, which is under Nintendo's ownership. The first Pokemon World Championship began in 2004 and has been an annual occurrence ever since, with thousands being in attendance each year. For the sake of this story, we'll be discussing the Pokemon World Championship from 2015 and some disturbing events that unfolded during it. This whole debacle begins with 18-year-old Kevin Norton and 27-year-old James Stumbo. Both of these men were known in the competitive Pokemon community and were considered high-level Pokemon trading card game players. So much so that they received invitations to compete in the 2015 championship. Kevin and James were friends, often talking online and commiserating at smaller local Pokemon tournaments in Iowa, which is the state where the young men were from. Now, as a player, being invited to the most prestigious Pokemon trading card game tournament would be an honor, at least you would think. In the wake of the invitations, you might imagine the boys would graciously thank the community or the Pokemon Company for sending them these invitations. But no, that's not what they did at all. Oddly enough, what we got instead was the boys taking to social media, issuing veiled threats of violence targeting the event itself in the days leading up to it. For example, just 2 days before the tournament was to take place, James Stumbo would post the following warning to his Facebook page: "Kevin Norton and I are ready for Worlds. Boston, here we come." This blurb was ominously paired with an image featuring an AR-15 and a pump-action shotgun placed on the trunk of a white sedan. In the replies, one Facebook user wrote, "Good luck," and Kevin Norton replies, "With killing the competition?" The other user says, "Haha, yes." It's also alleged that around this time, Kevin and James had made various threats of violence on a Pokemon trading card game forum. One of these threats was reportedly noticed by one of the moderators and passed along to the security team of the Pokemon trading card game event. However, at the time, many that knew Kevin and James personally weren't particularly alarmed by these Facebook and social media posts, as apparently James Stumbo in particular maintained a sarcastic, edgy online persona, and many in the community passed these threats off as just another attempt at online provocation. Whatever the case, eventually Worlds would come and Kevin and James would make their way to Boston to compete, to attack. Nobody really knew. And fortunately, we never had to find out the answer to this question because Kevin and James were never allowed inside of the Pokemon Convention Center. On August 20th of 2015, members of the Boston Regional Intelligence Center had received the Pokemon Forum moderator's tip regarding the threats of violence issued by the two on social media. And as a result of this, Kevin and James were stopped while trying to register at the event itself. When questioned by the authorities about the threats they had made online, James Stumbo said that his messages were taken out of context and his messages were nothing more than a comedic bit. But how much of a bit really was it, as it's reported later in his interview with the police that he confessed to having guns in his vehicle at the time. Naturally, this admission was extremely disturbing with the context of the Facebook post, so after he admitted this, police seized Kevin and James's vehicle. The two men weren't initially detained and they stayed at a motel as they awaited further instruction from law enforcement. The following day, a search warrant was granted and the police looked for guns inside of their vehicle. What they discovered was a 12-gauge Remington shotgun and one DPMS model AR-15. Police also found several rounds of ammunition and a hunting knife. Yeah, it was looking like Kevin and James may have actually had plans to commit something like what they described or hinted at in that Facebook post. And if that was the case, a potential mass shooting had been thwarted thanks to the anonymous tip given by this Pokemon forum moderator. After discovering their arsenal, an arrest warrant was then issued for both Kevin and James, and they were soon taken into custody at their motel in Saugus, Massachusetts. The men charged with unlawful possession of a firearm as well as some other firearm offenses. In the wake of Kevin Norton and James Stumbo's arrest, the Pokemon Company itself would comment on the situation. Prior to the event this weekend, our community of players made us aware of a security issue. We gathered information and gave it as soon as possible to the authorities at John B. Hines Veteran Memorial Convention Center, who acted swiftly and spearheaded communication with the Boston Police Department. Due to quick action, the potential threat was resolved. The Pokemon Company International takes the safety of our fans seriously and will continue to ensure proper security measures are a priority. I'm telling you, man, Pokemon, Nintendo, don't fuck with these guys. They're gonna get you. You're gonna get got. As I mentioned briefly earlier, it's not known to this day what the boys' intentions were with their attendance of the Pokemon event. In the wake of the arrests, Pokemon card expert Josh Squeaky Marking went to bat for James Stumbo and has gone on record calling Stumbo a, quote, pretty chill and reserved guy, with this community member who had spoken with Stumbo before kind of believing that this was just an edgy joke that had been taken extremely too far. Squeaky had this to say. Quote, every time I did an interview with him, he always seemed like a chill person, but he is also the type to be sarcastic and joke around. And this line of thinking would be an argument that James and Kevin's defenses would attempt to make while in court. The men's defense attorneys tried to argue that the alleged threats made were simply idle online chatter and edgy banter. However, it was later revealed that the two had sent threatening messages to other members that would be attending the convention itself. One of them read, quote, my AR-15 says that you'll lose. Edgy joke? Possible. Death threat? Also possible. In July of 2016, Kevin and James would change their verdict from not guilty to guilty. James Stumbo pled guilty for possession of the rifle, and Norton pled guilty for possession of the shotgun, and both would admit guilt for possessing the ammunition. Both Kevin Norton and James Stumbo were ultimately sentenced to serve 2 years in prison as well as 2 years of probation, and were ordered to undergo mental health evaluation. All I gotta say in wrapping this story up is big shout out to that Pokemon forum moderator that gave the initial tip that got the ball rolling with these guys getting arrested, as if that wasn't the case, we could have been dealing with another David Katz situation here. Next is the unsettling case of MadThad 0890. This next story involves an old school internet content creator involved with 4chan that had some self-incriminating posts end up on the site, and he got busted for them. This is Thaddeus McMichael, also known as MadThad 0890. Known for being an outspoken internet otaku, MadThad gained popularity in 2010 thanks to his YouTube videos. Some have described him as terminally online, and his videos were popular on YouTube, Facebook, and 4chan. Thad's videos usually involved him reacting to video game or anime-related news and energetically lip-syncing to covers of his favorite anime openers. However, what really grabbed the attention of 4chan users was something kind of unrelated to the videos themselves. It was Thad's obsessive postings regarding his fictional anime girlfriend, Kotanaha Katsura. The Katsura character originated from an anime known as School Days and was referred to by Thaddeus as his waifu on many occasions. This obsession resulted in the creation of a YouTube video where he sings Happy Birthday in front of a shrine dedicated to the fictional anime character.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Blow out the candles, Colton Ohio.
Thad's bizarre video would go on to garner over 200,000 views, as many marveled at the unabashedly strange fascination Thaddeus had with this anime character, often having conversations with himself as if she was actually real underneath photos of him posing with a framed photo of her. Screenshots of these posts were spread across the internet, with many mocking MadThad for his unhealthy fixation. But Thad ignored the detractors and took his strange obsession to the next level, posting a video where he appears to have sex with an anime body pillow. This infamous showcase would only contribute to his online infamy, as he would become known as the ultimate archetype for the stereotypical obsessive nerd that was disconnected from reality. Now, despite Thaddeus's cringeworthy activities, the man didn't seem to be harmful in any way, he just kinda liked embarrassing himself online. But over time, internet users would begin to notice some serious red flags that resulted in widespread suspicion about the individual. Sometime between 2011 and 2012, Thaddeus would make some bizarre posts to Facebook, not only saying that he was okay with CP, but he was actually in possession of it. In one reply, he allegedly stated that he could, quote, fap to the same CP video for weeks because it's so fucking hot, and in another post, he appears to say that he actively fantasizes about adopting a young girl to have sex with them, as well as claiming to having a 20GB hard drive full of CP. Naturally, these statements, along with many other ones associated with MadThad, were passed on to authorities, and upon the FBI being alerted about MadThad, an investigation was opened up on the guy. Upon being questioned by authorities, the anime fan claimed that the posts were just jokes, and that he wasn't actually responsible for any illegal activity. However, his claims were disproven as the FBI would search his home and confiscated an 8GB USB flash drive that was allegedly full of illicit child porn. Facing multiple CP charges, MadThad was eventually convicted in 2013. The anime fan took a plea deal that resulted in him getting 5 years in prison for his crimes. 4chaner arrested for threats in Minecraft. This story really all begins back in early 2023 in Volusia County, Florida, with local sheriff Mike Chitwood. Around this time, Chitwood was rather vocal regarding his distaste for a neo-Nazi group of concern to the area, known as the Goyim Defense League. GDL has members around the country, and a cell had recently popped up in the area. Neo-Nazi propaganda and flyers had appeared in the community around the time, and citizens grew concerned. Many members of the GDL were known criminals sought after by Mike Chitwood and his department for crimes such as stalking and harassment, much of this stuff being perpetrated online. Sheriff Mike Chitwood spoke boldly regarding the group and denounced them as cowards, daring them to show their faces.
You came to the wrong county. I stand with my Jewish friends, and I'm honored to be on your hit list. It's an honor to be sought after by a bunch of punk thugs like you.
Chitwood's outspokenness regarding this matter would make him the target of online attacks from far-right white supremacists. In fact, at one point, there was even an attempted swatting of the sheriff's home, and attempts were made to harass his children as well. Meet 38-year-old New Jersey 4chan user Richard Golden. Apparently disgruntled with Mike Chitwood, Richard would allegedly take to 4chan in February to air out his thoughts regarding the policeman. The post allegedly authored by Richard read, "Just Chitwood in the head and he stops being a problem. They have to find a new guy to be the problem. But Chitwood in the head solves an immediate problem permanently. Just Chitwood in the head and murder him in Minecraft." Now, for some of you out there watching that aren't quite as online as I am, you may be sort of scratching your head at this in Minecraft thing. Well, to summarize, in recent years, there's been sort of a running gag where if somebody wants to make an extremely edgy statement or make a threat, but they're joking, they'll say in Minecraft, as in, you know, saying that I would only do this in a fictional universe, I would never do this in the real world. And yes, while there are a good deal of people out there that use this in Minecraft thing jokingly and they really wouldn't actually do the threats that they post to the internet, there are people out there that just would do the threats. They would follow through on the threats they post and they just put in Minecraft. They'll do it in Minecraft, you know, to sort of, I don't know, maybe they think it's a legal defense. Like, you can't be pursued if you say that you're gonna do it in Minecraft. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, if you issue threats on the internet, saying you're gonna do it in Minecraft isn't a credible legal defense, and the cops could come after you. And that was the case with Mr. Golden here. While it's not exactly known how Mr. Golden's threat got back to police, be it another 4chaner reporting it or actual detectives monitoring the post, this death threat eventually made it to the very man that it was issued to, Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. And the man took the threat very seriously. An investigation was launched into the anonymous poster, which eventually led to the man's IP address being uncovered and Richard's New Jersey residence discovered. On March 1st of 2023, authorities surrounded Richard's house and knocked on the door. However, instead of Richard answering, the 38-year-old man's mother came to the door. Richard was living with mommy.
Is Richard here?
Yeah.
Can you have him come to the door, please? We'll discuss it in a second. Sure, absolutely.
After briefly explaining why they had come to the house, Richard's mother let the officers inside, and the officers asked the woman for help in summoning Richard for questioning. What follows is a rather comically embarrassing scene with the 38-year-old's mother yelling at him while he's upstairs, presumably browsing 4chan, to come down and talk to the cops.
Help! Richard! They're here! I don't know who they are!
South Brunswick Police.
South Brunswick Police.
Richard, decked in pajamas, shuffles downstairs and submitted to officers without resisting. It was clear the man knew why they had come. They were arresting him for his in-Minecraft threat against Sheriff Chitwood.
All right, just so you know, aware, there's a warrant out of Volusia County, Florida, for the incident that you're aware of what's going on?
Yeah, I think I saw you there.
What you talked about, yeah.
Yeah, right.
The 4chan poster was taken into custody while authorities searched the mother's house. Despite receiving numerous death threats in the wake of the arrest, Sheriff Mike Chitwood was quite celebratory on social media, tweeting out a picture of Richard being arrested. After hearing the news of Richard's arrest and his extradition to Florida, the sheriff commented this: "I can't wait to meet him when he gets off the plane." And Chitwood wasn't full of hot air either. The man did indeed come face to face with Richard Golden after he arrived at the airport in Florida.
How you doing, Sheriff?
I am doing well. How are you doing? All right. I'm Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Anything, I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to Florida.
Richard was seen in court on March 28th of 2023 and was given a $100,000 bond. The man has yet to face trial. So guys, especially the edgier of you out there, in Minecraft, it doesn't save you. You can get locked up for shit like this. 4chan versus Mary Bale. Animal cruelty is one of the few things that the collective internet agrees is utterly reprehensible. And many individuals have been mobbed and harassed for perpetrating the act over the years, which is exactly what would happen to a British woman in 2010 named Mary Bale. The story takes place in August of 2010 in the British city of Coventry. In August of this year, a 45-year-old British woman by the name of Mary Bale was walking along the street near her apartment when she stumbled across a kitten named Lola perched up next to a trash bin. In CCTV footage that was later uploaded to YouTube by the cat's owners, Mary Bale can be seen grabbing the cat by the collar and throwing the cat into a plastic waste receptacle nearby, trapping the startled feline inside. The cat was reportedly trapped inside this waste bin for 15 hours. Fortunately, Lola's owners would eventually discover what had happened and they would free the cat before Waste Management hauled her off to a certain doom. Lola would eventually make a full recovery from the bin tossing, but news of the cat's good health wouldn't quell the online outrage that was forming regarding the tosser herself. This seemingly random act of animal cruelty sparked a massive amount of outrage in the online community. 4chan in particular took major issue with the event and made it their goal to identify this person, track them down, and make them face justice. Cross-referencing the CCTV footage with Google Map images of the Coventry area, individuals were eventually able to discover the home address of the perpetrator. Soon after, they would discover the woman's name was Mary Bale, and they would keep digging. They found the woman's Facebook account and the name of her employer. They then discovered not only her phone number, but the phone numbers of her immediate family members and co-workers. 4chan users would then begin making prank calls and sending death threats to all of them en masse, resulting in Mary Bale going into hiding, hoping that the wave of harassment she was receiving would eventually go away. But Mary Bale couldn't stay hidden for long because eventually the more conventional media outlets would pick up on the story. Bale began being mobbed by reporters and had to be escorted by police whenever she went out in public. Initially, the woman would deny any wrongdoing whatsoever, telling a local newspaper in an interview that it was, quote, just a cat, and that she didn't see what all the fuss was about. Statements like this would only throw more fuel to the fire and pressure would mount, eventually getting the woman to admit that she had made a mistake. In the wake of the outrage, Mary Bale would issue a public apology stating, quote, "I cannot explain why I did this. It is completely out of character and I certainly did not intend to cause any distress to Lola or her owners." Despite her eventual apologetic disposition, Mary Bale would be facing a criminal charge as a result of her action. In October of 2010, Bale would reportedly plead guilty to 1 count of animal cruelty. She was compelled to pay over £1,400 in compensation to Lola's owner and the courts collectively, and was forbidden from owning pets for a period of 5 years. But in all honesty, legal consequence was the least of Mary Bale's problems. The negative online backlash caused by Lola's tossing had essentially ruined her life. Her name was relentlessly mocked and derided online. There were entire Facebook groups dedicated to the slander and harassment of Mary Bale. Parody Twitter accounts imitated her likeness and tweeted various obscenities in her name, and YouTube channels created satirical recreations of the incident that went massively viral. The sheer amount of vitriol made life for Mary Bale a living hell, the whole ordeal reportedly sending the woman into a deep depression. With over a decade now separating us from the cat-tossing incident, it has largely been forgotten about in the public discourse, but in the internet history books it will remain as one of the most significant 4chan-led vigilante justice campaigns to ever occur. Carl H., a Reddit monster. In Reddit's early days, we're talking like 05, 06, 07, the small size of its community made it possible for prolific posters to become pseudo-internet celebrities. One such early Redditor to achieve this status was a computer programmer known on the boards as Carl H. Carl rose to prominence thanks to his helpful computer programming guides that he shared freely to his subreddit, and the man would build a glowing reputation for himself on the site.
Hello and welcome to Computer Science for Everyone. My name is Carl Harold, and I've been a professional programmer for over 15 years.
However, eventually disturbing secrets regarding the man would be leaked onto the internet, not only resulting in Carl getting ousted from the Reddit community, but resulting in the computer programmer spending the remainder of his days behind bars. This is the story of Carl H. Carl Harold's publicly traceable online activity begins all the way back in 2006 with the creation of his Carl H Reddit account. His first post of the site involved him sharing a Legend of Zelda piano cover that he had found on YouTube. The date of that share almost 16 years ago, November 9th of 2006. But the sharing of piano videos wouldn't be the catalyst for Carl H's Reddit fame. It was the kindness and compassion that he showed to his fellow Redditors that did that. A professional computer programmer by trade, Carl was known to give free advice to any and all Redditors interested in the field, from helping college students to aspiring game developers and just to help your average enthusiast get a grasp on programming. On his subreddit, Carl H Programming, the man would post entire guides for free, hundreds of them in fact, and Carl maintained a website and YouTube channel which hosted video versions of these lessons as well, all open to the public. According to Carl's Reddit About Me section, the man was completely self-taught and had successfully written games and applications for operating systems dating back to Windows DOS. It seemed like Carl posted these guides to make it easier for aspiring web developers or programmers to take the self-taught path just like he did.
In this lesson, which is Lesson 7.2, the connection between function return values and variables, I am going to be explaining to you one of the most important principles used in programming.
And aside from his academic generosity, Carl H. was also made famous by a very notable interaction on Reddit. An interaction that some say stopped a Redditor from committing suicide. Yeah, like the guy would go out of his way and really check on people and make sure they were okay whenever someone would post something distressing to the subreddits. As a result of his compassion for the community, Carl was eventually given the prestigious honor of being dubbed Redditor of the Day on July 26, 2012. The thread celebrating him is still available and is filled with comments from Redditors around the time praising the character of this man. I'm a beginner that has struggled before with programming and felt really discouraged that I could never create anything. I just wanted to say that your emphasis on letting me know as a beginner that there are tons of resources out there that can do a lot of the work for me is both very encouraging and shows that you understand well the beginner's point of view. Thanks. By the beginning of 2013, Carl H. had become immensely popular on Reddit and on the internet in general. Numbers associated with his social media accounts from the time are proof of this. His YouTube channel had reached 30,000 subscribers and some videos are still being viewed today. One of his YouTube videos got upwards of 900,000 views. And in the context of the man's fame simply originating from helpful Reddit posts, those are impressive numbers to just be stemmed off of that. But as you might imagine, Carl H.'s inclusion in this video means that things didn't remain positive forever, which of course brings us to the disappearance of Carl H. In November of 2013, after close to 7 years of near-constant Reddit activity, Carl H. suddenly stopped posting, and the man disappeared not only from Reddit but the internet entirely. Carl posted almost daily to Reddit, and his sudden drop in activity was almost immediately noticed by his fans, and some would even report that he stopped showing up to scheduled classes that he had arranged with Redditors who were trying to learn programming. Many assumed something bad had happened to Carl. Was he sick? Did he get injured? Was he hospitalized from a car accident or something like that? Redditors began feverishly Google searching Carl's name, perhaps to see if he had even passed away. Their searches yielded no obituaries, but what they did discover searching Carl's full name was an arrest report, and the charges that the man was facing were inhumane and disgusting to say the least. Redditors are accustomed to the occasional degenerate frequenting their site, but the allegations that Carl was facing were on a completely different level. Carl Harold was accused of committing unspeakable acts of torture on a child, and not just any child, his 9-year-old son. Police in Alabama, Carl's state of residence, said Carl H. and another man, Charles Dunovet, held the child captive for months while sexually torturing him, and created CP videos that were distributed through an online ring. These images were so gruesome that it's reported that some police officers got physically sick after discovering the evidence. Carl was apparently exposed after an anonymous tip was submitted to the FBI, who after reviewing the illicit content managed to trace its source to Carl H. and his co-conspirator. After being arrested, the two faced a litany of charges, including counts of sexual torture, sodomy, aggravated child abuse, exposing a person to an STD, and CP production and distribution. Additional reports further paint the man in a monstrous light, alleging Carl also kept his son isolated from the outside world, having him never attend school or doctor appointments, essentially depraving the poor child of any life whatsoever. In lieu of these charges, Carl and his co-conspirators were jailed and held there by a $1 million bond. As you might imagine, Redditors were completely shocked by this new development. Replies shifted from "thank you for helping me understand coding" to "what the actual fuck is going on here?" I have just found a post about Carl H. here on Reddit. Something about being arrested in a CP sting. Is it true? If so, it is unlikely he'll be giving his programming lessons in the near future, and while this sounds bad, this could be an explanation for his unknown absence. The once helpful Redditor had been outed as a monster. It was very likely that Carl H. would be facing life in prison for his heinous crimes, but unfortunately the man would never have to face true justice. As just days before the man was to be extradited to New York State to face federal charges, Carl Harold was found dead in his Clay County, Alabama jail cell, a suicide by hanging. The report would go viral on the internet, and while most obviously wanted the man to face trial and go to prison, many Redditors expressed happiness that the man was dead. Carl's partner, Charles Dunavant, was eventually sentenced to serve close to 56 years in prison, and will likely never walk a free man again. A strange footnote to this story is that in 2017, Carl H's Reddit account actually began posting again. This now infamous thread was titled, "Hi, it's me from heaven." The poster writes, "I escaped from a morgue. Yes, this is Carl Harold. I escaped and currently am in Russia, going to submit an AMA today for proof. I in fact did fake my suicide." While this was indeed the legitimate Carl H account making these posts, it was later concluded that Carl's account had been hacked, and this was simply an anonymous troll attempting to get a rise out of a sensitive situation. The moral of this story is summarized well by a comment left on one of Carl H's last videos. "This man is proof that you can never truly know someone from behind a computer screen." Next, the Killer Yandere. To begin this chapter, let's break down a Japanese word that you'll likely be hearing again throughout the rest of this video. That word being yandere. What the hell does this mean? I'm sure you've seen it before. Well, the yan in yandere comes from the Japanese verb yanderu, which means to be mentally ill or to be mentally sick. Yanderu is combined with another Japanese word, dere dere, a word meaning love struck. So the two words together, yandere, basically being a mentally sick, love-struck person. Yandere is an anime archetype where a character's love is so devoted that they become obsessed and possessive of their loved one to the point of behaving irrationally in an effort to hold on to their crush or love interest. Basically simping to the max, to the point where it could literally result in someone's death. Now, a yandere killing someone in an anime or a video game, we've seen that before, but could something like this happen in real life? Well, the answer might surprise you. I'd like to introduce you all to Japanese woman Yuka Takeoka. Yuka was born January 28th of 1998 in Tokyo and was an only child. Not much is known about the woman's early life, other than that she dropped out of university, opting to pursue a career in the Japanese bar and service industry. Yuka would eventually land a lucrative management position at a hostess club in Tokyo. A Japanese hostess club is essentially a nightlife spot where all of the staff are women. This serves as a counterpart to a host club where all the staff are men. You know, naturally you got men going to the hostess club and women going to the host club for a night of fun and drinks, this, that, and the other. It would be through this Japanese nightlife industry that Yuka would meet her boyfriend that would become the victim of this story. That individual being a man named Phoenix Luna. Luna worked at the Fusion by Youth nightclub, which was a host club located in the red light district. Phoenix was said to have been an attractive man and was popular within the host industry, and was highly ranked amongst other hosts at various clubs. Common practice at the time was when hosts and hostess got off of work, they would all intermingle and just sort of go to a random club and hang out, and that's how Phoenix would meet Yuka. After initially meeting, Phoenix had sent Yuka messages on Twitter inviting her out for further meetups. In March of 2019, the two would go on a date to a cat cafe and watch movies together. Yuka was said to have been enraptured by Phoenix and spent an exuberant amount of money on him. And why was she spending all this money on Phoenix? Well, what you'll find in this story is that the relationship was somewhat one-sided. Yuka liked Phoenix a lot more than Phoenix liked Yuka. And in a desperate effort to maintain his favor, Yuka would go to Phoenix's host club as a customer and literally pay Phoenix to spend time with her. Yuka believed that if she wanted to be with Phoenix, she would have to continue her financial simping, and even picked up additional work as an escort to do so. In April of 2019, Yuka and Phoenix began a sexual relationship. This intimacy reportedly beginning after she presented Phoenix with a bottle of champagne and confessed her love to the man. To promote her lover, Yuka would continue to go to the host club and support Phoenix with the money that she spent. Phoenix was able to become one of the top hosts at the bar. She wanted to help him get the #1 spot, which allowed for extra privileges and major bonuses. She also rented out an apartment close to Phoenix in hopes that he would stay with her. On May 20th of 2019, Phoenix stayed the night with her, but to Yuka's disappointment, he spent most of his time uninterested and on his phone or sleeping. On May 23rd of 2019, Phoenix planned to assist Yuka with cleaning at her residence around noon, but his obligations caused a delay. Yuka called Phoenix on the phone, and his explanation for not being there was that he had made plans to meet with a female work client. This sent Yuka into a tailspin. She journaled the following around the time. Quote, "I want to be a tragic heroine. How is it possible for him to look at a woman other than me? I know killing him is for the best. If I kill him, it will be eternal, and there will be no pain. I don't need anything other than you." 3 hours later, Phoenix arrived and helped her tidy up. After cleaning, the two ended up getting intimate with each other. Phoenix then takes a bath and goes to bed. Yuka, however, stayed awake and had other plans she wanted to execute. Apparently, after coming to the conclusion that Phoenix's affection for her was merely surface level, Yuka's psyche essentially shatters. After confirming that Phoenix had fallen asleep, at around 3:50 p.m., she goes to the kitchen, procures a knife, returns to the bed, gets on top of Phoenix, and plunges the blade into his stomach. After being stabbed, Phoenix awoke, feeling uncomfortable, looked down, and noticed that he had a knife in his stomach. He pulls it out, but Yuka was on top of him. After pulling out the knife, Phoenix was said to have fearfully looked up at Yuka and uttered the phrase, "Please, I love you," in an effort to avoid another thrust from this blade. After hearing this, Yuka seemed placated for the moment and put the blade down. After this, it's said that Phoenix pushed Yuka off of him, gets to his feet, and initiates an escape of the apartment with blood dripping out of him. Yuka got a hold of him, but he was able to shake loose and run out of the door into the elevator. But when the elevator had descended to the lobby, Phoenix had already lost consciousness. Officers arrived at the scene around 4 p.m. and found Phoenix with 2 stab wounds in the abdomen. The man had nothing but a pair of shorts on and was covered in blood. Yuka sat next to her wounded lover, drenched in his blood, calmly puffing away on a cigarette, her phone to her ear and ignoring the bewildered officers. A tenant living in the building would report that the entire elevator was essentially covered wall to wall with blood. Footage would later be obtained of the officers arresting Yuka and escorting her to the police station. While in the back of the squad car, Yuka flashed a sinister grin beneath her large glasses and a photograph that would go viral online. When later questioned by authorities, Yuka said, quote, "I too wanted to die. Since I loved him so much, I couldn't help it. After killing him, I wanted to die. I did not want to go anywhere, so I sat down at the outside staircase. I did not call emergency services because I intended to die after watching him die from the stabbing." Authorities allegedly also found a journal written in blood that read, "I like you so much, I wanted to kill you." This bloody journal allegedly being authored by Yuka. Yuka's motive for the stabbing seems to come from a place of jealousy and despair surrounding the thought of Phoenix being in love with another woman. Yuka's stabbing of Phoenix fit very well into the Yandere archetype, and she became a viral phenomena online when the photos went up. People online saw her as a real-life Yandere character. Instagram fan accounts began popping up, praising Yuka, some even calling her too beautiful to be a murderer. Some of Yuka's online fans even started a GoFundMe and raised close to $4,000 in an attempt to keep her out of jail. Needless to say, this didn't work. But fortunately for all involved, Phoenix actually survived the stabbing. According to reports, Phoenix was unconscious and in critical condition for close to 5 days. But thanks to intensive medical intervention, he would make a miraculous full recovery. Phoenix would later return to his job as a host, and what has become of him in recent years isn't publicly known. Eventually, Yuka would face trial for her attempted murder. She pled guilty, and on December 5th of 2019, the presiding judge for Yuka's case handed her a 3-year and 6-month sentence. Yuka could be possibly released as early as late 2023. But that was the case of the Yandere stabbing. Next, the story of YouTube predator Austin Jones. It's not all too uncommon these days for an aspiring music artist to get their start on YouTube, the platform allowing direct access to a potential audience of hundreds of millions if one is talented enough to stand out. A singer known as Austin Jones was one of the first to unlock YouTube's potential in this regard. However, what we find is that one of YouTube's earliest musical successes turns out to be one of its most disturbed. This is the story of Austin Jones. Joining the site back back in 2007, Chicago-based singer, songwriter, and comedian Austin Jones was once a force to be reckoned with on YouTube. Austin got his start on the site by performing covers of popular songs of the era, including music from Panic at the Disco, 21 Pilots, and Justin Bieber, to name a few artists.
In my mind's imagination, I hope that they took us as I'm talking about the basement. This is not rap, this is not hip-hop, just another attempt to make...
The shaggy-haired blonde crooner would eventually branch out from covers and created his own original songs and acapellas, some of which actually became minor commercial successes. And when I say minor, I really mean minuscule, like the guy might have sold a couple of singles on iTunes or something. In 2010, Austin released his debut album, Out of Character, and associated music videos further helped establish this sort of scene kid heartthrob persona that Jones was clearly after. The target audience for this sort of music and content style is pretty self-evident. Austin's fan base was primarily composed of young women, some coming for the music, others seeing him as this sort of heartthrob figure akin to something like a Family Dollar version of Justin Bieber. But hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. In the early 2010s, this style was poppin' and Austin Jones was doing well on YouTube adopting it. However, what we soon find is that Austin Jones's ease of access to an audience of underage fans proves to be quite problematic in a variety of ways. In the spring of 2015, a horde of damning evidence emerged implicating Austin as a sexual predator of underage girls, with claims coming up to the surface alleging the man of being a degenerate sex pest who would serially slide into the DMs of minors. Around this time, a bizarre video would surface which appeared to show Austin Jones showcasing to girls how they could twerk.
Hey cutie, so this is like the first basic twerk move. So this is what you do. You stand with your legs apart, you bend your legs, and then you arch your back, and you don't arch it. You do it faster, so it's like this.
Other leaked DMs appear to show Austin Jones requesting one girl to delete a tweet where the alleged minor publicly revealed Austin was requesting twerk videos. Here's some of the other leaked messages. So you like my song Toothpick Booty? Yeah. You should make a video of you booty popping to it. It'll be so awesome. Haha, maybe. Why maybe? That should be a definitely. Let me be honest real quick. I was actually having a really down night, so I asked fans to message me to maybe cheer me up. And out of all the fans, I decided to talk to you. And now these videos are actually cheering me up and making me happy. Can you please make more? How about after each one, I'll make a video of me talking and telling you what I liked about it? Look, you're really nice and everything, and I love you a lot, but no, I don't want to, and I'm just not comfortable, and it's late and cold, and I still have homework. And I'm truly sorry, but I just can't. Great, now I'm in an even worse mood. Other unconfirmed leak screenshots appeared to show Jones giving very specific instructions regarding alleged twerk videos. That was really good. For the next one, do it with your legs apart, but while you're stretching down, move your hips. Additional leaked messages. If you made a video of you booty shaking to Toothpick Booty, I think I'd die of laughter, haha. I've legit been singing that song all week, haha. You should do it, it'd be fun. So as you can see, you've got these screenshots allegedly showing Austin Jones requesting, favors from minors. The concerning allegations surrounding Austin Jones would begin to circulate around Twitter, and the situation would become something of a viral news event when YouTubers published videos covering the allegations.
He had told me that in the past, like a couple years ago, if not a year or two ago, whatever, that he asked for girls to twerk for him in videos, to send them videos of them twerking for him.
Why are these people doing this? These are people that have all these people looking up to them, and they're taking advantage of their fans. And honestly, I think that it gives our music scene a very bad reputation.
In the wake of the accusations, Austin Jones would publish a video of his own called Setting the Record Straight, where he attempts to trivialize his actions, claiming that the twerk requests were simply just for fun and that no sexual motivation prompted the solicitation of the aforementioned content. Additionally, the 22-year-old attempts to justify his alleged actions by citing loneliness and self-confidence issues.
So that you would understand why I was that desperate, why I was even asking for those things. It was that depression piling up into me searching for attention. I would read every little comment, every little person telling me to kill myself, every person telling me that life wasn't worth living for me anymore. That entire ride home, I read those comments and I began researching different suicide methods.
Despite the disturbing allegations the man was facing, Austin wasn't subjected to any immediate law enforcement investigation. He would avoid incursion from authorities for the next 2 years. However, thanks to the persistence of the alleged victims and a variety of online activism campaigns against Jones, eventually a criminal inquiry was opened. On June 9th of 2017, just over 2 years after the allegations went viral, a U.S. magistrate judge would sign and issue a search warrant for Jones's home in Bloomingdale, Illinois. 3 days later, on June 11th, Homeland Security investigators raided the YouTube star's residence. During the search, authorities discovered illicit child content on the man's devices. He was then arrested and hit with 2 CP-related charges. What followed were a series of court proceedings that revealed the true horrific extent of the abuse committed by Austin Jones. One such discovery was that in messages Austin had exchanged with a minor, he would request the underage fan to announce their age while the individual performed suggestive acts for him. In court transcripts, Austin describes a conversation between him and a 14-year-old girl as a quote audition, where she would have to perform suggestive dances and acts for his approval. The man apparently acting as a sort of sadistic director, guiding the minor to perform in a way which he saw fit to appease his sick fantasies. Now you need an intro to the video. At the beginning, get super close and say these lines. Hey Austin, it's name, and this butt is age years old, and then make it clap for 30 seconds. Got it? After a series of trials, Jones would eventually be found guilty on 1 count of receiving CP, and on February 1st of 2017, Austin Jones was sentenced to serve 10 years in prison, with his earliest possible release being in 2027. In the wake of his sentencing, the man's YouTube channel has been deleted and the name Austin Jones has been entered into the ever-growing catalog of YouTubers busted for CP. His reputation likely permanently destroyed thanks to his own abusive activities. The Cosplay Killer. Next up, the case of Melissa Turner, the Cosplay Killer. Melissa Turner was born November 25th of 1992. She grew up in North Carolina, as well as Florida, and reports say she had a troubled childhood, claiming to have suffered abuse from a family member that left her traumatized to the point where she began to find solace in compulsive eating, leading to a struggle with childhood and teenage obesity. Because of this, Melissa was said to have been harassed and bullied at school. It wouldn't be until adulthood that Melissa would gain confidence and lose the weight. She worked hard, losing over 100 pounds. And not only did she physically improve herself, she got educated as well, attaining an associate's degree around the time. After losing the weight, Melissa decided she wanted to chase her dreams of becoming an actress and entered many cosplaying competitions to achieve this goal. And she was popular at conventions that she attended. This cosplaying success eventually evolves into Melissa becoming an amateur model. The woman operated numerous online blogs, with these blogs reportedly featuring explicit content.
If you don't know who I am, if you never heard of me or anything like that before, I am Two Thorn Rose. You can call me Rose. I'm a cam model. I'm an artist. I love fitness. I've lost 100 pounds. I like making videos about that and about my art and just about my daily life.
By 2017, Melissa had found herself a hot online commodity with simps all around wanting to throw money at her. In April of 2017, Melissa would meet a man named Matthew Trussler on Tinder. Matthew and Melissa found chemistry on the dating app and met in person, and it wouldn't be long before they fell in love. By 2019, the two had become engaged and were living in a 2-story, 4-bedroom home together, a home that was purchased thanks to some extra income that Melissa had been earning of late. As Melissa's popularity as a cosplay influencer grew, so did the woman's affinity for creating lucrative, not safe for work content. And it's been reported that Matthew assisted her in the production of said material. While everything described thus far sounds nice, albeit a bit of an unconventional relationship, but fine enough, behind the scenes, the couple's relationship was tumultuous to say the least. It's been said that the two fought frequently, and alcohol was commonly abused by the pair, only worsening their disputes. Which brings us to the date of tragedy in this story, October 17th of 2019. And this is what happens next from the perspective of Melissa. At around 11 p.m., buzzed off of shots of vodka, Melissa claims to have gotten tired and told Matthew that she wanted to go to sleep. She went to bed, but Matthew stays up. Melissa claims she awoke hours later and noted Matthew had yet to go to bed. She got up to see what he was doing, and it's at this point where she claims to have discovered Matthew outside on the patio covered in blood, and he wasn't breathing. She would contact the police, later telling officers that she was performing CPR.
911, what is your emergency?
I woke up on my boyfriend. He was outside this morning. He's cold. He's gone.
When authorities arrived, her fiancé was pronounced dead at the scene. The narrative of events provided by Melissa seemed to suggest that perhaps Matthew had died from alcohol poisoning or had injured himself while intoxicated. But a later autopsy performed on the man indicated that he died from a stab wound. After this discovery, authorities immediately detained Melissa and took her in for questioning. She would initially stick to her story of waking up to find her fiancé dead, but unfortunately for her, a security camera caught audio and visual of what really took place.
What could you hear? What kind of phrases?
So I heard, get up. I heard so, and then there was an explicit die.
You heard so die?
And then I heard, it sounded like a female voice was crying, saying, what did I do?
What this footage made clear was that Matthew's death resulted from some sort of domestic dispute gone wrong, not him dying outside by himself from alcohol poisoning. When Melissa was made aware of this footage, she changed her story and tried to spin it as it was a self-defense situation, and she stabbed the man to save her own life. Needless to say, the cops weren't buying the excuse and she was arrested. On Valentine's Day of 2022, Melissa stood trial for the murder of her fiancé. During this trial, she would actually take the stand and described Matthew as an alcoholic who had demonstrated unsettling and abusive behaviors in the past. Quote, there were times where he would push me and punch walls beside my head. I had seen him cut himself, burn himself, stab himself. He would stare off at some corner and he would tell me that there's a demon standing right there. It's clear that Turner was attempting to portray herself as a battered victim and her fiancé as an abusive monster. But when the facts are presented in this case, it's clear who the monster really was. It was later determined that after stabbing her fiancé, Melissa waited close to 4 hours before calling 911. Even after being stabbed, the man's life could very likely have been saved, but her intentional delay in contacting first responders ensured that it wouldn't be. The conclusion of this trial resulted in the jury finding Melissa guilty of murder, and she was sentenced to 20.5 years in Florida State Prison.
This jury did not believe her claims of self-defense, nor does this court.
Melissa will be 50 years old before she's eligible for release. This next story details the biggest fraud in GoFundMe history. Over $500,000 stolen in what's been dubbed the fake homeless GoFundMe fraud. This story begins back on November 10th of 2017 with the creation of a GoFundMe page by New Jersey woman Kate McClure. The GoFundMe was called Paying It Forward, and attached to it was a photo showing Kate smiling and embracing a homeless Iraq war veteran that would become known as Johnny Bobbitt. In the details of the page, Kate would go on to explain the touching story behind this photo and why she wanted to raise money for this apparently generous drifter. Kate claimed while traveling to visit a friend, she ran out of gas on an Interstate 95 exit in Philadelphia. Forced to pull over her vehicle on the side of a busy highway, she panicked. Quote, my heart was beating out of my chest. I didn't know what the heck to do, unquote. This is when a nearby Mr. Johnny Bobbitt, a homeless man living in the area, sees Kate's predicament. And instead of coming up and trying to bum money, he actually offers to help her out. Kate says that Mr. Bobbitt told her to stay in her car and lock the doors and await his return. And not long after, Mr. Bobbitt was said to have returned from a nearby gas station with a tank in hand, spending his last $20 on gas in a selfless effort to get this frazzled young woman back on the road. Bobbitt fuels up her car, reportedly asks for nothing in return, and only wishes that Kate be safe and have a good rest of the evening. And it's an admittedly touching story. I mean, you've got this homeless man with presumably nothing to his name spending his last few bucks to help this panicked young woman out in a tough spot, when the guy himself probably needs all the help in the world. Kate would go on to claim that in the weeks following this incident that her and her boyfriend Mark D'Amico would go back to where Johnny hung out at and bring him some food and a couple bucks here and there, just as like a, show of appreciation for this good deed. But feeling as though Bobbitt deserved more for his kind act, that's when the GoFundMe is created and the story of the gas-toting homeless man gets published to the internet.
$769. Holy shit.
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yep.
God, that's amazing.
Kate had intended to raise $10,000 for Mr. Bobbitt, enough to help him get off of the streets and back on his feet. Bobbitt reportedly suffered from a heroin addiction around this time and wanted to get clean. So, the thought was perhaps the money could go towards like a rehab treatment or at least getting him a place to stay for the short term until they could figure something else out for him. But they would end up getting far more than $10,000. Kate's $10,000 goal was completely smashed, with the fundraiser to get Mr. Bobbitt back on his feet raising an eye-popping amount of over $400,000 in about a month's time, which came out to about $360,000 after GoFundMe fees were taken. The GoFundMe was closed by request of Mr. Bobbitt in December, and the funds were then placed in Kate's bank account for the time being. It was the biggest payout in the history of GoFundMe at the time.
So you're not wearing the glasses because you're Hollywood now?
No, man. I got an eye infection in my right eye.
But it's Johnny Bobbitt Jr.'s face and story that's gone viral.
News reports from the time indicated that after the GoFundMe had closed, an RV was purchased for Mr. Bobbitt to live in. It was placed on Kate and Mark's property in the Florence Township of New Jersey. Bobbitt also got a truck around this time so that he could drive. And Kate and Mark claimed that a trust fund was being set up in order to manage future payouts to Johnny Bobbitt. And this was contingent on him getting a job and staying off of drugs. Needless to say, Johnny Bobbitt was blown away by the couples and the internet's generosity. And his story served as an uplifting tale for folks around the world during the holiday season.
You're going from zero, literally, to $300,000 and some odd thousand.
It's like winning the lottery.
Less than a week ago, Johnny was sleeping under a bridge. Today, he's been given what he calls a second chance.
But unfortunately, there was trouble on the horizon. A little foreshadowing here for you using a quote from the legendary Notorious B.I.G., "Mo money, mo problems." This story doesn't remain a wholesome tale for long, and it quickly degenerates into a clusterfuck of greed-induced insanity and fraud. By early 2018, just months after the GoFundMe had ended, Mr. Bobbitt was claiming that Mark and Kate had reneged on their trust fund agreements and were withholding the money that was donated to him. Bobbitt had claimed that he had only received about $75,000 of the $360,000 sum. And around this time, it appeared that the couple was actively dipping into Bobbitt's GoFundMe money to fund a lavish lifestyle, with Kate and Mark purchasing a $25,000 BMW around the time, Mark making frequent visits to the casino, and the couple suddenly splurging on a variety of expensive activities and a trip to Las Vegas. Despite their apparent recent stroke of prosperity, Mark and Kate would deny that they were using the GoFundMe money for themselves, and Mark D'Amico would even go on to claim that Mr. Bobbitt wasn't getting money at the moment because he was using drugs. Whatever the case, it seemed like these three individuals were in a constant state of quarrel in regard to this GoFundMe money, and eventually this would boil over into a lawsuit.
Soon Bobbitt was broke, homeless, and again drowning in his heroin addiction.
If they had bought him a house and set up the two trusts that they said they were going to do, then we wouldn't be here today.
In August of 2018, Mr. Bobbitt sued Kate McClure and Mark D'Amico, accusing them of withholding his donated funds and spending more than half of the $360,000 sum. His suit requested that a judge be appointed to manage the funds rather than Kate and Mark being in control of the fortune. The announcement of this civil suit was a bit shocking to the public, as it was the first indication that something was amiss with the biggest GoFundMe in history. The ultimate feel-good story of 2017 was beginning to show show cracks. Many news reports at the time were sympathetic towards Johnny Bobbitt, and online negative sentiment began growing towards Kate and Mark. They felt like the couple was screwing this guy over.
To the people who read that Inquirer account and said these two, they committed a fraud, I know you've been getting death threats now. You tried to do a good thing. Oh, Kate.
I'm sorry.
What do you want
It's
people
my
to know?
family, and I don't know. It's so hard to deal with because these people are getting one side of the story and receiving death threats and, you know, threats to burn my house down and threats against my family and everything like that is so hard to deal with when we know that we did a good thing. And I still believe that we did a good thing, and I would do it all over again.
Amidst the civil case against the couple, Bobbitt's attorney in a press release would state that not just half of the GoFundMe money was spent, all of it was. $360,000 allegedly spent in 8 months' time. This sent the media into a frenzy, and it was being speculated that Kate and Mark were about to be facing criminal charges, not just civil ones.
Says the GoFundMe money of $400,000 is all gone. So the question is, where did it go?
Well, the big question to me is, are we going to see this couple in mugshot soon? Are we going to see them in criminal court and not just here in civil court where this case has been playing out now? Civil matters, of course, no criminal charges, just people fighting over money. So is this fight over money going to be a criminal matter because you think it would? And there's potentially 14,000 plus victims, all those people around the world who donated money.
The media was right in their speculation, as authorities would indeed begin a criminal investigation into Mark and Kate. On September 6th, police would arrive at their residence with a search warrant. They scanned the property and rifled through the couple's home for hours. Police left with bundles of evidence, collected cell phone text records, and even confiscated the BMW. And after the search, things only get more bizarre. On November 15th of 2018, Burlington County, New Jersey prosecutors announced that not only were criminal charges going to be placed on Kate McClure and Mark D'Amico, they were also going to be placed on Johnny Bobbitt, the man that was suing the couple. So why was Johnny Bobbitt also charged? Well, it was discovered through text messages and other evidence that the entire premise of the GoFundMe was built on a lie.
On the evening of November 10th, 2017, Mark D'Amico, the boyfriend of Caitlin McClure, took a photograph of McClure and Johnny Bobbitt Jr., a homeless man, standing at the Girard Avenue exit ramp on Interstate 95 in Philadelphia. The paying it forward story that drove this fundraiser might seem too good to be true. Unfortunately, it was. The entire campaign was predicated on a lie.
Kate never ran out of gas, Bobbitt never helped her fill up her tank. The story was completely bogus. Johnny Bobbitt was simply a homeless man that Mark D'Amico knew from previous encounters, as Bobbitt often hung out by the casino that D'Amico frequented. Mark took this photo of Kate posing with Bobbitt, the couple invented a fake sob story to accompany it, and once the GoFundMe and the story took off, Bobbitt played right along with it. This feel-good story was a bunch of bullshit. A $400,000 load of absolute bullshit.
It was an elaborate hoax the trio cooked up together, and tonight all three are charged with theft by deception and could face up to 10 years in prison. The online reaction, swift and angry. They used people's hearts to steal. Now someone who deserves help will not get it.
Just take a look at some of these messages allegedly sent from Kate McClure to a friend. Okay, so wait, the gas part is completely made up, but the guy isn't. I had to make something up to make people feel bad. The friend says, this gas story is gonna backfire. She says, nah, it's all good. How would it? The friend gives more advice. They're gonna interview him one day and ask him, but you need to tell him first, make sure he knows. Kate says, yeah, we'll tell him. This week, we have to. I guess discussing the story that Bobbitt had to memorize. Kate also says, my mom just called me and said that people go to jail for scamming others out of money, so there's that. That's what my own mother thinks of me. In the words of Welvin the Great,
got it!
Their conspiracy to swindle the internet with a holiday sob story, it was a dastardly ploy indeed. And for a while, the group had got away with it. If only they could quell their insatiable greed, and if Johnny Bobbitt could have just kept his mouth shut. You really gotta wonder what the guy was thinking when he thought lawyering up was a good idea here. So what would become of these feel-good phonies? Kate McClure, the architect of the now infamous GoFundMe page, pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud in March of 2019. She was later sentenced in July of 2022 to serve 1 year and 1 day in prison in addition to having to pay restitution. Johnny Bobbitt, or the Gas Man as we'll call him, pled guilty to state charges of conspiracy to commit theft by deception in 2019. He was later sentenced to serve 5 years of probation. Bobbitt is still facing federal conspiracy to commit wire fraud charges, which he has pled guilty to and is awaiting sentencing. In November of 2021, Mark D'Amico, often accused as being the ringleader of this operation, would plead guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud. In April of 2022, D'Amico was sentenced to serve 27 months in prison. He must also pay restitution and seek gambling addiction and mental health counseling. And why did Mark get a heavier sentence than Kate? Well, it's because Kate was willing to testify against Mark in court. You know what they say, there's no honor among thieves. Those on the internet who donated to the GoFundMe dedicated to Johnny Bobbitt would be refunded by GoFundMe itself. While those who were scammed did get their money back, an example of these conspirators had to be made. Prosecutors ensured that all involved with this ploy were punished for deceiving the public. Their heavy-handedness in this situation, a warning to any opportunistic scammers looking to take advantage of the internet's goodwill. 4chan versus Kenny Glenn. Our next story is the Mac Daddy of all 4chan animal rescue efforts, and it's one that many of you have likely heard of before. It's the original 4chan cat abuse story. It's the story of Kenny Glenn and Dusty the Cat. This story begins all the way back on February 15th of 2009 when a YouTube channel called Glenn Spam 1 uploads 2 disturbing videos back to back. These shocking videos featured 2 young men, one recording and one physically abusing a gray cat named Dusty. This is by far the most graphic video in this compendium, and I definitely cannot show it, but I will describe to you what happens. The video begins with a masked individual referring to himself as Timmy, saying, quote, "Some people know me as the animal abuser." Timmy then walks into the bathroom and opens the shower stall, revealing a visibly frightened gray cat named Dusty, who is hunkered down in the corner of the shower. The cat appeared to have been trapped in the stall by the boys for some time and was clearly anxious. Timmy then proceeds to pick up the cat by the neck and slam it against the shower wall numerous times. Then Timmy holds the cat down to the shower floor with one hand and strikes its head and back with his fist, all while the cameraman yells and laughs maniacally. The cat, now groaning in distress, is then lifted up and placed face first against the shower head as Timmy turns on the water, spraying the cat with focus jets in its eyes. The cat is then released and the video ends with loud pained meows coming from Dusty, with the battered feline laying helplessly in the corner of the shower. But this wasn't the end of Dusty's abuse, as a second video shows the boys attacking the cat on a different occasion. The second video begins with a shot of Dusty resting on the bathroom floor before he's suddenly approached by the boys and sprayed in the face with an unknown irritating liquid. He's then repeatedly struck by Timmy on the head and back and stomach. This goes on for about a minute until the video ends with more pained groans from Dusty. These videos were textbook examples of animal abuse and almost immediately generated disgust in the video's comment section. This was truly a first of its kind scenario in terms of YouTube, and people in this comment section had a feeling of urgency. Something had to be done to save this poor animal. And that's when these videos found their way to 4chan's B-board. Upon viewing these heinous videos, board members made it their goal to unmask the anonymous individuals responsible, bring them to justice, and save Dusty. They got to work meticulously analyzing the video and looking through the Glenn Spam 1 YouTube channel for any identifying metadata on the account. After a thorough analysis of the Glenn Spam 1 account, many board members came up with a theory that Timmy the cat abuser's real name was Mike Glenn. This theory stemmed from an old comment that was posted to the channel by an account using the same name. You know, Glenn Spam, Mike Glenn, kind of similar, right? This actually resulted in board members identifying a man in New York named Mike Glenn, and this individual's address was doxed and the man was reported to law enforcement for the abuse. The man was harassed and even visited by law enforcement who, upon visiting him, debunked the claim and the lead was proven to be false. It was a swing and a miss, but 4chan went back to the drawing board and actually pulled up some useful information this time. A break in the case came when users discovered that the GlenSpam1 username had actually been used on another website called HaitiWow.com, which was bizarrely enough a Haitian current events website. The GlenSpam1 account on the Haiti website contained some identifiable information, including the zip code 73505, which narrowed down the GlenSpam1 account owner to being a resident of the city of Lawton, Oklahoma. And with this Lawton, Oklahoma zip code in mind, that's when 4chan users got on Facebook and started looking through accounts from the area trying to find anyone that was a teenager with the first or last name Glenn. And eventually, they stumbled across the Facebook page of a teenager named Kenny Glenn. 4chan also discovered that Kenny Glenn had a brother named Weston, and it was suspected that Weston was the cameraman. And then they really started putting some dots together. Using images taken from Kenny's Facebook page, they compared the interior of Kenny's house with frames from the videos, and they discovered that a drum set, a beige wall, green carpet, and some wooden trim seen in Kenny's bedroom perfectly matched up with that of a room shown briefly in one of the abuse videos visible through an open doorway. With this compelling circumstantial evidence, it was clear that Kenny Glenn and Weston were very likely the ones behind these abuse videos. Once this connection was made, people began voicing their anger at the boys in a variety of ways, from posting pictures of themselves with their cats insulting Kenny and supporting Dusty, to digging up Kenny's entire social media history and unearthing racist comments, and even creating a full docs on Kenny and his family, which was hosted on several privately owned websites alongside the videos themselves, to ensure that the evidence of what they had done couldn't disappear. These websites included KennyGlenn.net and NeverForgetDusty.com. With the docs now out there, people had Kenny Glenn's family phone number, 4chan users called the house with prank calls, and let's just say made Papa John's really busy again. Some of these individuals, though, were actually making serious calls to the Kenny Glenn family home trying to get in contact with Kenny Glenn's parents. One of these individuals reportedly actually spoke to Kenny Glenn's mother, and when she was informed about what had happened, said that the boys would be punished, and it was later discovered that that punishment was Kenny Glenn's bike was taken away. Eventually, with the internet reporting Kenny Glenn to pretty much every outlet possible, law enforcement would eventually get involved. The local news would publish articles revealing that the two brothers were to meet with investigators and the district attorney over what had happened. The sheriff would comment that the teens would receive animal cruelty charges and they would investigate to see if these were the only instances that Dusty had been abused. Around this time, Dusty was taken out of the home to be examined for injuries by a veterinarian. While Dusty was being examined at the vet, police would actually make a statement coming forward revealing that they had discovered a third abuse video and revealed that Kenny Glenn and his brother had participated in the abuse of another cat. This cat was also sent to the vet to be examined. The language from law enforcement at this point in the story really made it seem like they were taking this case extremely seriously, trying to press charges on the boy and getting these cats taken care of and rehomed. But an anonymous tip sent to NeverForgetDusty.com would sort of draw this notion into question. This individual would claim that the Glenn family actually had connections with the local judge and individuals high up in the local media, essentially alleging that there was an ongoing conspiracy to get Kenny Glenn and his brother off the hook for the abuse videos. The tipper says, "This info needs to be out there. There isn't going to be justice for Dusty. They are just waiting for it to quiet down and give the boys a slap on the wrist, by which time it will be too late to do anything. The Glenns have a lot of power in town." And as more time passed and updates became more few and far between, folks started to believe this anonymous tipper's suggestion that there was some sort of conspiracy at play. The last piece of news to come out about the Kenny Glenn abuse case occurred on March 3rd of 2009, when it was said that animal abuse charges had already been filed against the brothers and that the sheriff had compiled a list of possible new homes for the cats which they would be adopted out to soon. And for most, this was the update that placated everyone and folks began moving on with their life feeling as if the situation was resolved. However, 10 months later, a shocking development would be published to KennyGlenn.net. Quote, "My name is redacted. I live in Lawton, Oklahoma, and I have firsthand knowledge of the fact that the two cats being abused in that video have not gone anywhere but back home to his abuser. I know for a fact that the Glenns and Sheriff Stradley are best buddies. I have witnessed Kenny, Christopher Glenn, telling the sheriff that I'll see you when you come over to the house later. Nobody has been punished, the cats are still where they came from in the first place, and for personal reasons I can't give you any more info than that. I'm just letting you know that absolutely nothing happened to the animal abuser. The media ordeal was a big show to make the public think the abuser got punished. Because Kenny Glenn was a minor, his criminal record would be sealed, and if he did actually receive punishment from quote-unquote animal abuse charges, there would be no way for anyone to know. But according to this first-hand account, they claimed that nothing was ever done at all and it was just a big show. In all reality, nobody really knew what happened to Kenny Glenn or Dusty, they just assumed and took the word of law enforcement and local media. In response to this update, the owner of KennyGlenn.com created a section of the website called How You Can Help, which detailed a plan to ensure once and for all that Kenny couldn't escape repercussions. This plan was to bring bad publicity to Kenny Glenn's father's oil company so that I guess the father would be forced into somehow punishing Kenny for the cat videos. But needless to say, there weren't very many people involved in the Kenny Glenn case at this point 10 months later, and folks just didn't really follow through with this and nothing became of the oil company plan. As of this day, it's still unknown if Kenny Glenn ever went to trial for his alleged crimes, and it's also not known what became of Dusty the cat. But for those of you worried that Kenny Glenn escaped this situation unscathed, you may be comforted by the fact that anecdotal testimony submitted online by Kenny's school classmates suggested that his teenage life was essentially ruined by this controversy. One classmate reported that Kenny was kicked out of school for some time, and after returning he had to be escorted from class to class by a counselor. They say that with the truth out there, students refused to talk to him and he had no friends at school. Another classmate reports that Kenny was compelled to seek mental health counseling until he was 18 years old. And it's even been reported that Kenny Glenn legally had his name changed in an effort to disassociate himself with the abuse videos. Seems like 4chan really did a number on the teenager. But what has become of Kenny Glenn in recent years isn't exactly clear. But there is one possible update out there regarding Kenny Glenn's fate. In late 2016, a Reddit user by the name of Topatok claimed to be Kenny Glenn himself in a response to a post about the correlation of animal abusers going on to become serial killers. The comment read, "Kenny Glenn here, still haven't killed anyone, but I'll keep you posted." There's very little proof that this was actually Kenny Glenn, but this Topatok account would actually go on Reddit several months later and host an AMA reflecting on the cat abuse videos. What I did was wrong. I made a mistake, but my life should not be defined by it. That is not who I am. I am here to clear any misconceptions about me and somehow show that I am not a monster. Kenny would claim that he regretted the situation and that his treatment of Dusty was exaggerated for the camera, but admits that it was abusive. At points he implies that the video was intended to be some kind of reactionary piece and said it was intended to get a rise out of people. This alleged Kenny Glenn account also claims that in the conclusion of his case, he had to pay legal fees and eventually adopted out Dusty to an older woman in his area. Again, I want to stress that there's really no way to know if this was actually Kenny Glenn, but the poster is oddly specific at times and paints a coherent and believable narrative. If you want to read the thread, I'll have it linked below. While it's extremely frustrating that the fate of Kenny Glenn and Dusty the cat are ambiguous, this case is remarkable for being the one that truly established 4chan as ardent defenders of animals and punishers of alleged abusers. This was the first time it happened on the site. They may not always be successful in rescuing abused pets, but 4chan and its users have a proven track record of doing everything possible to separate animals from their abusers. And if they can't get law enforcement and the courts to punish you, they'll make it their mission to enforce vigilante justice, ruin your life, and ensure everyone knows you're an absolute piece of shit. The criminal case of Reddit co-founder Aaron Swartz. Something that few people realize is that one of the co-founders of Reddit actually was facing serious criminal charges at one point, charges that led to the man's untimely death. Aaron Swartz was a computer programmer and entrepreneur responsible for the creation of many prominent websites of the 2000s. One such website being Reddit itself. Aaron helped develop some of Reddit's earliest features and was named a co-founder in 2005, joining Reddit's original two founders, Steve Huffman and Alexis Ohanian. In 2006, the trio would sell their Reddit creation to the Condé Nast Global Media Company, and Reddit's founding members would go their separate ways. After selling Reddit, Schwartz would spend most of his time involving himself in progressive activism. In particular, he helped launch a progressive political think tank and also became a fellow at Harvard University's research lab on institutional corruption. Aaron also founded an online group known as Demand Progress, an organization notorious for its various campaigns against the Stop Online Piracy Act, with Aaron maintaining the stance that the internet should be an open place filled with content freely accessible whenever possible.
This bill would be a huge, potentially permanent loss. If we lost the ability to communicate with each other over the internet, it would be a change to the Bill of Rights, the freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution, the freedoms our country had been built on, would be suddenly deleted. New technology, instead of bringing us greater freedom, would have snuffed out fundamental rights we'd always taken for granted. And I realized that day that I couldn't let that happen.
And with mentioning Schwartz's First Amendment views and his belief that internet information should be accessible to all, this serves as a good segue into the bizarre criminal charges that he would find himself facing. On January 6th of 2011, Aaron Schwartz was arrested by Massachusetts Institute of Technology police for breaking and entering charges after the man had allegedly hacked into the computer network of the school. After connecting a computer to the network, authorities say that the man illegally downloaded over 70 gigs of academic journals and research articles using MIT's privileged subscription to the JSTOR database. According to reports, during the time of the hack, PDF download requests were sent from an IP address associated with Aaron. Download requests were being sent at a rate of 100 per minute to the JSTOR website. The immense requests would slow the site's performance, prompting the alleged computer used by Aaron to get IP blocked. When this IP would be blocked, a new IP would pop up and take its place and continue the download, so on and so forth. Schwartz had allegedly gotten access to MIT's JSTOR by using a laptop connected to a networking switch in a controlled access wiring closet at the university. When MIT discovered where these JSTOR requests were coming from, they activated a corresponding video camera catching Schwartz red-handed. I don't think I've ever heard of somebody getting busted for illegally downloading documents from JSTOR. That's one for the books right there. After his arrest, Schwartz was arraigned by the Cambridge District Court on 2 charges of breaking and entering with intent to commit a felony. He was then indicted by a grand jury on charges of wire fraud, computer fraud, unlawfully obtaining information from a protected computer, and recklessly damaging a protected computer. The feds eventually got involved as well. On September 12th of 2012, federal prosecutors filed to even add more charges, which increased Schwartz's potential prison sentence to 50 years, and millions of dollars of fines were on the table. During this case, some of the prosecutors involved were actively criticized by their peers for essentially throwing the book at this guy. And there was a lot of outrage online with people saying that, the crime didn't fit the punishment here. He was like universally beloved by online figures for this. I mean, let's be real, guys. 50 years for allegedly hacking into JSTOR for some freaking academic papers or whatever this guy was using this stuff for, it just seems kind of ridiculous, don't you think? Schwartz would be offered a plea deal, but decided to decline this deal, opting instead to go for a trial, perhaps thinking it was possible to beat the seemingly ludicrous charges that prosecutors were levying against him. However, it seems as though Schwartz's confidence on the matter would be short-lived. as the man would never get to see the outcome of his trial. On January 11th of 2013, Aaron Swartz was found dead in his apartment building. He had hung himself. There was no suicide note found. In regard to the cause of why he decided to take this course of action, his then girlfriend shared the following information with the New Yorker. He could not deal with people talking about him. It's taken me some time since he died to get used to talking about him because I was under such strict instructions not to. But he fucked up something really major. He made a really dumb, bad decision.
Brooke, Aaron allegedly downloaded millions of academic journals from MIT's network. He believed that academic research shouldn't be hidden behind a paywall, and his father said he believed he was innocent.
They went to his apartment, went through all of his personal effects. After he surrendered voluntarily, they arrested him, they strip searched him, and they left him in solitary confinement for hours. And after he met his bond, they kept him in solitary confinement for 3 or 4 hours with absolutely no explanation, all with the goal of attempting to break him.
And those on the internet would be even more outraged in the wake of Aaron's death, feeling as the man had died over some ridiculous bullshit charges. In retaliation, on January 13th of 2013, Anonymous called for the internet community to use his death as a rallying point. What followed was the hacking of 2 MIT-controlled websites with tributes of Aaron Swartz being displayed on each. It's a bizarre case involving a strange crime, an admittedly ludicrous punishment, and tragic ending. That was the story of Reddit co-founder Aaron Swartz. Grant Amato, the Camsite Killer. The story of Grant Amato involves a man becoming obsessed with an online cam girl halfway around the world. The man's deranged fixation with this woman not only ruining his life, but costing the lives of his immediate family. This is the Grant Amato story. There was a point in Grant Amato's life where he could be described as a well-adjusted and even successful young man. Born in 1989 in Chuliota, Florida, to parents Chad and Margaret Amato, Grant had a relatively normal upbringing. Very much an active and family-oriented kid, Grant was closest to his brother Cody. Both attended Timber Creek High School and were on the school's weightlifting team. After graduating high school, the two attended college together, both entering the nursing program at the University of Central Florida. Cody went on to become a nurse anesthetist, while Grant would eventually work as a registered nurse at Advent Health Orlando. But it would be at Advent Health Orlando that the first glimmers of darkness in Grant's character would begin to become apparent. In June of 2018, while working at the hospital, Grant found himself under scrutiny by other hospital workers, with allegations surfacing that he had been stealing medication. According to reports, after being confronted with this accusation, Grant became erratic and reportedly expressed suicidal thoughts. Seeing the man as a possible threat to himself and others, police were called to the hospital. The result of this bizarre incident was Grant being arrested on suspicion of stealing drugs. He was later hit with grand theft charges after evidence was discovered that he had stolen vials of propofol, which is a powerful sedative medication, in fact the same one that killed Michael Jackson. According to reports, Grant's explanation for pulling the unauthorized propofol vials was that so he could give it to patients that he thought weren't being adequately sedated by the doctors. Despite the disturbing implications of this explanation, Grant's charges were dropped. While Grant didn't face legal repercussions from this propofol event, the legacy of the bizarre scenario would follow him, making finding a new nursing job all but impossible. Unable to find work, Grant, now in his mid-20s, found himself living at his parents' house unemployed. Not an optimal situation. And with no job to go to and a considerable amount of free time on his hands, Grant finds himself becoming immersed in the online world, more specifically, the world of online streaming. Grant became fascinated with the idea of streaming and found the concept of making money from the seat of a computer chair a compelling prospect. Seeing streaming as a potential way out of his dire financial circumstances, Grant attempted to build his own Twitch channel, where he would live stream himself playing video games. Though this streaming venture appears to have been a failed endeavor, with the man getting virtually zero viewership and never getting more than 30 followers on the account. But in all honesty, Grant's failed streaming career is nothing more than a footnote in the context of this story. What's more important is a website that Grant discovered while immersing himself into the world of live streaming. That being a pornographic cam girl website known as myfreecams.com. This was Grant's favorite place on the internet to go to when he wanted to let off some steam, if you know what I'm saying. Now, for those unaware, these cam girl sites are a little bit more involved than your traditional porn website. The whole premise of these things exist off of like parasocial relationships, with viewers coming in, basically donating to a cam girl to perform for them, and you know, you can also get messages sent back and forth. I heard this from a friend, not personal experience or anything. No, seriously. But yeah, it's like built off of a parasocial relationship, similar to like OnlyFans, how that would work. Very transactional, you pay me, I do this, yeah. Camsite performers get paid with tokens, which is a sort of on-site currency that is bought with real money. Performers usually have an hourly token rate and will perform special requests for viewers if additional tokens are donated. And Grant Amato was a frequent token buyer and special requester. Eventually, throughout his Camsite excursions, Grant would come into contact with a woman that he found completely irresistible, a Bulgarian cam model by the name of Sylvie. Sylvie has been described by one journalist as gorgeous with dark hair, a beautiful figure, and an exotic Eastern European dialect. Grant would become obsessed with this woman and frequently watched her cam shows late into the evenings, a practice that would become quite the expensive endeavor, with Grant pilfering his family's credit cards to purchase upwards of 21,000 tokens a night, simply to watch Sylvie's streams. That amount of tokens converts to about $2,500. And we're talking about a guy that's blowing this type of money practically every time Sylvie went live. It's also been reported that Grant used his father and brother's credit cards to purchase custom lewd images from Sylvie, dozens of them, some of which were attached with notes written by Sylvie. She says, "Smile, my light, you make me happy." With such a seemingly personalized note in mind, you might think that Mr. Grant Amato actually thought that Sylvie was a potential love interest and the feeling was mutual. But anyone of rational mind knows better than to think this. In all reality, Grant was simply one of Sylvie's clients. And that's not to disparage the woman or anything. I mean, she's a sex worker. It's a freaking business, okay? I'm not your fucking girlfriend. However, what we find though is that Grant had become so immersed in this online campsite world that he became delusional and actually thought that he was in some sort of relationship with Sylvie. The following video is an excellent showcase of Grant's warped interpretation of the intimacy of their relationship.
All right, Sylvia. Look at me. I am outside going to check the mail. And I'm asking you if you can please, pretty please, send me one of your videos. I love it so much when you just send them to me. Yeah, I don't like buying your stuff. It makes me feel weird. Could you please send me one though?
One of the reasons that Grant had an aversion to paying for Sylvie's videos at this time was the fact that his family had began noticing charges on their credit cards. And Grant had done a lot of damage. In the months that Grant had been interacting with Sylvie online, he had stolen upwards of $200,000 from his brother and his father. $60,000 from his brother and $150,000 from his father. When the families discovered the massive expenditures and realized that it was from Grant stealing their cards, they immediately questioned him. But Grant would lie to his family, claiming that the money was used to promote his Twitch channel and to donate to other streamers for content. The family was obviously devastated by this financial hit. That's a lot of money. You might think that they would report Grant to authorities over this massive amount of money being taken, but they opted not to. Instead, Grant's father opted to take a more nurturing approach. He could tell that his son had an issue with internet addiction and was clearly suffering after being fired from his job. He didn't want to get police involved and get Grant charged with any crimes that could potentially ruin his life more. He would even still let Grant stay at the house. After the family had discovered the charges, Grant would go with his brother to take a sort of sabbatical away from the internet, a getaway trip to Japan, as a sort of intervention vacation, if you will. The family hoping that time away from the internet would allow Grant to come back to reality. Unfortunately, though, what we find is that this overseas getaway didn't curb Grant's voracious hunger for Sylvie. After returning home, Grant's relationship with his father festered after Grant started just resuming some of the same activities he had already been doing prior. Tension was building. I mean, after all, Grant had essentially blown through the man's retirement fund on a cam girl. His father had to remortgage the house to financially stay afloat, and Grant would refuse to get a job and make amends for his familial betrayal, opting to spend most of his time on the internet again. His father would eventually get fed up and kick him out of the house. After being kicked out, Grant goes to live with his aunt Donna Amato, and it wouldn't be long until Donna would start seeing mysterious charges on her bank account. He was back at it again, paying for Sylvie content. When Donna realized that Grant was stealing from her to fund camgirl activity, she threatened to press charges on him. But Chad Amato, still feeling a fatherly love for his troubled son, talked her out of doing so. In a reportedly tearful phone call with the woman, Chad describes the dark path that Grant had taken. "Yeah, I'm gonna have to work a few more years than I thought I'd have to, but it's okay. I'll do it for Grant. I don't want him to go to jail." The entire family was now aware of Grant's internet obsession, stealing tendencies, and porn addiction. But while most would give up on their loved one at this point, Grant's parents offer the man one more chance. They enrolled him in a South Florida rehabilitation center for people with sex and internet addictions. Grant would attend the rehab and reportedly made quick progress. In fact, he was dismissed from the program after 2 weeks, with rehab staff believing that he wasn't showing any more signs of addiction. After being released from the rehab, Grant was given an ultimatum by his parents, coming in the form of a written contract. This contract mandated that Grant had to immediately end his relationship with Sylvie and get a job so that he can repay all of the money that he owed to his parents and brother. His phone plan would also be canceled, and his father would set him up with a new phone plan that didn't have any data options. And he also had to agree to attend therapy. And if Grant didn't agree to these terms, he would basically be disowned by the family, or he could join the military and they would still keep him around. The contract was broken by Grant in short time. Grant would later be caught using his mother's cell phone and sending messages to Sylvie on Twitter. Once his father had found out about this, Grant was kicked out of the house, this time for good. No one left to financially exploit, and no way to feed his camgirl addiction. Grant had truly hit rock bottom, and it wouldn't be long before dark, murderous thoughts took over. On January 24th, 2019, Grant was at his family's home under the premise of collecting some of his belongings. At approximately 4 p.m., while his mother Margaret was working on her computer, Grant walked up behind her, produced a handgun, and shot her in the back of the head, killing her. Grant then waited for his father to get home from work. Chad Amato carried a gun on him at all times, but despite being armed, he too was attacked and killed by Grant after being ambushed in the kitchen. The final murderous deed committed by Grant was the murder of his once beloved brother, Cody. Cody was shot dead by Grant after returning home from his nursing shift. After slaughtering his family, Grant then attempted to stage a murder-suicide, the setup attempting to implicate his own brother for the killings. He would plant a gun next to Cody's body to give the impression that his brother had shot his family and turned the gun on himself. After staging the scene, Grant would leave the residence and check into a nearby hotel, and plotted his next move. A night passes with nobody having any idea that the Amato murders had occurred, but the following morning, red flags fly. The following day, Cody Amato's nursing co-workers became convinced that something was wrong after Cody didn't show up for his morning shift. One co-worker reportedly stated that Cody hadn't missed a day of work in 5 years. The concerned colleagues got in touch with Cody's girlfriend, who then called police and requested a welfare check to be performed at the Amato home. On the morning of January 25, 2019, at around 9 a.m., officers arrived at the Amato home and knocked on the door. After consulting with the supervisor, police got the go-ahead to enter the residence. Inside, they were met with the grisly scene consisting of all 3 of the deceased Amatos, Cody, Margaret, and Chad. Grant, being nowhere to be found, was immediately considered a person of interest. On the following day, January 26th, police managed to track down Grant at the local Doubletree Hilton Hotel. There, they would detain the man and take him in for questioning. While being detained, Grant is strangely compliant and behaves in a way as if he expected police to be arriving, the man seemingly accepting his fate. What follows is a bizarre interrogation. During the interrogation, Grant denies doing anything wrong. He said he wasn't responsible, nor was he at home during the time of the killing, claiming that the first time he had heard about the killings was on the news.
And I didn't do anything at the house besides get my stuff together and take it out to my car.
I know you've searched for something. I know something. I can't tell you exactly, but you said won't you tell me, and I'll tell you if you're being truthful. What'd you search?
When I had gone to the Panera, I searched for like top stories, Oviedo or Chuliota or something like that.
And found what?
And then I saw that there was, it was like just the initial, like it had like a video, but I didn't listen to the video, but it had just an initial thing of that there was shootings in Salton Circle.
But we need to know what happened.
I mean, I can tell that you guys are like leading me into a certain way of what.
The only thing we're leading you to is wanting to get the truth from you. Not trying to make you say something that's not true, that's not accurate. The truth, the end.
Did you leave the house with your brother Cody looking like that? Or did you leave the house with your father looking like that? Or your mother? Is that how you left your family?
No.
Despite his denials, Grant was considered the prime suspect and was charged with murder. Grant would later admit that he was at home during the time of the killing, but framed the entire circumstance as a sort of self-defense situation. On January 28th, Grant would be charged with 3 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and was held on a $750,000 bail. The defense suggested Grant wasn't in sound mind when he committed the killings, arguing that he was so deranged and delusional from his online addiction that he wasn't in control of his actions. In July of 2019, Grant Amato was found guilty, and on August 12th, he was sentenced to life in prison without a chance of parole. Many of you might be wondering if Sylvie got wrapped up in this case in any way, and the answer to that is no. In fact, investigators and attorneys never even opted to interview the woman. After all, the woman was only doing her job, and anybody that comes psychopathically obsessed with you, it's not your fault that that happened, okay? But in what could be described as an online addiction that turned deadly, that was the story of Grant Amato. Mr. Anime. Mr. Anime is a name known far and wide online. Essentially serving as the godfather of anime reviews on YouTube, this young man was once one of the most prolific creators in the early YouTube landscape. However, beneath the affable persona showcased in videos was a monster capable of committing some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. This is the story of Mr. Anime.
Shaky, shaky. Oh, hey, oh yeah, look at that. Oh, oh. Oh, there it is. There it is. Are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna eat this.
Trey Sessler was born August 3rd of 1989 in Waller, Texas. Trey has been described as a loner who had a hard time holding down a job, which is what ultimately led him to starting his YouTube channel. Launching the Mr. Anime channel in the early days of the site, Trey was a YouTube pioneer. When he created his channel in 2006, he was one of the first on the platform to review anime and discuss anime news on a regular basis. His consistent upload schedule and critiques making him somewhat of an early internet tastemaker when it came to both gaming and anime. Trey was also known for his humorously blunt review scale that he used to review media in his videos, with 1 being absolute shit and 10 being rarely given to superb shows. Trey's matter-of-fact and often aggressive style fit well within this AVGN-inspired era of YouTube, and much like other media reviewers of the time, Mr. Anime was no stranger to creating skit videos. Trey created various sketches which almost exclusively consisted of scenes portraying him as a sort of rogue vigilante. The videos containing a fair amount of simulated violence, gore, and bloodshed, featuring guns as props. Thanks to his reviews and sketches, Mr. Anime found great success on YouTube, publishing over 300 videos and getting 5 million views in the process, a number pretty impressive for like 2010-2011 YouTube. However, as with most stories discussed on this channel, eventually things take a turn for the worse. In late 2011, Trey would begin posting disturbing videos to his channel, which started to indicate that he was experiencing both physical and mental health struggles in his personal life. On December 27, 2011, Trey uploaded a video titled "Very Bad News, Please Watch." In the video, he explained that he had been to the hospital and was diagnosed with pneumothorax, a condition that was causing air to leak out of his lungs. According to Trey, this medical issue caused near constant discomfort, occasional shortness of breath, and many sleepless nights.
But I've had a little bit of shortness of breath lately and a little bit of back pain and stuff. I haven't been sleeping too well. My eyes are a little swollen. That's why I'm wearing these sunshades. And it seems like I've got the diagnosis of pneumothorax. Basically, I'm leaking air from my lungs, and my lungs are running the possibility of collapsing. So I'm going to be out of action for a little bit.
The video portrayed a clearly struggling individual, and fans of Mr. Anime would take to the comment sections showing their support for the guy. Many, after seeing this pneumothorax thing, encouraged Trey to just take a break from YouTube and get some rest. And in a follow-up video that would be posted by Trey, it appeared this was advice that he ended up taking. That follow-up video being the rather ominously titled "Mr. Anime is Planning Something." Despite the uncanny title of this update video, in it, Trey seemed in good spirits and would announce to viewers that he planned to take a 3-week sabbatical from his duties as a content creator.
I'm going to reward myself with probably a 2 or 3 week break coming up here from YouTube videos, anime reviews in particular. I might do some blog stuff. I want to thank you guys a lot for sticking with me and watching the channel. I got more subscribers than ever. I have more views than ever, and everything is going really good.
Mr. Anime would step away from YouTube for about a week or so, but as promised, he would eventually return. And after returning, it appeared as if rest was exactly what the doctor ordered. Not only did Trey seem in good spirits, he announced that he had landed a full-time job in the film industry, citing that the future was bright and that he had opened a new chapter in his life.
I now found a full-time job in a department that I'm interested in, which is film, and I'm still going to be doing videos. So keep supporting Mr. Anime. I'll still be doing anime reviews, but probably not as many because this job will be full-time. But thanks to all of y'all, I've been able to be recognized by some people, and I'm going to be doing some good stuff.
Unfortunately though, the optimism showcased in this video was nothing but a feint, as this new chapter embarked upon by Trey Sessler was darker than anyone could have ever imagined. Unbeknownst to fans at the time, that update video would be the last piece of content ever published to the Mr. Anime YouTube channel, essentially serving as a farewell. After publishing this update video, Trey Sessler would go on to commit one of the most heinous crimes imaginable. On March 20th of 2012, Trey Sessler's parents and his brother were found murdered in the Sessler residence, all shot to death by a gunman. That individual being none other than Trey himself. According to reports, after a night of binge drinking, Trey systematically murdered his entire family. Starting with his mother, he lured the woman into her garage and shot her point blank with a .22 caliber rifle. Trey then made his way through the Sessler home, killing his father and brother shortly after with a 9mm handgun. After slaughtering his family, Trey then wrote disturbing messages all over the walls and doors of the home. The assorted messages read, "I love my family. Why did I do this? I love my mom, dad, and brother. I will never forgive myself. I don't know why I did this. God, please help me." Before leaving the Sessler residence, Trey shot his already dead mother an additional 2 times. Then he got in a vehicle. The next order of business was to travel to nearby Waller High School and commit a mass shooting equipped with multiple firearms and over 100 rounds of ammunition. After arriving at the school, Trey waited in the parking lot for a moment, but apparently had second thoughts and made his way to a nearby friend's house. Police would eventually receive concerned calls from family friends of the Sesslers, prompting them to investigate the Sessler home. Authorities soon arrived at the residence and discovered the grisly scene. After the horrific findings, they immediately began searching for Trey, and it was at his friend's house where the Waller police caught up to the man. Mr. Anime would then be arrested for capital murder. After Trey's arrest, he was interrogated by detectives. He would coldly admit to the murder of his entire family and explained his plan in detail to police. According to Trey, he wanted to kill his family because he didn't want them to be ashamed after he executed his so-called master plan. That plan was to shoot up his local high school and kill over 70 students. He had hoped to become the deadliest mass shooter in history.
They were the first immediate human targets in my sight. And if I was going to go out and do anything, they would have to go. And I'm like, there's my opportunity. Go ahead, go get it. Right after I had killed the family, it was on my mind to do that.
Sessler had other things on his mind. A Columbine-style shooting at Waller High School.
Further investigation from authorities would reveal that Trey had become obsessed with the Columbine shooters and school shooters in general. It's also been reported that authorities would later search Trey's computer and found that the man had ranked several school shootings, logging his personal opinions on which ones he thought were the best and the worst. On Thursday, August 2nd of 2012, Trey Sessler would be sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty to all charges. Trey himself even reportedly urged the judge to revoke his right to parole because he feared he would be a threat to himself and others. Mr. Sessler, now 33 years old, resides at the Terrell Prison Facility in Texas and will remain in prison for the rest of his life. Nasim Ahgdam. Easily one of the most disturbing e-girl criminal stories is that of Nasim Ahgdam. Nasim was a YouTube content creator with a deep-seated hatred for the very platform that she produced videos on. Frustrated with her lack of growth on the site, she goes to YouTube directly to enact revenge. Nasim Ahgdam was born April 15th of 1979 in the country of Iran. In 1996, Nasim immigrated to the United States with her family as refugees. Once in America, Nasim would eventually move to San Diego, California. And Nasim would make headlines before her YouTube venture. At the age of 29, Nasim was featured in a San Diego Tribune article that was covering a protest held by animal rights activists. One of these activists was Nasim herself. Nasim was quoted in this article as saying, "For me, animal rights equal human rights." As years passed and the popularity of YouTube grew, Nasim saw the platform as a compelling way to get out her message and also to entertain folks with her dances and songs, which results in Nasim creating a channel featuring quite the bizarre plethora of content. She posted many videos on a multitude of subjects. Her channel showcased her performing art, discussing veganism, exercising, dancing, and more. Nasim, in her About section on YouTube, described herself as a vegan bodybuilder and animal rights activist, and an individual that promoted a healthy and humane lifestyle. While Nasim's channel wasn't very popular in the United States, she did actually find some success overseas in Iran. In fact, the woman was well known in Iranian social media circles under the username Nasim Sabs, which translates into Green Nasim. Thanks to her Iranian popularity, she garnered thousands of subscribers over numerous accounts. One of her YouTube channels had more than 11,000 subscribers and 4 million views collectively. An Instagram account created by Nasim boasted over 54,000 followers. However, despite all of these viewers, followers, and subscribers, Nasim was disgruntled at the fact that YouTube wasn't paying her out any ad revenue, apparently the company deeming her videos not suitable for advertisers. Posts from the time show Nasim complaining about what she perceived as YouTube filtering and shadow banning her content. One post from the woman says, "Be aware, dictatorship exists in all countries, but with different tactics. They only care for personal short-term profits and do anything to reach their goals, even by fooling simple-minded people, hiding the truth, manipulating science and everything, putting public, mental, and physical health at risk, abusing non-human animals, polluting environment, destroying family values, promoting materialism and sexual degeneration in the name of freedom, and turning people into programmed robots. Make the lie big, make it simple, keep saying it, and eventually they will believe it. Adolf Hitler. There is no free speech in real world, and you will be suppressed for telling the truth that is not supported by the system. Videos of targeted users are filtered and merely relegated so that people can hardly see their videos. There is no equal growth opportunity on YouTube or any other video sharing site. Your channel will grow if they want it to. YouTube filtered my channels to keep them from getting views." Another post from Nasim shows the woman venting about a video she thought was unfairly age restricted. This video got age restricted after new close-minded YouTube employees got control of my Farsi YouTube channel last year in 2016 and began filtering my videos to reduce views and suppress and discourage me from making videos. Here she can be seen complaining about how a video with 360,000 views only netted her 10 cents in ad revenue. Eventually, Nasim's protest against YouTube would take shape in the real world, with Nasim actually protesting in the streets against what she saw as YouTube's secret agenda to censor the internet. YouTube dictatorship, hidden policy, promotes stupidity, discrimination, and suppression of truth. Now, I'm sure many of you watching have seen a content creator or two complain about YouTube's policies. I mean, I've done it in the past myself. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist here to sort of come to the conclusion that something was off with Nasim, and future videos and posts created by Nasim would help exemplify this even further. In one video where Nasim discusses her history and experience with YouTube, she reveals that she didn't like living in America. Quote, "In Iran, they kill you with an axe, but in America, they kill you with cotton." Which is essentially her referring to an Iranian expression saying that she's dying a slow death. Nasim had become so obsessed over what she thought was YouTube conspiring to censor her that her family started taking note of her disturbed nature. And it would only be a matter of time before this deranged woman took up her frustrations with YouTube directly. It all begins on April 2nd of 2018 when Nasim had been reported missing by her family after not answering her phone for close to 2 days. Curiously, police would later find the woman in Mountain View, an area just 15 miles south of YouTube's offices in San Bruno.
Hi, are you Nasim? Hey, so you were reported as missing. Yeah, as missing from San Diego? Okay. You don't live with them anymore? Okay. Can I just ask, if you don't mind, why you left?
We don't get along together, so I left.
It appeared that Nasim had been living out of her car for those 48 hours. After discovering the missing woman, officers questioned her, asking the woman if she was suicidal or was on any sort of drugs. Questions to which Nasim responded no to.
Are you taking any type of medication at all? Are you supposed to take medication? Okay. You don't want to hurt yourself, do you? Oh, you don't want to hurt anybody else? You don't want to commit suicide or anything like that, right? Okay.
When police asked her if she had any plans on going home, she said no, and in fact stated that she ran away because she wanted to start her life anew away from her family.
Why Mountain View? I mean, I know it's a great city and everything, but...
One of my cousins lives around here.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to get out of South San Diego. I have memories. I don't want to have...
I gotcha.
Okay.
Something new.
Start fresh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no memories from past.
Ah, very good.
Since the woman was a grown adult, there was really nothing the police could do, and they just let her go on her way. After finding and talking to Nasim, police would call the family and tell them that she didn't want to come home, and this was not the answer the family wanted to hear. They were concerned that Nasim was about to do something rash, but police said that there was nothing they could do. Nasim wanted to be on her own, and that was that. But what we find is that police really should have taken heed of what Nasim's family had to say, because the next day, she went AWOL. The day following her being investigated by police, Nasim reportedly visited a gun range and practiced shooting firearms for a number of hours. And later in the afternoon of this day, at approximately 12:46 p.m., Nasim traveled to the nearby YouTube headquarters and entered the premises through an exterior parking garage. And she didn't come to YouTube to talk to higher-ups about monetization policy. She came to YouTube for revenge. From the garage, Nasim would walk to an outdoor patio that was filled with employees eating lunch. It's at this point where she pulls out a 9mm Smith & Wesson pistol and begins unloading rounds on these employees. Nasim's initial attack wounded 3 people. These individuals would be quickly escorted away to safety by others, and the facility was locked up in a matter of minutes, with Nasim having no way inside. And it's at this point that the woman turns the gun on herself and takes her own life. Thankfully, no one died in this attack. The victims that were injured included a 36-year-old man, a 32-year-old man, and a 27-year-old woman. All would make full recoveries. Within a matter of minutes of this shooting taking place, there were police helicopters on the scene, and it was a breaking news event. President Donald Trump would issue a tweet about the situation. Was just briefed on the shooting at YouTube's HQ in San Bruno. Our thoughts and prayers are with everybody involved. Thank you to our phenomenal law enforcement officers and first responders that are currently on the scene. Google CEO Sundar Pichai would tweet this out. There are no words to describe the tragedy that occurred today. Susan Wojcicki and I are focused on supporting our employees and the YouTube community through this difficult time together. Thank you to the police and first responders for their efforts, and to all the messages of support. Susan says, there are no words to describe how horrible it was to have an active shooter at YouTube today. Our deepest gratitude to law enforcement and first responders for their rapid response. Our hearts go out to all those injured and impacted today. We will come together to heal as a family. The family of the deranged shooter would also speak out. Her father says, quote, our family is in absolute shock and can't make sense of what happened yesterday. Although no words can describe our deep pain for this tragedy, our family would like to express their utmost regret and sorrow for what happened to innocent victims. An autopsy report for Nasim indicated that she had no drugs or alcohol in her system. It was an act committed out of pure hatred for YouTube. In the wake of this attempted murder spree, YouTube would terminate all of Nasim's channels. Her Instagram and Facebook accounts have also been removed since. The Wendy's Gator throwing incident. Many of you watching may be familiar with a mean-spirited prank that's often pulled on hapless fast food workers. That prank being fire in the hole. The act involves a delinquent fast food customer ordering a large soft drink at a drive-thru window only to then hurl the drink back at the restaurant worker, drenching the poor soul in the process. Sadly, fire in the hole has become a time-tested prank, popular for multiple generations of young people at this point. And unsurprisingly, dozens have actually been criminally prosecuted for performing this stunt. But of the many disturbing examples of fire in the hole being performed, no instance tops the time a live alligator was involved. The story begins in October of 2015 with 23-year-old Florida man Joshua James. Joshua James had been described as somewhat of an outdoorsman, a Florida redneck with a penchant for animal wrestling. Friends of the man say that Joshua recreationally caught snakes, lizards, and most importantly to this story, alligators. On one October day, Josh and a small group of associates managed to wrangle a gator, a young one approximately 3.5 feet in length. Initially aggressive and thrashing, the wild reptile would eventually become docile, likely exhausted from its fight with the Florida men. With a live gator now in their possession, the boys begin to ask themselves, what next? Fried gator? A new pet? Release the poor thing? None of the above. Joshua James and his friends, likely inspired by some of the viral fire in the hole videos on social media at the time, decided they'd put their own Florida spin on the already dangerous prank. They decided instead of throwing soda at a fast food employee, they would throw their live alligator into a drive-thru window. The story goes that Joshua and one of his gator wrangling accomplices would later pull up to the Wendy's drive-thru restaurant located in Royal Palm Beach, Florida. The men ordered a drink and then drove up to the drive-thru window to meet the unfortunate soul on the receiving end of their devious stunt. During the drive-thru interaction, the worker turned their back to the group, and seeing their opportunity, Josh pulled the gator from the back seat of his truck and hurled the tormented reptile through the drive-thru window. The startled beast hissed as it landed inside Wendy's, sending workers into a panic. The cashier was so terrified by the presence of the alligator, she jumped out of the drive-thru window as Josh sped away in his truck. The gator-tossing gang likely feeling that they'd committed the greatest act of fire in the hole in history. And while this may be true, the act would come with consequences, as not only did Josh and his friends harm the gator by throwing it, they petrified everybody inside of the Wendy's restaurant. Wendy's management would notify authorities over the gator inside of their facility. It was later captured and released back into the wild by Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation officers. They traced the soft drink purchased at the time of the gator throwing back to Joshua James. After a thorough investigation, the man was arrested several months later. He was taken into custody where he would confess to being the Wendy's gator thrower. As a result of his alligator antics, Joshua was facing some pretty serious charges. The most remarkable of these charges being aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with the intent to do less than murder and unlawful possession of a gator. After being arrested and charged, the man posted bail and was released from jail. Shortly after getting out, Joshua was approached by a group of journalists and he agreed to do an ad hoc interview with them. And the man was rather candid in the interview, saying that he didn't mean any harm by his stunt, he just wanted to do something funny, and he also claims that he had a friend that worked at the Wendy's, so he thought it wouldn't be that big of a deal if he threw the gator in there. Well, you were wrong about that, pal.
So the person you threw it at was your friend or no?
No, it was a different person, but I'm sure he's working there at the time and got a chance to see it. So.
Do you have anything to say to the people at Wendy's?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry for what I did. I mean, just being stupid, not thinking, and obviously I found out what the consequences were, and I gotta pay for them, so.
And so you never meant to harm anybody, you're saying?
No, absolutely not. I never meant for anybody to get hurt or anything like that, it was a good laugh kind of thing, yeah.
In May of 2016, Joshua would plead guilty to his charges, which had been slightly softened. These charges included misdemeanor assault and unlawful possession of a gator. The man was given 12 months of probation and compelled to complete 75 hours of community service, and he had to pay a fine and court costs of $1,200. A Florida wildlife worker commented on the judge's sentencing. He may have thought this was something funny he was doing, but I've been bitten by alligators. I've seen what alligators can do, and I think that's probably something the judge took a look at. The gator tosser's disregard for public safety landed him a criminal record. This streamer arrest involves a self-described incel who would do just about anything to entertain his degenerate fan base. This is the Smooth Sanchez story. Born in 2001 and residing in Manhattan, New York City, Malik Sanchez gained a cult following in the edgy IRL streaming community. 18-year-old Malik went by the streamer name Smooth Sanchez and began to broadcast his antics roaming around New York City while harassing residents and getting into trouble in the process.
Could you answer me that question? Why am I the only one getting things done around here? Look, NPCs, you don't even want to acknowledge my question? Baby, baby, make eye contact with me. Eye contact? Eye contact?
Get out of my face. I'm sorry. This is like...
Can I get your number? No, you should get a life. Maybe you should go back to the state that you came from. Your parents did a failure job with you. They did a failure job. You're a disgrace.
Smooth Sanchez was a boisterous, loudmouth New Yorker who pushed and went beyond every line imaginable in his streams, being encouraged to do so by his ravenous viewer base that would donate for him to do ridiculous stunts.
I gotta time this right, guys.
Day in and day out, Sanchez essentially humiliated himself and put himself in danger for money. Which of course leads us to the day that Malik's boneheaded live-streamed behavior got him arrested by the New York City police. One day in October of 2020, Malik was streaming in Queens, New York City when at around 4:45 p.m. he began to illegally climb up the nearly 350-foot tall Queensboro Bridge. Malik's self-stated goal for wanting to climb the bridge was so that he could be deemed the King of New York. During the incel's ascension up this bridge, chatters donated to his text-to-speech, causing racist messages to play from his speaker while he scaled up further. Malik Sanchez's live-streamed climb would begin to go viral on social media, causing more people to flock into the stream and witness this 2-bit daredevil risk his life for a handful of YouTube super chats.
John Tip $13.30.
Thank you so much for the interaction. At least you know who the King of New York is. Shit. Many of these fools don't recognize. Undisputed King of IRL. What can I say, man? What can I say? This has been the time of my life. We have to cross this. I could fall right through these gaps, but we have to cross this to get up there to the top. Let's do it.
As you can see on the footage here, Sanchez had scaled up almost the entire bridge and was hundreds of feet up in the air. Falling from this height would almost certainly result in death, even if you landed in the river. A crowd of concerned citizens had formed beneath Malik and pled with him, trying to get him to come down. New York police officers arrived and made their way upwards towards Sanchez, risking their own lives to retrieve this reckless teenager who was putting himself in extreme danger for internet clout. As police began to close in on his bridge position, Malik Sanchez knew that he was about to get busted, and while live, he requested that his mother access the donations that he had been receiving through PayPal and use that to get him out of jail.
Oh, Mom, if anybody in my family is watching this, access all this donations through my PayPal. If I do get arrested, you know, access this and get the king back out in New York, please.
Officers would reach and detain Mr. Sanchez and pull him down off the bridge unharmed. He was charged with reckless endangerment, unlawful possession of a noxious substance related to the pepper spray, and criminal trespassing. He was also taken to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. The man would later be bailed out. Now you think old Malik, Smooth Sanchez, he would have learned his lesson after something like this. But no, unfortunately, this is only the beginning of his degenerate bullshit. However, nothing lasts forever, and eventually Sanchez would get got for good. In February of 2021, Malik live-streamed himself at an outdoor seating area of a restaurant in New York's Flatiron District. And here, he would begin to publicly start yelling out terroristic threats.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Bomb detonation in two minutes. I take you with me and I kill all you. I all you right now, and I all you for Allah. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for Allah. I'm going to do it for Allah.
After yelling this at two women that were at the restaurant, Sanchez fled the area and went about his normal sort of trolling antics. And he didn't face any immediate punishment the day of making these comments. However, apparently sometime later, the feds found this footage and didn't take his threats lightly. Months later, in April of 2021, Malik Sanchez was arrested and charged by federal authorities for perpetrating a hoax bomb threat. Apparently, a number of his videos were reviewed by the FBI, and the man was arrested in the process. After being detained, prosecutors argued that Sanchez should be held without bail due to his proclivity for creating dangerous IRL live streaming content. There was also concern after police had searched Malik and allegedly found 5 magazines fitting a Glock pistol. Taking recommendations from the prosecutor, the judge agreed to hold Sanchez without bail. In November of 2021, Malik Sanchez pled guilty to 1 count of converting false and misleading information in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1038, which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. Malik's sentencing was in April of 2022. During the hearing, he apologized to the women he had threatened and said that his behavior was that of, quote, an immature and reckless child. Due to good behavior and acquiring his high school diploma since committing the crime, Malik managed to avoid jail time and was ultimately sentenced to serve 3 years of supervised release. And it appears as if Malik has learned his lesson after being wrapped up with the feds, as he hasn't been live since. The Madden tournament shooter. A pro gamer could be described as a mental athlete of sorts, and whoever outplays the competition and wins on the big stage takes home not only the cash prize, but all of the pride and bragging rights that comes along with that. And the losers leave dejected and humiliated. Beef is common in esports, with heated exchanges between rivals seen both online and offline. It's extremely uncommon for a gaming feud to turn violent, and even more rare for one to turn deadly. Which brings us to the story of Madden player David Katz. At the time of this story taking place, David Katz was a 24-year-old man from Baltimore, Maryland. Katz could be described as a troubled individual from a well-off family. David's father was a career engineer for NASA, and his mother was a state toxicologist. This family was said to have had a drawn-out and traumatic divorce that deeply affected David. As a young adult and adolescent, David had been hospitalized on numerous occasions related to mental illness. The young man apparently suffering from frequent psychotic bouts. David was prescribed the medication Risperdal at a young age that helped curb some of his symptoms, but lapses would still occur. Documents from the Katz family divorce also speak on the young man's mental health struggles. These papers claim that David was being treated for schizophrenia and that David would, quote, go days without bathing, play games until 4 a.m. on school nights, and would walk around the house in circles. Documentation also says that David Katz once punched a hole in his mother's door when his game controller was taken by her. He also frequently threw tantrums that ended in him curling up into a ball and crying. David struggled with mental health throughout his formative years, and only one thing really brought the young man joy, that being Madden. As a child and teenager, David found refuge in the Madden video game franchise, playing these games religiously hours upon hours a day. In the Madden community, David would become a feared competitor, and was known throughout the community by his various gamer tags, including Ravens Champ, Bread, and Texas Have a Heart Attack. David would eventually begin entering Madden tournaments and found success in 2017 when he won the Madden 2017 championship. An excerpt written about this event describes David's apparently clutch victory in what some are calling the most exciting moment in all of the 2017 NFL Club Series championships. David Bread Katz won with a walk-off victory by completing an unbelievable pass as time expired to be crowned Buffalo Bills champion. The crowd at 716 Food and Sports in Buffalo, New York was amazed with the clutch execution in the fourth quarter.
17 players would like to go for it. I'm about winning. By any means necessary. And he's
Go!
Brandon Cooks, he's got the speed. Does he have enough juice? Last play of the game. Oh my goodness! Touchdown, the young man from Columbia, Maryland. The last play of the game, and he gets it done. It's a touchdown. Alone.
And while many competitive gamers celebrate their victories with a ridiculous pop-off of sorts, David was always said to have been rather stoic after securing the dub. Esports commentators have described David as not showing emotion when he plays, and one has been quoted saying, "To even get him to open up and talk to you about anything, it's like pulling teeth."
He came in as a 7 seed and he just knocked off the 2 seed, and he did pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I don't think of myself as a 7 seed. I think personally I'm one of the better players, and I like to let my game prove that.
As David became more proficient at Madden, he would tour around the country and enter various Madden tournaments in the hopes of getting some cash prizes. And for the narrative of this story, none of those tournaments are important. But day 2 of a 2018 Jacksonville, Florida tournament is critical. The date was August 26th of 2018, day 2 of competition for the local Madden NFL 19 qualifier event. The day begins with 30 or so gamers hunched in front of TV and computer screens, donning headsets and preparing to eliminate one another in a tournament where the winner takes all. A $5,000 cash prize as well as a shot at entering the marquee event in Las Vegas, Nevada. And the prize for that marquee event was $125,000. These Madden qualifier events attracted some of the highest level Madden players from the country, and thousands were watching this live on Twitch. The venue hosting this event was the Good Luck Have Fun Game Bar. And as the day's Madden matches commenced, let's just say David wasn't playing his best. It's been reported that David had been acting strangely all day, even more so than his normal impassive self. During the event, one player that had beaten David said that Katz refused to shake his hand after a loss. Quote, "I went to shake his hand and tell him good game, and he just looked at me and didn't say anything." Additional concerning behavior from David was witnessed after losing against another player named Bugs. And this loss would knock David out of the tournament, and needless to say, he didn't handle it well. He reportedly had an outburst, wouldn't shake Bugs' hand, and stormed off angrily. Most likely thought that after storming off, David had packed his bags and went home, but in all reality, he had gone to pick up some guns. David would return to the tournament floor with 2 loaded handguns, one of which had a laser sight. At 1:30 p.m., 2 hours into the tournament, David Katz re-entered the venue and rained down 12 shots upon the establishment, sending a foray of bullets towards competitors and spectators. David's first shot was actually caught on live stream, with the red dot from David's laser sight being seen pointed at the chest of 22-year-old gamer Elijah Clayton. Gunshots and screams echoed throughout the venue, with everyone in attendance making a mad dash for survival.
A live stream from the tournament captured audio of the chaos that followed.
Oh, what are you shooting with?
Tables were flipped as contestants hid from David as the shots rang out throughout the rooms. Some of those who made it to cover would make frantic calls to 911, prompting a police and SWAT response to the ongoing active shooter situation. Sheriff deputies arrived to the Madden tournament around 1:36 p.m. What followed was a standoff of sorts, with some people who had actually escaped the event live tweeting the situation on Twitter. "I got out. Police escorted me. I'm done going to any Madden events, not EA majors with security." Eventually, gunfire from inside the venue would stop. That being because David had taken himself out. Officers and firefighters would then begin a methodical scan of the building for victims, and they would soon discover the bodies of the deceased. Those individuals being 27-year-old Taylor Robertson, 22-year-old Eli Clayton, and David Katz himself. Authorities would go on to discover another 11 wounded individuals, who would all survive. One of these survivors had actually been shot in the chest, but luckily was stabilized due to the fast response time from authorities, EMTs, and fire departments. The sheriff's department held a press conference and gave updates on what had happened. Later that evening, family members of the surviving victims tweeted out updates to show that the survivors were in stable condition. EA Sports would put out the following statement in regard to the shooting. "The tragic situation that occurred Sunday in Jacksonville was a senseless act of violence that we strongly condemn. Our most heartfelt sympathies go out to the families of the victims whose lives were taken today and those who were injured. All of us at Electronic Arts are devastated by this horrific event, and we also join the community in thanking the first responders who were quickly on the scene. Our focus right now is on those affected and supporting law enforcement as they continue their investigations into this crime." This became an international news story, and the country came together to support those who had been involved in this shooting event. In one interview, a man who was present at the shooting itself, Toshiba Sharon, would say that he wanted the families of Eli and Taylor, the deceased victims, to know that they didn't die alone, and that they died with family. That family being the Madden community itself.
I just wanted to pay my respects to the family and just let them know that their family member didn't die alone. They died with family. And they died with a brotherhood that loved them, and they died doing something that they love to do.
Taylor Robertson was a successful Madden player in his own right, winning 13 of his prior 18 matches and had career winnings of over $80,000. Eli Clayton was an up-and-comer in the Madden scene. This young man was a former high school football player and had won Madden tournaments. He was passionate about football in real life and in the gaming world as well. Rest in peace to these victims. It's been some time since this shooting had taken place, and the biggest question surrounding all of it was, why did David perpetrate an act like this? There is an obvious explanation for it, being that David comes from a troubled background, has a mental health history, and that combined with competitive gaming just resulted in a psychotic break. But there are also alternative narratives out there that try to explain why he did this. Mutual acquaintances of David Katz, who have remained anonymous, claim that David and one of the shooting victims, Elijah Clayton, the man who was seen with the laser sight pointed at his chest, had a long-standing underlying gaming beef. In addition to the clear friction between David Katz and Elijah Clayton, it also seems that David specifically targeted other Madden players in his attack. Both of the deceased attendees were players and competitors, and a number of those wounded were as well. I think it would be reasonable to say that David's attack could have been motivated by revenge, with the twisted man wanting to hurt the gamers that knocked him out of the tournament. Needless to say, David Katz was an emotionally unstable individual and apparently was willing to kill to settle minor scores. On October of 2019, Jacksonville Landing, the greater location of where the shooting took place, was completely demolished. While the venue may be gone, its destruction won't erase the memory of what happened the morning of August 26th of 2018. That was the David Katz story. Our next story details the horrifying case of the Flomo Clown, a 2016 incident involving a self-described killer clown threatening a school of children. Before we deeply get into the Flomo Clown, I'd like to first give a dash of context on the whole killer clown epidemic that we saw in 2016. As the fear that these clown sightings caused, well, that fear was very real and caused somewhat of a panic amongst the public, and it was something that law enforcement was taking very seriously from day one.
Creepy clowns staring at a local family as they eat dinner in their home. Just the latest in a rash of sightings from the South Bay to the North County. 10 News reporter Emily Thode is live in Imperial Beach.
The 2016 creepy clown wave really all started with this image of what would become known as Gags the Clown, spotted in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Taken in the early summer, his presence prompted numerous 911 calls and the image went viral on social media, in a way inviting copycats who wanted attention. After Gags went viral, suddenly menacing-looking clowns began popping up across the United States, especially in the South. While definitely creepy, almost all of these clowns were harmless trend followers just looking to freak people out and maybe get a drop of some viral clout.
This is an absolute nightmare.
We've been doing this for 3 days.
Welcome to the Cali Killer Clown Lair. It's actually an attic.
You're scaring people. Not so much as scaring people, but we're walking around taking pictures, and if they happen to see us and get scared, then there's nothing we can do about that.
But there were a handful of disturbing reports that really blurred the lines of exactly what this whole clown thing was, and raised concern that there might be some danger associated with this phenomenon. Just check out some of these reports. In late August, South Carolina police warned the public of reports that a group of men dressed in clown attire and makeup were attempting to lure children into the woods of a suburban area. The following month, the clown was reported to have repeatedly stalked children at a Pottsville, Pennsylvania playground. And another clown in Georgia reportedly chased a 12-year-old boy and his brother as they were waiting for the school bus to arrive. With the actions of these particular clowns in mind, it becomes clear that some were taking this act or prank a little bit too far, and you may have actually had some legit degenerate weirdos like participating in horror fantasies out here. Like this was something that they were getting off to, scaring children. I don't know. As the onslaught of clowns escalated late in the summer, so did their influence on social media. As mentioned briefly in the video's introduction, there were many who created clown alter egos on sites like Facebook. These clowns would often post disturbing photos and make threats to the public within these pages, creating a bizarre horror in the cyber landscape as well as the real world. Which of course brings us to the Flomo Clown Facebook page. So what exactly is Flomo Clown and why the name Flomo? Well, the name of the town that the Flomo page targeted was Flomaton, Alabama, a small tight-knit community located near the Florida state border. In early summer of 2016, the Flomo Clown Facebook page was created and quickly started getting attention in Facebook's sharing algorithm thanks to the shocking content that it posted. The page featured what appeared to be several different clowns who collectively were known as the Flomo Clowns. Its bio sets the tone of the whole operation. I kill people for a living.
Disturbing images on a Facebook page belonging to someone calling themselves Flomo Clown.
Looking further into this page, you can see that whoever was behind it embraced one of the worst parts of the 2016 killer clown epidemic, you know, the harassment of children. Who's in Flomaton? Guns and knife emojis. I love kids. As intrigue in this page grew around Flomaton, many school-age students in the area would actually follow the Flomo Clown out of morbid curiosity, resulting in the clown allegedly sending threats of physical violence to the children who followed. Which is sick if true and would scare the absolute shit out of me if I was a middle schooler. The Flomo Clown degeneracy would persist on for weeks, but eventually toying with kids and Flomaton residents on Facebook would eventually come to bite the Flomo Clowns in the ass.
This disturbing image was posted on a Facebook page called Flomo Clown, along with messages telling school students, "We want to play, see you at school, and it's going down tonight." It's the latest in a spate of incidents across America in which creepy clowns are terrifying whole communities. What is it about?
On the morning of September 15th, a concerned parent whose child felt threatened by the Flomo Clowns traveled to the local police station and provided the police with the Facebook messages you just heard in that report. Police took a particular interest in these veiled threats that the Flomo Clown was making against the schools of the area, and needless to say, they were taking these threats very seriously. Police also say they received additional reports of a threatening phone call that was made to a local elementary school. And with these pieces of information in mind, combined with the backdrop of clown fear sweeping the nation, the cops weren't taking any chances. And as a result of the Flomo posts, on September 15th, almost all schools in Escambia County, Alabama were put into lockdown, and the community was in full Flomo frenzy.
Now, a News 5 community alert. Creepy clown sightings in the South and threats of violence in Alabama forced several local schools into lockdown today.
These people are going around trying to kill kids, and that's not going to happen in the South.
This individual had sent some threatening messages with some emojis with guns and things of that nature.
And all 3 Flomaton schools were placed on lockdown, while police made sure everyone was safe.
I'm waiting on Flomo to step on my grass. I'm gonna put some in the butt.
Police were working hard to unmask the Flomo Clown and stop this online nonsense once and for all. The FBI was brought on board to help unmask the Flomo Clown. IP addresses were recovered, and within 24 hours, 4 suspects were named and reportedly had pending charges because of the threats posted to the Flomo Clown Facebook page. 3 of these suspects were minors, but 1 was an adult, and her name was Michaela Smith. Smith was implicated as one of the people behind the threats posted to the Flomo Clown page. It's not exactly known what she specifically said, but she was allegedly involved with the page's operation. I have a suspicion that this image that was reported to be on the Flomo Clown page is actually Michaela Smith wearing makeup. Could be wrong though. Who knows if Michaela Smith actually co-signed or agreed with the threats posted on the page, or if it was a prank or not. Engaging in stuff like this on social media is a one-way ticket to the feds, bro. Now, with Michaela Smith being the only adult in this case, she would be getting the harshest punishment. Smith would end up pleading guilty to 1 count of making terroristic threats and was initially given the maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. However, fortunately for her, this weighty sentence would be suspended, and Smith walked away from the Flomo Clown situation with a sentence of 5 years probation. As part of the probation terms, it's been reported that Smith was forbidden to create any kind of social media account, and if she did create one during this 5-year probation term, she could be subject to that 10-year sentence. The Flomo Clown case was notable because it was really the first time that someone actually faced criminal charges for engaging in this threatening clown activity. It sent a message to the world that this creepy clown bullshit was no longer going to be tolerated. Sure, it started off as spooky, harmless fun, but as clowns started to go viral, you started seeing other clowns doing crazier shit to up the last one, to the point where they're making threats against schools. After the arrest of the Flomo group, authorities cracked down hard across the country and other arrests of clown cells followed suit. And by the end of fall, the clowns seemingly vanished, dissuaded by the potential of legal punishment and also the trend simply falling out of vogue like many of the participatory internet fads that we've seen come and go. For most of us, the summer of 2016 clown invasion was just one of the many wacky happenings of 2016. But for the select few who dove too deep into the killer clown rabbit hole, it was a time when they made one of the biggest mistakes of their lives. Patrick Machoni, the YouTube Stalker. This story involves a disturbed stalker who used both Facebook and YouTube to harass a woman named Kristen Pratt. This man's YouTube stalking behavior would become so destructive that it would ultimately land him in prison. This is the story of Patrick Machoni. Patrick Machoni and his eventual victim, Kristen Pratt, first began interacting in 2008 after Kristen had responded to a random friend request sent by the man. At the time, Kristen was attending the University of Central Florida, and Patrick messaged her claiming that he had once taken a class together with her at college. While Kristen didn't remember Patrick, she did go back and forth with him for a couple of messages, even later citing that Patrick seemed like a pretty nice guy in these initial interactions. But additional messages began flooding in from Patrick.
Email me today. It's up to you now. Save your own life.
And it wouldn't take long for the truly depraved nature of this individual to become apparent. Patrick Machoni was an aggressive stalker who used Facebook and YouTube to perpetrate harassment, and Kristen Pratt of Florida was both his obsession and victim. Despite Kristen not wanting much of an interaction beyond that first back and forth about them apparently being classmates, Patrick continued to incessantly message her. The man made obvious romantic advances towards the woman that she would ignore, and after being ignored, he would grow extremely aggressive. While most would move on after rejection, Patrick was a mentally unstable individual that became fixated on any woman that showed him attention. And Kristen responding to his initial message was enough for him to think that he had a chance with this girl. Disturbing messages quickly evolved into full-on harassment videos being sent to Kristen. Patrick would send these threatening video messages via YouTube.
You don't want me for a life, Kristen Pratt? That's a very, very unwise decision. Don't make me do something stupid. You're still playing games. All I'm asking, so let me over one night. You can't keep ignoring me. You can't.
In addition to these videos, Patrick would incessantly call this woman, upwards of 20 times a day. Patrick had become obsessed with a delusional idea that he could perhaps win this woman over and they could move away and live on some remote piece of land and start a family together. When in all reality, Kristen hadn't reciprocated any messages with this guy outside of like the first 3 minutes of them talking back and forth on Facebook when he asked if they took a class together. And this stalking had gone on for months and eventually would evolve into over a year. Patrick would frequently get sexual in his harassment, making it clear that he wanted to see her naked, and once stated that if he saw her naked, it would help him stop thinking about death.
I don't know if I can get vulgar here, but he wanted to just have me stand there naked, and that would be the best thing that he could think of. It would keep him from thinking about death for at least 6 hours.
YouTube messages sent from Patrick at the time showcased the man's depravity. Sorry, Kristen, I've done too much. I try harder than the other guys. I want to tie your wrists together, strip you naked, secure your arms above your head, blindfold you. The man would even send veiled threats on Twitter. Quote, "It's up to you now to save your life. I have no option." As these messages began escalating to near constant threats, she would reach out to authorities hoping someone could intervene in this matter. However, initially, police provided little assistance, stating that because Patrick hadn't gone after her physically or showed up to her workplace or residence, that he posed no imminent threat. With no intervention from law enforcement, the cyber stalking intensified, as Patrick continued to send YouTube videos to Kristen in which he would describe his sick and twisted fantasies.
Quit wasting my time. Look me in the eye and talk to me like a person. Anyone who stands in my way will be guilty of treason.
And eventually his harassment would get physical, with the man showing up at her work. At one point, Patrick would videotape himself in front of Kristen's workplace and even briefly chased her car on camera, the woman not even realizing the person filming was Patrick. She would later be made aware of this video, and in light of this disturbing breach of privacy, Kristen was finally able to get the attention of authorities and was granted an injunction by the courts against Patrick. This injunction essentially a restraining order commanding the man to stop contacting her. However, unsurprisingly, this threat of legal punishment didn't stop Patrick's unwanted advances. He fully ignored the court injunction. Patrick had grown convinced that being with Kristen was his fate, and he used this delusional belief to personally justify breaking the legal barriers that Kristen had tried to set up to avoid him. He refused to be ignored and continued to show up to her workplace. The man escalated things further, showing up to her college campus as well. Kristen was so desperate to get away from Patrick that she would frequently change her appearance so as to not be recognized by him. It seemed as if nothing would stop him, but eventually Kristen would catch a break. This break coming when a police officer caught Patrick stalking her red-handed. This officer stopped and searched Patrick after the man was behaving suspiciously. While searching Patrick's backpack, the officer was likely expecting to find some sort of paraphernalia or stolen goods, but instead he found pornography, condoms, and a video camcorder. Further inspection of this camcorder revealed some of the horrific stalking videos that Patrick had been creating and sending to Kristen.
Please just listen to me and let me be nice. We need to talk face to face!
The camera also contained newer unreleased videos that had been recorded outside of Kristen's workplace. These videos concerned the officer, who then looked up Patrick's name in state databases. When the officer searched Patrick's records, he discovered that the man had been served injunctions and had police reports associated with his name related to stalking Kristen. This officer was convinced that if something wasn't done immediately about Patrick's stalking behavior, he was going to hurt Kristen. So the policeman would present his findings to the state attorney, who would then work on getting a warrant for the man's arrest on account of his stalking behavior and violations of his previous injunctions. Finally, Patrick Mashoni, who was 24 years old at the time, was eventually arrested in 2011 for his harassment of Kristen Pratt. During court, Kristen testified against her harasser, confronting her cyber stalker face to face, testifying to the court that in her view, Patrick was an unrelenting psychopath who wouldn't stop unless he was locked up.
I was always nervous and frightened that at any moment I could walk out of a building and nobody would ever see me again.
I know what's gonna happen. He will kill her.
Patrick's defense argued that the man was overcome with mental illness during his stalking spree and blamed his actions on untreated psychiatric issues. Patrick himself would address the court and apologize for his behavior, claiming that he didn't remember making many of the disturbing communications issued to his victim.
I want to apologize to her, definitely for scaring her. I honestly don't even remember.
The man would later be found guilty. State prosecutors were seeking a 15-year sentence, arguing that Patrick was a danger to society and it would be a benefit to the public if the man was locked up for as long as possible. However, the state was only able to get a fraction of the time they requested. In 2012, Patrick Mashoni was eventually sentenced to serve 4 years in prison after being convicted and found guilty of cyberstalking. His lesser sentence resulting from him taking a plea deal. Patrick would spend a total of 2 years in prison and was released early in 2013 due to time served. As a part of his sentencing, Patrick was reportedly given probation that banned him from using the internet, and he was prohibited from ever contacting Kristen Pratt again. It appears this punishment has kept Patrick from stalking other victims online. As for Kristen, she has spoken out on many occasions regarding Patrick's harassment, her story being a testament to just how destructive online stalkers can be to one's life. That was the story of Patrick Mashoni. Infamous criminal troll European 88. There was a point in time where Joshua Ryan Goldberg was one of the most wanted men on the internet. A self-styled internet troll, racist, religious extremist, and cyber terrorist, this man, using Twitter, Reddit, and a network of online aliases, spread hate, bigotry, and misinformation across the internet. Joshua's online hate campaigns eventually evolved into real-world encouragements of violence, which would lead to this guy getting locked up in prison. This is the story of Josh Goldberg, aka European 88. Joshua Goldberg, 20 years old at the time of this story, could be described as a terminally online loser in the most strict sense of the phrase. The man lived with his parents in Orange Park, Florida, and was said to have spent close to 20 hours a day stirring up trouble on the internet. His online activity dedicated almost entirely to trolling and spreading hatred. Josh had a network of sock accounts that he used to push destructive ideologies. His Twitter account, Australia Witness, was dedicated to promoting ISIS and jihadi Islam. This account claimed to be an Islamic extremist from Australia and is notable for echoing extremist calls for a terrorist attack to take place at a Texas convention center that was hosting a Draw Prophet Muhammad contest on May 3rd of 2015. And anybody that's familiar with that old South Park episode knows the implications of drawing the Prophet Muhammad. On the day of the contest, 2 shooters thought to be jihadi terrorists actually attacked the event, resulting in a security guard getting shot and the 2 attackers being killed by police. In the wake of the shooting, Joshua on the Australia Witness account would praise those involved for their violent attempt at sabotaging the event. Quote, "This is a war that will be won through the power of social media. I support what our Mujahideen did in Texas, but I take no responsibility for it. Allah commanded them to attack, not me. May Allah reward the Garland Mujahideen with a seat right next to the Prophet." Joshua would use this Australia Witness account to call for jihadi bombings at a variety of locations worldwide, and also allegedly disseminated guides detailing how one could make improvised explosive devices on this account. Outside of his Twitter presence, Joshua maintained a plethora of Reddit sock accounts that he used to spread hateful ideologies. One such account was known as European 88. Taking a detour from his jihadi persona, European 88's posting activity was almost entirely dedicated to posting white supremacist propaganda. Under this account, Josh would frequently contribute to some of Reddit's most controversial subreddits, the most notorious of which was r/Coontown, a racist subreddit that promoted violence against black people. One controversial subreddit moderated by European 88 was the Eric Garner subreddit. The page intended to mock the at-the-time recent death of Garner, who had been killed after being detained by police for selling cigarettes on a street corner. Almost every single thread posted by European contained some sort of vulgarity or racial slur. Among other things, Josh was notable for promoting a subreddit known as the Philosophy of Rape, a subreddit that advocated for corrective sexual assault against, quote, whores and feminazis. Yeah, we're dealing with a real degenerate piece of shit here, a guy that's spreading hate and vitriol of the highest degree practically everywhere he went on the internet. It would only be a matter of time before the feds caught up to this guy. Due to the threats issued by the Australia Witness account, an investigation by the Australian Federal Police was opened. This investigation led to authorities discovering the true identity of the poster after Josh leaked identifying information about his true identity to an informant who was working for the feds. This informant was reportedly communicating with the Australia Witness account under the guise of them being a terrorist. According to FBI documents, Josh would reveal to this informant that he was seeking out potential agents to perpetrate a jihadi attack at a 9/11 memorial event in Kansas City, Missouri. He even gave instructions to the informant on how to make bombs out of pressure cookers and ways to enhance an explosive's lethality. It goes without saying, after telling all of this to a federal informant, getting locked up was in his near future. On September 9th of 2015, Joshua Goldberg was arrested after his parents' home was raided by the FBI. After being arrested, the man displayed erratic behavior and had to go under a 30-day mental health evaluation to see if he was even able to stand trial. Psychologists eventually ruled Goldberg mentally incompetent to stand trial, and he had to undergo professional psychiatric treatment for 4 months before facing a judge.
On at 5:30, a federal judge has unsealed the mental evaluation of the Orange Park man accused of sending bomb-making plans to an FBI informant.
According to this report, she noticed that he functioned poorly and had to be placed placed on suicide watch. She said he was guarded and evasive. He had mood swings during this evaluation, and she called his thought process remarkable for his grandiosity and paranoid delusions, including delusions of being persecuted.
Goldberg's lawyer later said that the man suffered from Asperger's and autism, and Josh was known to have a schizophrenia diagnosis on his record. Eventually, the man would be deemed competent to stand trial, and on December 20th of 2017, Joshua Goldberg would plead guilty to attempted malicious damage and destruction by an explosive of a building. He was sentenced to serve 10 years in federal prison, to be followed by a lifetime of supervised release. Laughing Jack, a creepypasta killing. While many creepypasta-influenced crimes have been inspired by the story of Slender Man, there is one creepypasta killing that's often overlooked and, in my view, might be the most disturbing of them all. It's the child killer inspired by Laughing Jack. The legend of Laughing Jack is a creepypasta tale almost as old as the art form itself. A dark clown with sinister intent, Jack is said to approach children in an ethereal state, masquerading as what some might describe as an imaginary friend. Once the child trusts this insidious being, that's when it strikes, unleashing psychological horrors and eventually physically manifesting and murdering its child victim. The original Laughing Jack stories were written by a DeviantArt user known as Snuffbomb. The story was published to the site on March 3rd of 2013. In the story, Jack is described as, quote, a clown with long hair, a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with stripy socks, and he always smiles. Snuffbomb would also go on to upload various cosplay photos and art of the newly created character, which helped showcase the vision that he had for the creepypasta creature. The Laughing Jack story would become a creepypasta hit, so popular that Snuff would go on to write a prequel expounding on the origins of the character. These stories describe Jack's origins as being that of a Victorian-era Jack-in-the-Box toy that possessed supernatural powers. While initially a benevolent entity, Jack would become cursed after its first human-child companion grew up to become a vicious serial killer. Apparently doomed to emulate the behavior of its owners, Jack would then undergo a harrowing transformation, becoming the malevolent Laughing Jack, and commit killings of its own, the seemingly immortal being hunting children to this very day. It's a simplistic, almost tropish horror tale that we've heard variations of throughout the years. I mean, the It influence is all over the place here. But Laughing Jack would resonate with an entirely new generation of horror fans. Similar to how supernatural movie killers like Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees captured the imagination of youths in the 80s, early 2010s online creepypastas like Laughing Jack were terrifying millennials and Gen Zers around the world. It was a darkly magical moment in internet culture, and some got whipped up into a frenzy. Sadly, for younger folks, it was often difficult for them to differentiate fact and fiction, and this becomes problematic when creepypastas are intentionally written in a way that makes them seem real. And when a young child genuinely believes that a supernatural being is out to kill them, well, nothing good comes out of that. Which brings us to the tragic killing of Maria Torres. This is Maria Torres. At the time of this story taking place in 2015, Maria was a 50-year-old woman from Elkhart, Indiana. Maria spent much of her time raising her 12-year-old stepdaughter, who we'll refer to as JT. They, together with father Edwin Torres, lived in a small apartment building in Elkhart. The family didn't have much in terms of financial resources, and it's been said that raising JT was quite the struggle. JT reportedly experienced a traumatic and abusive early childhood and suffered from PTSD and emotional issues. These problems manifested themselves in bouts of extreme fear, paranoia, and difficulty socializing. Maria's stepdaughter's mental issues would only be exacerbated after she got heavily involved into online creepypasta communities. Online, JT would become immersed within the world of creepypasta lore and spent much of her free time consuming stories and online urban legends about mysterious creatures and supernatural killers. One story that JT particularly became obsessed with was the tale of Laughing Jack. JT was enthralled by the myth, disturbed yet intrigued by the story's implications locations and titular character, the young girl began to believe that the monster described in the online story may have in fact been real. While Laughing Jack is first and foremost a killer, the character has often been described in writings as charismatic, charming, and quick-witted. And JT was said to have been somewhat attracted to this being's devious combination of traits. Fully immersed into the gruesome world of Laughing Jack, in some way you could say that JT was possessed by the creature, or at least convinced herself that she was. Reports say that around this time, the 12-year-old claimed to have been hearing voices from the cackling clown. It's alleged that on one occasion, the delusional child begged her father to help her stop these voices, but the man apparently had no solution. With this girl apparently living in a fantasy creepypasta world and hearing voices urging her to kill, it was only a matter of time before the impressionable 12-year-old would make an ill-advised decision. Heavily under the influence of the creepypasta, the mentally unwell girl eventually began plotting to murder her own family to appease these voices. In preparation for this heinous deed, she reportedly searched online how to hide from the police, make poison, sharpen knives, and how to hide in the woods. She would also reportedly watch a video of a stabbing and would frequently listen to Pop Goes the Weasel, the song that the souls of Jack's murdered victims are subjected to hearing on repeat in a hellish afterlife. And then the night of her heinous deed would come. On the night of July 23rd, 2015, JT would send a text message to her friend, requesting to meet up with them later in the evening at 10 p.m. In this correspondence, she reportedly texted in capital letters that she wanted to leave and that she could not take it anymore. She also reportedly stated in the text that she was going to snap. After scheduling this dubious meeting, JT would then join her family for dinner and to watch television with them. During this family time, JT would reportedly express bizarre behavior. She was said to have flashed a wicked grin at her parents, showing her teeth on multiple occasions. JT was also said to have been seen standing in a strange, hunched, ghoulish posture, but when asked if something was wrong, she would simply reply that everything was fine. It seemed like the family knew something was up, but eventually everybody would go to bed. But the family's sleep wouldn't last long, as they would soon be awoken and have to face a horrifying scene. Later in the evening, Edwin and Maria would be awakened in the middle of the night by a loud noise. As they came to their senses, they immediately smelled smoke. The smoke was coming from JT's room. Maria would go investigate, and as she opened JT's door, she was blasted with a cloud of smoke and met with a chilling sight. It's been reported that Maria found JT ominously standing in the middle of her room, shrouded in a cloud of smoke. Maria would call out to her stepdaughter, but JT wouldn't answer. The father would then enter the room and soon found that a portion of the bedroom floor was on fire and that the girl's closet had been set ablaze. As Edwin tried to put out the fire, Maria would take JT into the hallway. While escorting the girl, it was at this moment that Maria noticed that JT was wielding a knife. The woman let out a scream, and Edwin would immediately come to see why his wife was screaming, but he was moments too late. JT had allegedly stabbed her stepmother, an assault that would later turn fatal. Edwin was met with the visage of his fatally wounded wife and his daughter, who was standing with a hunched posture. It's been said that throughout all this, JT was speaking in a terrifying, grating, and high-pitched voice, almost as if she was possessed by a demon. Despite the attack on his wife, Edwin attempted to save his daughter from the burning building. He pled with JT to follow him out. She reportedly ordered him to stay back and allegedly attacked him, slicing the man's arm up with the knife. Edwin was able to wrestle the girl off of him and disarmed her. He then picked her up and took her out of the home, his arm bleeding heavily. Police and firefighters would arrive shortly after to investigate the scene and put out the blaze. Firefighters discovered that Maria suffered multiple stab wounds to her face and torso. One wound was over 3 inches deep. She was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. Now, during all this commotion, JT actually managed to flee the scene and ran off into the woods. After fleeing, she would meet up with the friend that she had previously texted, and the two began walking the wilderness using railroads until they discovered a house. There, they would knock on the door of this home and interact with the property's resident, a local man named Zachary Sleeper. Naturally, the guy was extremely confused at the presence of these two girls at his door, and he started questioning them. The man asked why they had come and what they were doing out at night. It said that in response, JT and her friend attempted to spin a ruse suggesting that they had been hiking and had run out of food. Mr. Sleeper found their story suspicious and knew something was up. It was at this point that the man invited the two disheveled girls inside and went into another room pretending to prepare a meal for them. However, what he was actually doing was calling the police to his house. A short time later, cops would arrive, and it would be at this moment that JT was identified and connected as being the at-large killer. The girls were then detained and taken into custody. Upon being arrested, it was noted that the girls were carrying backpacks. One of the bags contained a pair of blood-stained pants. It was clear they had found who they were looking for. Being too young, JT couldn't be arrested as an adult and was instead passed over to juvenile authorities for a mental evaluation. After an evaluation by multiple doctors, it was determined that the young girl wasn't mentally fit to stand trial, and she was subsequently diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. What exactly happened to JT after her arrest is very difficult to ascertain, and almost every sort of proceeding pertaining to her has been sealed. But there are some tidbits of information that we know about JT in light of this arrest. It said that after the killing of Maria, JT has been refused by 16 psychiatric facilities. So with this context, it appears that the state is trying to get her in a psychiatric facility instead of having to take her to trial and potentially send her to prison. But apparently this has proved quite difficult, I guess because of the extreme nature of her psychiatric component. Unable to get into a psychiatric facility, JT was made to stay in a juvenile detention center, apparently having to do so for a couple of years. Finally, in September of 2017, JT was deemed fit to stand trial, and juvenile court would allow the case to proceed in January of 2018. Prosecutors would attempt to have JT's case transferred to an adult court. However, apparently efforts to do so have failed. Given the sealed nature of this juvenile case, the outcome of JT's trial is unknown. This case is an absolute tragedy and goes down as one of the most disturbing incidents of a creepypasta indirectly contributing to the deterioration of a child's mental state, ending in tragic consequences. The Runescape stabbing incident. Our next story is a bizarre case involving a gamer and his long-distance love interest. After experiencing rejection, this young gamer goes to disturbingly extreme lengths to get revenge on his former online sweetheart. Our story really begins all the way back in 2007 with Shane Coffey from Weymouth, Massachusetts. 14 years old at the time, Shane Coffey was an avid Runescape player and actually managed a YouTube channel at the time documenting his adventures in the MMO. Often known by his in-game alias Ice the Elf and Xbox gamertag Coffee522, Shane actually had some degree of success as a RuneScape content creator in the early days of YouTube. Several of his God Wars dungeon tutorial videos received over 100,000 views, which is extremely impressive for this era of YouTube. Shane was also one of the first to discover one of RuneScape's most notorious glitches, the infamous Mew glitch. This glitch involved the player using alt keys to type the Mew character into in-game chat. When Mew was submitted to a public chat room, the Mew character would crash the game client for any players within your vicinity. RuneScape is also where Shane would meet one of his first romantic interests, a girl from the United Kingdom named Farah Dalwit. Farah and Shane played RuneScape almost every day together. The two would maintain contact for years, with Shane reportedly sending the girl Christmas gifts. Shane would eventually quit playing RuneScape and move on to Call of Duty on his Xbox 360, but he still kept in close contact with Farah through Skype and other messaging services. And this sort of close communication would continue on into their late teenage years. But what we find is that as Shane got older, he became more obsessive and a borderline stalker of his long-distance romantic interest. Shane, 19 years old at the time, reportedly tricked Farah into downloading a virus that would give him remote access to her computer. And doing this, he looked into chat logs and discovered that she was talking to other guys. And just to add, I've never seen any reporting explicitly stating that these two were like boyfriend and girlfriend. I think they were just flirty online friends. And let's also keep in mind that these two live literally thousands of miles away from each other, okay? When Shane discovered Farrah's conversations with other guys online, he completely blew up on her. This creepy invasion of privacy prompted Farrah to cut all ties with Shane, blocking him on Skype, WhatsApp, and other services. He was completely cut from her life. Apparently, the kid wasn't able to handle rejection because he immediately starts planning out revenge. If you thought the computer virus bit was unhinged, wait till you see what he does next. In the wake of being rejected, Shane would purchase a plane ticket, fly to the United Kingdom, and book a hotel. Because Shane had previously exchanged Christmas presents with Farrah, he knew what her home address was. And on April 18th of 2014, Shane would make his way to Farrah's residence, equipped with a hunting knife. Late in the evening, Shane would break into the home and made his way to the young woman's room. As she was sleeping, Shane jumped on Farrah and began viciously attacking her, stabbing the woman repeatedly. Farrah screams for help, and moments later, her brother Muhammad enters the room. Muhammad springs to action, grabbing Shane's neck from behind and throws the blonde-headed intruder from atop his sister. It's at this point where Muhammad produces a metal rod. Using the rod, he quickly overpowers the knife-wielding gamer, beating him into submission. Battered and bruised, Shane eventually yields and pleads to Muhammad for him to stop hitting him. Muhammad would comply, calls emergency services, gets help for his sister, and the teenager is arrested. Fortunately, despite receiving numerous stab wounds, Farrah would survive the attack and make a full recovery. After his arrest, Shane would be charged with attempted murder. Further investigation would reveal that sometime before coming to the UK, Shane had Googled some pretty suspicious stuff, such as how to engage in hand-to-hand knife combat and the quote, life in UK prisons. Speaking of UK prisons, in November of 2014, Shane Coffey was sentenced to serve life in prison with a chance to make parole after 8.5 years served. They completely threw the book at him, which was well-deserved in my opinion, considering the lengths that he went to get revenge for simply being turned down by a girl. I'll bookend this segment with a quote from the lead detective of the case. While this kind of incident could not have been anticipated and is extremely rare, it is a clear reminder of the dangers that the internet may pose. We would always urge caution when engaging with people you do not know online, and would strongly advise that you do not give out any personal details whatsoever. Redditors solve a cold case. Our next story involves a Redditor spreading awareness of a missing persons cold case from the 1990s. Their interest in the case inadvertently sets off a series of events that leads to it being resolved and the family getting closure after decades of confusion. This story begins 27 years ago on June 26th of 1995 in Virginia. Around 1:30 p.m., Greensville County Police respond to reports of a car wreck along US Route 58 just outside of the town of Emporia. When police arrive, they find a smashed-up Volkswagen van that had driven off the road and violently collided with trees bordering the highway. Inside, they find two young men, both deceased. Curiously, both men were wearing tie-dyed shirts with logos from the Grateful Dead. The famed American rock group had performed the day prior at Robert F. Kennedy Stadium in Washington, D.C. Upon further investigation of the bodies, scalped tickets were found in the pockets of the vehicle's passenger. So it looked like those two individuals were returning from that Grateful Dead concert in D.C. No drugs were found in the vehicle, and police came to the conclusion that the wreck was likely caused by the driver simply falling asleep at the wheel due to exhaustion. The vehicle's driver would later be identified as 21-year-old Michael E. Hagar, thanks to a state-issued ID found on his person. Police say that Hagar's passenger was a hitchhiker that had been picked up somewhere between Fairfax and Gloucester, Virginia. The theory being that the two individuals either met at the concert or met slightly after while on the road and became friends because of their obvious sort of love for the Grateful Dead, considering their clothing. After a thorough crash scene investigation, authorities ultimately determined that there was no foul play in regard to the death of these two individuals and the car wreck that caused it. But that wasn't case closed. See, there's an element to this case that has made it infamous over the years, that element being the mysterious identity of Michael Hagar's apparent hitchhiking passenger. Authorities were never able to identify who this person was. The individual didn't have a state-issue ID on them, their face was heavily lacerated during the car crash, Michael Hagar's family didn't know who it was, and the person didn't have fingerprints that were in any sort of national database. The only real clue regarding the name of this individual came in the form of a handwritten note found at the crash site. The note read, "Jason, sorry we had to go. See you around. Call me at redacted number Caroline T and Carolyn O." So this note naturally suggested that the person's name may have been Jason, but the number never led to anyone, nor were the individuals who wrote it ever identified. For all intents and purposes, this individual would become what's known as a John Doe, an unidentified individual. And considering the clothing he wore, the term Grateful Doe became a popular name for the unidentified person in this case. With no family or evidence coming forward, the Grateful Doe case went cold and was forgotten about for years, with the Doe just simply fading away as this unidentified lost soul. But that would change in 2012. Due to the serious nature of the Grateful Doe's facial injuries, photos of his face weren't released at the time of the car crash. However, in 2012, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children managed to digitally render a facial reconstruction of the Grateful Doe, giving a face to the nameless victim for the first time. With the face now attached to the mystery, online web sleuths became attracted to it and banded together on sites like Facebook in an effort to possibly match an identity with this unidentified Doe. Eventually, the hunt for the Grateful Doe's identity would spread to Reddit, which brings us to Reddit user Zombie Gray, aka Gray Metal. Gray had become interested in cracking the Grateful Doe case practically since the release of the 2012 photo, and they often took time out of their day scouring through what little clues were available trying to find a match. Gray was also a founding member of the r/Grateful Doe subreddit, a place dedicated to identifying the Doe. With so little to go off of in this case, Gray came to the conclusion that it wouldn't be something one person could solve alone. The only way to get this thing solved was if they put the face of the Doe on as many screens as possible in the hopes that somebody from the 1990s recognized this individual and would come forward with information regarding their identity. Skilled in the art of viral Redditry, Gray gets the idea to compose this rather compelling Imgur post. It's a missing poster of sorts, which compiles the face of the Doe along with their clothing and other identifying elements found at the crash site. Accompanying it was a humble request to all who encountered the face of the Grateful Doe. Can you help give him back his name? Gray's missing poster went live in early 2015, and it almost immediately went viral due to its compelling nature. The internet loves a good challenge, and solving the mystery of the Grateful Doe's identity was priority number one for online detectives. With Gray's missing poster about the Grateful Doe virally spreading, all that was needed was for someone who knew the Grateful Doe back in 1995 to stumble across the post and come forward with information. So basically, you needed an internet miracle. It really was a needle in a haystack situation here. But you know the drill here. Reddit seems to defy all odds when it comes to this kind of stuff. Sometime after the Grateful Doe missing poster had gone viral, a man going by the name of Steve sends a private message to Gray on Reddit. Steve would go on to explain that not only did he recognize the Grateful Doe, but he was fairly sure that this individual was one of his old roommates while living in Illinois named Jason Callahan. Steve's testimony corroborated the note found at the crash site, which suggested that the Doe's name was Jason. Steve's anecdote was definitely worth investigating further, so the internet went on a collective manhunt trying to find anyone potentially related to someone named Jason Callahan. But due to the inescapably viral nature of this story, not much of a hunt was needed, as reported Jason Callahan family members began revealing themselves in due time. In January of 2015, a woman named Margaretta Evans would post the following in response to one of Gray's Grateful Doe missing posters on Facebook. "Oh my god, this is my son Jason Callahan from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I've been looking for him all this time with no luck. Today my other son saw this Facebook page, and after all these years of praying for him just to call me or come home, please inbox a message or phone number to contact me." Evans would go on to explain that her son left home after becoming an adult to partake in a free-spirited lifestyle, essentially traveling around the country and attending various music shows and festivals, specifically Grateful Dead concerts. The last time she claimed to have saw him was in 1995. A missing persons report wasn't filed at the time, and this was likely foregone for several reasons. First off, this was a grown man who left the house on his own accord. Secondly, she didn't know what jurisdiction to file it in if she wanted to. And thirdly, it just didn't really seem like Jason wanted to be home, if you know what I'm saying. So in lieu of discovering this story and the photos of the young man she believes to be her lost son, the Grateful Doe's apparent mother files a police report, and a new investigation is open. Investigators then requested a family member to submit DNA samples for comparison, as this would be the best way to prove without a shadow of a doubt that the Grateful Doe was in fact Jason Callahan, as they still had his DNA on file. This is when Shannon Michelson, the Grateful Doe's apparent half-sister, comes forward, eager to submit her DNA in an effort to solve the mystery. She told a Boston radio station, quote, "When I looked at that picture, it looked like my dad was looking back at me. He had the same face, and he even had a lot of my facial features. My forehead and the shape of my face, I knew in that moment deep down, that was Jason." Shannon would submit her DNA for testing in early 2015. In the meantime, Gray and the other online sleuths who had dedicated their time to solving this case were on the edge of their seats. It was the closest anyone had come to identifying the Grateful Doe since the day of that car accident in 1995. Finally, after a year of waiting, in late 2015, DNA results came in, and it was a match. Shannon Michelson was indeed related to the Grateful Doe. This meant that the Grateful Doe was indeed 19-year-old Jason Callahan from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. One of the most famous Doe cases in history had been solved thanks to the internet, and more specifically the awareness granted to the Grateful Doe case by Gray. It was a bittersweet moment, as Jason Callahan's family had thought he was alive this entire time, thinking perhaps he had just decided to spend his life living elsewhere in the United States and didn't want to come home. The realization that he was gone was indeed saddening, but at least they had some sort of closure, an answer as to what became of young Jason. This story is a fascinating example of the internet's ability simply to raise awareness about an issue. I particularly like this example in regard to Reddit's armchair investigations because it doesn't involve Redditors prying into someone's personal life or participating in roughshod investigative journalism to solve a mystery. With the viral missing poster, Gray and the r/Grateful Doe community simply made a decades-old story accessible to the vast internet populace, putting the ball in motion that eventually led to the right people becoming aware of the Grateful Doe and the family finally putting to rest the decades-old mystery. Zel the Wolf. Our next story involves a depraved member of the furry community using DeviantArt to lure in a 12-year-old victim. This story begins with 21-year-old Mesa, Arizona man Aaron Usuri. Usuri could be described as an internet-addicted loner and spent most of his days in front of a computer screen. A self-described artist and furry community member, Aaron was a regular visitor of a variety of furry fandom forums, but his favorite website in particular was none other than DeviantArt.com. Under his furry pseudonym Zel The Wolf, Aaron posted to the site frequently, sharing his furry artwork to the message board on a regular basis. Aaron's artwork was crude, derivative, and oftentimes contained sexual themes, with many of his drawings portraying his Zel character romantically involved with other DeviantArt furries. One image in particular shows Zel cuddled next to a wolf-like character that he had just bitten on the neck. The 21-year-old furry also created poems that bordered on melodrama, these poems indicating that the man had some sort of inner turmoil that he was going through. Time will tell. Where do I go when I just want to be okay? What do I do when nothing seems to go my way? I will sit here and wait, waiting for ...
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Which of course brings us to some of the more questionable friendships that Aaron aka Zel the Wolf would make using DeviantArt. At some point in September of 2014, Zel the Wolf found himself becoming considerably close with two 12-year-old girls that he met on the DeviantArt website. These two minors were from Kansas and frequently spoke to Aaron online, thinking highly of the man for his artwork. Initially bonding through their shared interest in furry fandom, the relationship would expand over time. What started with text chat evolves to voice and video, with Aaron conversing back and forth with the 12-year-old girls using Skype and Google Hangouts. It said that in these calls, Aaron would attempt to counsel the young girls regarding their issues with school, bullying, parents, and depression. Things that Aaron claimed he dealt with growing up. But let's be honest, guys, I don't think it takes much of a rocket scientist to tell where this story was going. Zel the Wolf was grooming these 12-year-old girls. During the later stages of Aaron's interactions with the 12-year-olds, he would begin chatting explicitly, sending and receiving nude photos with the minors on a regular basis. And if that wasn't sickening enough, it's been reported that at one point, Aaron would send a video of himself having sex with the family dog to the 12-year-olds. Yeah, the man filmed himself committing bestiality and sent it to minors. This horrific arrangement would go on for months until an adult would finally get involved. In February of 2015, the disgusting relationship was terminated after one of the 12-year-old's mothers discovered the repugnant chat logs and videos. The mother would contact the police and a criminal investigation was opened against Aaron Ussery. On April 11th of 2015, Aaron's home was raided and the police would discover messages between him and the two kids. And CP was present on the man's electronic devices. Aaron Ussery would be taken to jail with the bond set at $25,000. Sometime later, Aaron Ussery, aka Zel the Wolf, was found guilty on charges ranging from bestiality to luring a minor for sexual exploitation. The man was convicted to serve 17 years in prison with no possibility of parole. Since being incarcerated, a news crew has performed a jailhouse interview with the man, and this is his side of things.
I was able to help one of them through her cutting and suicide issues for a long time. I was making progress. And then over time, it became more about me and less about them, and that's when I lost everything that I stood for. Everyone seems to just take into their own minds that it's not possible. You can't be in love with someone. Well, you can. Let them know, hey, I know that you're on the internet a lot. I know that this is really exciting for you, but be mindful that there are things out there that you will want to avoid, and here are what some of those things are, and here's why we want you to avoid them.
Despite his apologetic demeanor, I think the furry community and the public in general will be happy to know that this man is behind bars for over 10 more years. This next story involves a police manhunt for the suspect behind a fatal hit-and-run incident. Unable to find the perpetrator, the police turned to the internet for help, and Redditors picked up the slack. This story begins August 9th of 2018, just outside of Eatonville, Washington. Thanks to this area's natural beauty, the state routes and highways around these parts were popular with cyclists like Susan Rainwater. Susan was a local resident, and part of her morning routine was hopping on her bike and going for a ride down Highway 7. But unfortunately, Susan's August 9th outing would end in tragedy. In the early hours of the morning, while biking along this lonely road, a careless driver swerved onto the shoulder of the highway, striking Susan from behind at high speeds. This sent her and her bicycle careening off of the road, seriously injuring her in the process. Instead of stopping to render aid, the driver chose to shirk responsibility and fled the scene, continuing to drive down the highway as if nothing happened. With no one around to help her or provide medical aid, Susan Rainwater would pass away on the side of Highway 7, the victim of a fatal hit-and-run. Later that morning, confused as to why his wife hadn't returned home, her husband, 81-year-old Al Rainwater, goes out looking for her, only to find Susan's mangled blue bicycle on the side of the road. He immediately starts a search of the area and eventually finds the body of his deceased wife. Upon making this gruesome discovery, the distraught husband called law enforcement, who promptly arrived to investigate. Considering the scene they were presented with, it wouldn't take law enforcement long to come to the conclusion that Susan's cause of death was likely a hit and run. Their next step would be to track down the driver and bring this individual to justice. The only issue, though, is that there were no witnesses, thus nobody to identify the vehicle responsible. In fact, the only clue left behind by the at-large criminal was a chunk of black plastic found at the crime scene, presumably knocked off the perp's vehicle during the bicycle impact. This was all police had to go off of in regard to tracking down the driver responsible for killing Susan. And admittedly, it's not much to go off of. I mean, hell, any black vehicle could produce a chunk of plastic like this during a collision. For the time being, police had no real leads. So stumped for the time being, one of the Washington state troopers on the scene would make an appeal to the internet for help, tweeting out the following: Troopers and detectives are still looking for a black vehicle believed to be involved in this morning's tragic bicyclist fatality. If you know anything regarding this collision, please call the Washington State Patrol. The trooper likely didn't realize it at the time, but this tweet would inadvertently spark a massive online investigation into this hit-and-run incident, with thousands of individuals meticulously examining this black chunk of plastic in an effort to solve the crime. And it all took place on Reddit, specifically r/whatisthisthing. This subreddit was a community dedicated to helping folks identify the origins of strange objects submitted by its own users. On the evening of August 9th, a user creates a thread showing the photo of the black vehicle chunk collected by the trooper. The post read, "Car part found in bicyclist hit-and-run fatality today." So naturally, this post was like a call to arms to the users of the subreddit. Let's identify what vehicle, make, and model this black plastic piece came from so we can help police narrow down the search. This was their time to shine. I mean, it was exactly what the subreddit was born to do. Theories began pouring in. My guess would be an aftermarket bumper lip. I'm assuming it's from the front of the car. My guess is that it's the part of the bumper where the wiper for one of the headlights is located. Looks like it's from a window where the door's locking mechanism sticks out. Early guesses as to what the black chunk was varied, but eventually you saw multiple Redditors coming to the exact same keen observation. That curved notch in the plastic looks to me like a spot where you would insert a screwdriver through a grill or a headlamp bezel to adjust the aim of the headlamp. And when one looked up various photos of vehicle headlamp bezels online, there were many images featuring this curved notch mentioned by the previous Redditor. More so than any other vehicle part found on a car's front end, this black chunk seemed like it came from a headlamp bezel. So Redditors had a pretty good idea of what the black plastic piece was. Their next step was to figure out what make and model this headlamp bezel came from. And this is a pretty tall order. I mean, seriously, you gotta think, there are dozens of different car brands on the road, each with countless models, years, aftermarket parts, etc. Even when you know the part is a headlamp bezel, finding the exact make and model match just seems impossible. But the thing is, you just can't discount Reddit's ability to have a random ass expert on an extremely niche topic browsing the forums at any given time. As on this day, there just so happened to be an expert in headlamp bezels browsing the page. Meet Reddit user Jeff's Nuts. So Jeff, for his job, just so happened to be a headlamp inspector for the state of Maryland, making sure that vehicles were up to codes before reissuing registration. And about 2 hours after the initial Reddit thread was posted, Jeff stumbles across it and finds the black plastic piece in it looking oddly familiar. Jeff would chime into the thread explaining that he recognized the chunk as being part of a headlamp bezel specifically used for Chevy Silverado trucks produced in the mid-1980s, claiming he had done, quote, a shitload of headlamp checks, and recognized the semicircle as the place where he would insert a screwdriver to adjust headlamps on this particular model of trucks. He included a link to the auto parts website which showcased the bezel and concluded that the perpetrator was driving a Chevy Silverado style pickup from the mid-80s. Jeff's write-up and expert testimony was the most compelling theory the thread had seen thus far. Convinced that Jeff had just solved the case, users of the Reddit forwarded his conclusion to the troopers on Twitter, informing them to be on the lookout for a mid-1980s Chevy pickup. After sending off Jeff's testimony, Redditors sat back and waited to see if his theory would prove useful. Days would pass with no updates, and it was beginning to look like Jeff's detective work was all for nothing. But finally, on August 14th, 5 days after the hit and run had taken place, a major breakthrough. The troopers who had been investigating the crime took to Twitter to post breaking news, not only revealing that the suspect had been arrested, but directly attributed the Reddit tip as being key to the arrest. The trooper wrote, WSP detectives made an arrest today for Thursday's fatal bicyclist hit and run in Eatonville. Reddit users identify a photographed broken car part as a mid-1980s Chevy truck headlight assembly. Local anonymous tip confirms and led to the arrest of a driver of a 1986 Chevy K10. The suspect's vehicle is attached, and as you can see, there's some damage to that right headlight bezel. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Thanks to Jeff Nutt's headlamp inspection expertise along with the local citizen that identified the mid-80s truck, Susan Rainwater's killer was now in police custody. The man behind the wheel of the Chevy K10 and responsible for the hit and run was 37-year-old Jeremy Simon. While under arrest, Simon allegedly told police that he fell asleep at the wheel and that when he hit Susan, he thought he had hit a deer or a mailbox. Though this story would later change, with Simon allegedly stating that he knew he hit somebody and didn't want to stop to help because he didn't want to see a dead body. Additionally, heroin was found in Simon's possession during his arrest. Jeremy Simon was charged with vehicular homicide, hit and run resulting in death, and unlawful possession of a controlled substance. He was later sentenced to serve 4.5 years in a drug offender sentencing alternative, meaning half of his sentence was spent in prison and the other half out of prison on supervised probation. While I personally feel as if his sentencing was a bit light, I'm glad that this man faced some semblance of justice. Without the assistance of Reddit, police likely would not have cracked this case as soon as they did, which could have possibly given Jeremy Simon enough time to cover his tracks and make his killing of Susan Rainwater untraceable. This case shows the power of numbers. A handful of small-town detectives never would have been able to match this ambiguous black chunk to the correct vehicle in any sort of reasonable amount of time. But when you bring the vast populace of Reddit into the equation, an expert is bound to stumble across the dilemma and provide the niche know-how needed to crack the case. So shout out to Jeff Nuts for doing exactly that. Members of the Rainwater family have reportedly reached out to the man behind the Jeff Nuts account personally, thanking him for his help in the case. In many ways, he is an internet hero. Our next fast food disaster story involves another highly ignorant man. A man so dumb that he posted a video of himself committing a fast food related crime onto YouTube. When you're surfing the web, it's often common to see articles and videos showcasing secret menu items and menu hacks. One fast food hack out there is actually illegal to participate in, which brings us to the topic of the Del Taco scammer. Meet Robert Echeverria. In 2008, Robert was featured in a roughshot video published to YouTube titled How to Scam Del Taco. This infamous video showcased Robert making a call to his local Del Taco restaurant wherein he attempts to trick the restaurant workers into giving him free food under the pretense that they had screwed up a previous order he had made, which he never actually made an order. Robert and his affiliates shot this video in the parking lot of the very Del Taco that they would wind up scamming. The act took place in Rialto, California, about 50 miles east of Los Angeles, and the man was aided by two friends, 18-year-old Ian Roman and 18-year-old Brian Fawcett. Rob's deceptive phone call ruse involved him telling a story where he claims that he sent his two sons to pick up Del Taco and that the restaurant had completely screwed up the order and put sour cream on everything. He claims that after getting this screwed up order, he called Del Taco corporate over the matter and was given the green light to get a free meal.
How you doing, Rosie? My name's Robert Kennedy. I frequent your establishment about 2 to 3 times a week. And I'm calling about an incident that happened earlier. I talked to the manager. They were getting off at the time. They told me to call in when I got home from work. Basically what happened was I sent my son Isaiah and my son Cody in for not a substantial amount of food, but for a good amount of food. And when the food came back, I told them to take it back. They had no receipt from the order, and the order contained sour cream, and I don't eat sour cream. And at the same time, our sodas were wrong. And when I called, I actually called corporate. Corporate told me to call the manager and that they will fix it. So that's what I'm basically calling for.
It seems like Rob has rehearsed this story. You gotta wonder how many times he's pulled this stunt. Now, when it had become clear that the restaurant workers were buying his tall tale, he would send Ian and Brian inside to pick up their free meal. Under the guise of them being his sons, the two 18-year-olds would go in and pick up the fraudulent spread. The Del Taco evac was caught on camera by Rob's gang of scammers. Rob's minions would then return to his vehicle with a bag filled to the brim of Del Taco. The Tex-Mex kingpin could be seen braggadociously munching his spoils as the video comes to a close. The Del Taco scam was a complete success. Rob's Del Taco scam tutorial video was uploaded to YouTube on February 22nd of 2008 to the Nickel and Dime YouTube channel. Opinions from the public would quickly flood into its its comment section, with many praising Rob for his elaborate scheme while others warned him of potential Del Taco retribution. This guy is a good con man. The simple details he adds really makes it more believable. The son's name, saying he has salmonella, etc. That seems like quite a lot of effort to go through to avoid paying even a few bucks for a few tacos. Using Del Taco's kindness against them, this is what makes the world a colder and less kind place. I hope this guy pays the maximum price under the law for this. He's a true jerk. Clever social engineering tactic. I don't think this was a good idea in any way, but I'll give the dude credit. He's a good talker. I frequent your establishment 2 to 3 times a week. Yeah, right. Looks more like 23 times a week. If this guy needs anything, it's not Del Taco. In the early days of YouTube, the Del Taco scam video was truly one of a kind, and it went viral, amassing tens and eventually hundreds of thousands of views. Unfortunately for Rob, though, this attention meant that the Del Taco scam video would eventually make it back to Del Taco themselves. Perhaps with YouTube being so niche at the time, Rob never expected his fast food victim to find the video. For this naivety, he would be punished severely. Apparently, a viewer who knew Rob in real life recognized him in the video and called police over the matter, reporting his fraudulent activity to authorities. With all the evidence they needed publicly viewable on YouTube, they promptly tracked the man down and arrested Rob. This obese fraudster was hit with a felony commercial burglary charge and placed on a $125,000 bond. Police had this to say about Rob after he was arrested and put in jail. He was quite proud of himself there in the video, but he cried like a big baby back here. Both Brian Fawcett and Ian Hobbs were also arrested due to their connection with the Del Taco scam. In March of 2008, Robert would plead guilty and was sentenced to serve 30 days in jail along with 3 years of probation and was completely banned from the Rialto Del Taco. After the conclusion of the case, the district attorney commented, "I tried to get him to stay away from all Del Tacos, but the judge said just the one." As for Ian and Brian, unfortunately, I'm unable to ascertain exactly what their sentences were, but I would imagine it was less than Rob the Kingpin. The fake disabled con men. Fraudulent impersonators and imposters usually come in the form of individuals trying to masquerade as a professional or a sort of esteemed practice, such as a doctor, a military serviceman, or a police officer. Well, there's also a cohort of individuals that fake being disabled to get special treatment. And that's what this chapter is all about. Take, for example, the case of Rutledge Diaz IV. For over a year and a half, this 29-year-old Louisiana man used babysitting apps to secure women's aid in taking care of his 17-year-old brother named Corey, who was said to be mentally and physically disabled. However, Corey wasn't actually a real person, and Rutledge would use this persona to trick medical workers into coming to his house and changing his diapers. Rutledge had convinced these women to treat Corey like he was a child, and he would invite these women to his house under the premise of them taking care of Corey when he in fact was Corey and was faking being disabled. On top of diaper changes, Rutledge would also convince these girls to transport him around town in a child's car seat. Rutledge pulled this sick scam on multiple women, and his diapers changed many hands in the process. But he couldn't roleplay it as a disabled person forever. Eventually, he got exposed. On November 13th of 2019, Louisiana State Police arrested Rutledge Diaz for convincing a series of women to change his diapers after a woman reported suspicions to police. Investigators say that Rutledge confessed and claimed that he was trying to address his own sexual trauma. As a result of his crimes, he was hit with 4 counts of sex trafficking. Diaz initially pleaded guilty to the charges, but immediately withdrew his plea after finding out the victims and prosecutors were requesting jail time for him. Rutledge's attorney claimed that she didn't realize prosecutors would push for incarceration. The man was facing up to 10 years for the charges. As a result of his crimes, a judge would sentence Rutledge to serve 5 years probation, where he was also requested to maintain employment, undergo internet addiction counseling, and is banned from using social media. He was also compelled to complete 400 hours of community service. The women that were deceived into changing the diapers were concerned that probation wasn't enough and that he would reoffend. Unfortunately, they were correct. police discovered that while on probation, Rutledge was in contact with a Jefferson Parish woman who he had hired to change his diapers. Rutledge sent the woman $50 in advance and told her that he had prior issues and was being cared for by family members. Because of this, he would be arrested in December of 2021 and charged with more human trafficking charges. The man later pled guilty and received 1 year in prison and 5 years of probation for this infraction, which pretty much serves as the end of Rutledge's story for the time being. But surprisingly enough, that's not the only individual that has faked being disabled for diaper changes. Meet Paul Anthony Menchaca. This is the face of a man accused of faking Down syndrome in an effort to get favors from female medical workers. In 2018, Paul Anthony Menchaca, 31 years old at the time, worked as a school crossing guard. This man decided to take advantage of mobile apps like CareLinks and Care.com. Using these apps, Paul allegedly posed as a woman named Amy, and using this Amy persona would hire women to take care of her son. Amy being Paul and the son also being Paul. Using Care apps, Paul managed to trick the women to go to his residence, where he would act extremely disabled, essentially role-playing as if he had Down syndrome. One woman claimed that she changed his diaper and helped him bathe over 30 times. Quote, he needed shower and grooming. He couldn't use the bathroom himself. He couldn't really be alone by himself. He acted like a child. His whole demeanor was childlike. He would act in tantrums, talk like a child, act like a child. Another caregiver is quoted as saying, he did ask me a few times to come over and help him shower, but I was incredibly uncomfortable with that. In addition to diaper changes and bathing care, Paul, while posing as Amy, would tell these caregivers to take him on trips and take him shopping as well. Posing as Amy, Paul would allegedly request that caregivers give special attention to sensitive areas of the body, requesting thorough cleanings of his genitals. Women involved with these cleanings later reported to police that Menchaca would become sexually aroused when they put their hands around his private parts. Some claim that during cleanings he could be seen smiling and would even clap. This diaper-changing abuser would eventually be busted in September of 2018. Menchaca was exposed after one of his caregivers became suspicious of the Amy persona and dug into Menchaca's background and found he had a different family entirely. This would result in the caregiver talking to the family, explaining what they were doing for Menchaca. The family would explain that their son didn't have Down syndrome and certainly didn't need any sort of diaper changing or bathing assistance. Soon after discovering this, the mortified caregiver would call police. In September of 2018, Paul Anthony Menchaca was arrested and charged with 3 counts of sexual abuse and 1 count of fraudulent schemes. In a hearing, Menchaca addressed the court, stating the following. Quote, I just want to let you know I am special needs. I do have a low IQ level and my mom and dad both have paperwork to prove that. And I'm starting to talk to my dad about getting me some help and getting me into a counselor and probably like a rehab center to talk to somebody. According to the Maricopa County Court Records website, it appears Paul pled guilty to at least 1 count of sexual abuse and seems to have also received some probation. That's me saying it appears that way though. I can't speak with confidence regarding the outcome of his trial. Whatever the case, the reports describing Paul's alleged behavior in this story, extremely disturbing stuff. The Ohio Incel hate crimes. In many incel circles, Elliot Rodger is considered a legendary figure. There have been many a incel that have aspired to go out with a bang like Rodger did, wanting to commit some heinous act of revenge on society for allowing them to be involuntarily celibate men. One such terminally online incel inspired by Elliot Rodger was Ohio man Trey Jenko. Approximately 21 years old at the time of this story taking place, Trey was a young man utterly incapable of finding romantic partnership. Disgruntled with his circumstances, Trey often spent hours browsing through online forums like Reddit, commiserating with other men struggling with female companionship, with him and others lamenting the transgressions they had been dealt by the opposite sex throughout their lives. Trey's online journey into the incel rabbit hole eventually led him to more notorious communities like incels.is. On one popular incel forum, Jenko had a profile where he authored hundreds of posts, many of which described disturbing acts that Trey had committed in real life against women. In one post, Trey describes an instance where he filled up a water gun with orange juice and sprayed a random couple with it in public, hit and run style. Those familiar with incel lore know that this orange juice spraying was something that Elliot Rodger had done shortly before his killing spree. Trey, who idolized Elliot, perpetrated this orange juice act on Rodger's birthday in celebration of the incel killer. On a forum, he stated that perpetrating the assault felt empowering. Quote, "I put some orange juice in a water gun. I was planning to spray some foids and couples like Elliot Rodger did. When I finally did do it, it was Elliot Rodger's birthday, and I didn't even know that. It felt like I was spiritually connected to the saint on that day. I drove up to them saying hi that day, and they didn't even look up. They just went, uh-huh, so they got sprayed in the fucking face. I suggest it to all incels. Extremely empowering action." Much like his incel hero, Trey would allegedly author a sort of incel manifesto, a document detailing his many frustrations with being an involuntarily celibate man. This manifesto was published online and was titled A Hideous Symphony, a Manifesto by Trey Jenko. In this manifesto, the author describes how he intended to slaughter women in order to get revenge on them for not having sex with him. He refers to death as being the great equalizer. He also alludes to murderous plans he had created. The loose details of this plan involving Trey getting military training and then once prepared going on a mass murder spree against women, college sorority girls in Ohio to be particular. Quote, "I would hope these words resonate in sweet familiarity to fellow incels, either cognizant of their situation or not. I am already set up to go into the US Army. This training will be for the attainment of one reality, the death of what I have been deprived most, but also cherish and fantasize at the opportunity of having but has neglected of, women. I will slaughter out of hatred, jealousy, and revenge. I will take away the power of life that they withhold from me. By showing there is more than just happiness and fulfillment, there is all-encompassing death, the great equalizer that will bear all of us into its seductively calm velvet of silence and serenity." And Trey wasn't just blowing hot air. Around this time, he would actually stockpile a plethora of items that were going to be used to enact his murderous plot. The items allegedly purchased by Trey include tactical gloves, a bulletproof vest, a hoodie bearing the word revenge on the front, a Bowie knife, a skull face mask, 2 Glock 17 magazines, and a concealed carry holster. In the summer of 2019, Trey would enlist in the United States military and was sent to Army basic training at Fort Benning, Georgia. There he gained some combat expertise and got physically fit in preparation for his hypothetical Elliot Rodger-style revenge plot against women. Trey would never actually finish basic training though, as he was discharged from the Army. While the specifics of what led to his dismissal aren't known, in December of 2019, Trey was let go for entry-level performance issues and conduct violations. In January of 2020, Trey found himself back at home living with his mom in Ohio. Shortly after returning home, he writes yet another manifesto, this one implying that his day of reckoning, if you will, was drawing near. This manifesto was titled Isolated. If you're reading this, I've done something horrible. Somehow, you've come across the writings of the deluded and homicidal. Not an easy task, and for that I congratulate you for your curiosity and willingness to delve into such a dark topic. He signed the document, Your Hopeful Friend and Murderer. Around this time, Trey would also begin conducting surveillance at his chosen attack location, that location being an Ohio university. It's said that for 4 days he intermittently scoured the university and studied its layout in preparation for a shooting. Around this time, the man had also searched various keywords into Google relating to his proposed crime, such as, quote, planning a shooting crime, and even phrases like, when does preparing for a crime become an attempt? At this point, it had become crystal clear that Trey was seriously committed to attempting some sort of mass murder spree against women at this Ohio college. And he very well likely would have killed sorority girls if it wasn't for intervention from Trey's mom. On March 12th of 2020, police would receive a phone call from Trey's mother, the frantic woman reporting to authorities that her son had just threatened to kill her with a gun. Apparently, after calling police after being threatened, Trey would lock himself in his bedroom with the firearm and refuse to come out. Police would arrive to the residence and order Trey to come out with his hands up. While initially hesitant, the gravity of the situation would affect the Ohio Incel, and he would eventually come out compliant with his hands up. After briefly questioning Trey, police sussed out that they were dealing with a deranged guy that they very likely just stopped from committing a mass shooting. He would be detained and they started searching the property and Trey's vehicle. In the home, they reportedly discovered an additional hidden 9mm pistol and various writings drafted by Trey detailing his violent thoughts. But the smoking gun in this matter was found in Trey's vehicle. Inside of Trey's car, police discovered an AR-15 with a bump stock attached. The presence of such a firearm carrying ominous implications in the context of Trey Genco. The presence of the bump stock in particular being extremely concerning, as the device improvises a semi-auto rifle to shoot similarly to a fully automatic. In the wake of these developments, the Ohio Incel Trey Genco was arrested and charged with one attempt at committing a hate crime. A hate crime charge such as this is punishable by up to life in prison. Trey was also charged with possession of a machine gun, which is punishable by up to 10 years, the charge stemming from the presence of a bump stock. In October of 2022, Trey would plead guilty to plotting an act of gender-based hate stemming from his incel ideology. The man has yet to be sentenced and hypothetically could face up to life in prison for his crime. However, in my opinion, it's unlikely that Trey will face serious prison time due to his crime. Many have made the argument that Trey didn't fully realize the seriousness of his actions and words around this time, and the man would likely be a good candidate for rehabilitation if only he received psychiatric help and therapy. Whatever the case, we're lucky that Trey was caught when he was, as it's very likely if things went differently and his mom didn't step in, we could have been dealing with a serious tragedy. But that, my friends, was the story of Trey Genco, the Ohio Incel. This story involves a careless and inconsiderate drunk driver live streaming themselves on Periscope. This is the arrest of Whitney Bale. On a Friday night in Lakeland, Florida, in October of 2015, 23-year-old Whitney Bale was live streaming herself on Periscope at a local bar. After finishing her drinks, the woman makes one of the worst decisions imaginable and loads up in her vehicle and heads home and live streams the entire drive, considerably drunk.
Hi guys. If you're not new, I'm driving home drunk.
The idiotic woman even commenting to the viewers of her stream how she might get arrested for a DUI. That would be so crazy, right?
Let's see if I get a DUI. In the USA, people, let's see if I get a DUI. I don't think I will. I really don't.
And this was one of those rare circumstances where the live stream chat was actually giving this woman good advice, encouraging her to pull over and stop. She faded. Bad move. Hey, call a cab. I hope this is a joke. It is so sick to say that you're drunk and drive a vehicle. Ticket, you're about to die. Whitney would continue her drunken drive around Lakeland for close to an hour, rambling about. Throughout the stream, many indicators of this woman being completely plastered are apparent, such as her stopping at a green light and the car behind her literally honking at her constantly.
Driving drunk is not cool.
The woman was so fucked up, she was asking her chat how to drive.
Please supervise me because I feel like I'm not driving straight right now.
The drunken romp eventually becomes destructive after the woman drives through a street sign in the median of the road, puncturing her front tire in the process.
Get into the neurologist. Oh my god. I really hope I don't end. I hope really. I'm a fucking tire.
Chat continued to plead with her to stop. This is a bad idea. Why are you doing this? Watch her previous post. She torn a street sign down. Seriously, you gotta stop. You're embarrassing yourself. When it became clear that Whitney wouldn't listen to them, chatters took matters into their own hands and made calls to the police. Police would receive numerous 911 calls about Whitney from the viewers. Around this time, Whitney had gotten lost in a residential neighborhood and was low on fuel and also had a flat tire.
Can I help you?
Hi there. I just saw a girl on Periscope driving drunk. She doesn't know where she is, and she's driving really fast on the
What is Periscope?
Periscope is something that people broadcast live.
You want to send me the link? I'll see if I can figure out where she's at and get somebody with her to check on her.
Officers were able to review the live stream footage and use that street sign that she ran over as like a way to determine where she was at. And eventually, Whitney Bale was tracked down by police and pulled over. The drunk woman refused a breathalyzer and completely failed the sobriety test that she was administered. Whitney Bale was arrested at the scene and charged with a DUI. In February of 2016, Whitney pled no contest to driving under the influence. She received a 6 months license suspension, 10 days of vehicle impoundment, and 12 months probation. She was also issued 150 hours of community service and 10 days of weekend work release. This is one of the most fucked up things you could do, and it's a miracle that this woman didn't kill somebody, but yeah, that's the story of the dumb woman that live streamed herself fucking drunk as hell while driving. The Call of Duty mobile killer. During the COVID-19 pandemic, with some people quarantined and people just generally staying inside more, you saw a massive influx of new gamers and gaming in general. In 2021, Latin America in particular saw a 200% increase in sales and merchandise connected to gaming. Competitive mobile gaming rose to popularity, thanks to battle royale shooters like Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone being ported over to smartphones. Which brings us to the subject of our next murderous gamer, 18-year-old Brazilian man Guilherme Alves Costa. Guilherme played Call of Duty Mobile competitively under the name Flashlight for the gaming team Gamers Elite. As far as the man's bio information, Alves was said to have come from a loving family, with his mother describing him as a good boy. However, Guilherme was not without struggle. This young man reportedly battled with depression, at one point expressing that he was completely unhappy and tired with life. He was said to have had few friends and had a difficult time getting along with people. However, one individual that he did get along with was a female gamer from a rival Call of Duty mobile team. While playing COD Mobile, Guilherme met 19-year-old Ingrid Oliveira Bueno de Silva, who went by the alias Soul online. Ingrid competed professionally for a group of players called Fantastic Brazil Impact, the team frequently competing against Guilherme's team. Through their Call of Duty rivalry, Guilherme and Ingrid apparently had gotten close to each other and had met in real life on at least one occasion, with Ingrid visiting Guilherme's house and his mother commenting that the two seemed like good friends. It's unknown if there was a romantic element to this relationship, but needless to say, the two enjoyed each other's company. At least, it seemed that way on the surface, as what we soon find is that Guilherme's motive for becoming close to this woman wasn't to seek romance or friendship, it was to kill her. On February 22nd of 2021, Ingrid would visit Guilherme at his Sao Paulo home, under the premise that the two would be playing Call of Duty in person together. What Ingrid didn't realize at the time is that Guilherme had been plotting for close to 2 weeks to lure her over and kill her. After Ingrid arrived, Guilherme would lure the young woman into his bedroom. Shortly after, the deranged man would procure a sword and began violently slashing and stabbing at the woman, continuing his assault until she was dead. In a sickening display of depravity, Guilherme would then record footage of her dead body after committing the murderous deed. In this not safe for life footage, it said that the sword handle could be seen protruding from the victim's stomach while Guilherme maniacally chuckles to himself. This gruesome footage was later uploaded to a WhatsApp group that Guilherme's gaming friends used. Guilherme comments, "You're thinking it's ink or that it's editing or something, but it's not." In this grisly video recorded by Guilherme, he would also add some commentary, claiming that he had written a 52-page manifesto that would explain why he committed his killing, but he didn't elaborate on the motive directly. "I really killed her. Got it? I've got a book too. I asked some people to share it. I hope you read it. It contains some truths."
Bom, vocês estão achando que é tinta, que é montagem ou algo do tipo, mas não, não é. Eu realmente matei ela, entendeu? E, bom, eu tenho um livro também, pedi para o pessoal tá divulgando já esse meu livro. E é isso aí. Eu espero que vocês leiam. Tem algumas verdades.
The gamers in the WhatsApp group who were sent the video and the messages from Guilherme would immediately contact police over the matter. Meanwhile, Guilherme would flee the scene of the murder. His brother would arrive home shortly after, found the dead body, and called police as well. Surprisingly, authorities wouldn't have to go on any manhunt to find this killer, as Guilherme turned himself in. Arresting officers noted that Guilherme seemed relatively calm about the matter, also stating that he seemed to understand the seriousness of the situation. When they asked what his motive was, Guilherme stated, quote, "because I wanted to."
Mas por que você fez isso? Porque quis?
Você tá rindo de uma situação, Guilherme. Você matou uma menina novinha, Guilherme. Por que você fez isso?
He would inform police that his killing was premeditated and had been meticulously planning this murder for close to 2 weeks. After his arrest, authorities would search Guilherme's home and found the 52-page manifesto that he referenced in the Grizzly video. This manifesto was titled My Dictionary, and in it he claimed that the killing of Ingrid was done as a methodical attack against Christianity. The details of exactly what Guilherme meant by this isn't exactly clear. His writings were said to have consisted of incoherent ramblings, loosely detailing his depression and dissatisfaction with life. It has been reported that Guilherme mentions wanting to attack a Christian church in the manifesto. A psychoanalysis performed on Guilherme would reveal that the man suffered from a persistent delusional disorder and antisocial personality disorder. Outside of this, the only other clues to his motives comes from a statement that he gave to an arresting officer. Quote, "She crossed my path." And outside of that and what we've previously discussed, that's really all that's known in terms of motive. Sometime after Guilherme's arrest, Gamers Elite, his gaming team, would issue a statement to local media, stating that the team's leadership had never met Guilherme in person and that the team members were appalled by Guilherme's actions. Most players said they had never even seen his face until the video was sent to them. As the news spread online, many took to Twitter to voice their opinions regarding the incident, with most paying tribute to Ingrid and expressing their condolences to her friends and family. Eventually, the man was set to face trial for his killing. Guilherme's defense team would hire a psychiatrist who diagnosed him with persistent delusional disorder and antisocial personality disorder. On August 15th of 2022, Guilherme Costa was found guilty for aggravated murder and he was sentenced to 14 years in prison. Curiously enough, it's been reported that the reason Guilherme got 14 years instead of life in prison is because a psychiatrist had found him to be semi-imputable, meaning a medical professional had determined that a delusional state contributed to the killing and Guilherme wasn't fully of sound mind when he perpetrated his crime. In a sad case involving a delusional psychopath who simply wanted to kill, that was the story of Guilherme, the Call of Duty mobile killer. Next is the story of a Newgrounds user who planned to burn down his school, only to be stopped by the Newgrounds community itself. This story begins all the way back in 2006 when a teenage boy living in Norfolk, England creates his Newgrounds account, Sir Tom 93. Not much was known about Sir Tom at this time other than that he was an aspiring Flash content creator. Like many others on Newgrounds at the time, he wanted to create compelling games and animated shorts for other people to play and enjoy. Sir Tom's creative aspirations can be seen in some of his earliest archived Newgrounds BBS posts. He was very much active on the forums and he often solicited others for advice on making games or inquired to collaborate with amateur developers on creating assets. Game help. Hey, I need to make a mouse game where the mouse is the cursor, if you get me. Can anyone help with code or know a good tutorial? I already know how to make custom cursor. Thanks. New animation. Hey, I'm making a new animation about a fat German boy and this is what I need. Good voice actor who can do a German accent, but who isn't German. Animator, preferably using MX, not MX 2004. Hey, can someone put a free trial of Flash 8 on a blank disk, then send it to me in the post? My original copy doesn't work for some reason. That's why I have the code. After spending much time consulting other users on the Newgrounds boards, Tom would eventually start posting some of his own creations. His first effort was a top-down point-and-click zombie survival game. While interesting in concept, it seemed more or less a tech demo, and the game ends after just killing the first wave of 4 zombies. His next game was one where the goal is to land this rocket ship on the adjacent platform by steering it with the directional keys. It was a bit more fleshed out and had some decent physics, but it's really nothing special. Then he makes a tower defense game. It's rudimentary, but has an interesting concept with the enemies being funneled through a maze and you set traps. It's rough around the edges, but decent. Tom's final game and magnum opus was a game called Space Cave. It was his proudest work, as it was the only game that he had made thus far where he designed, coded, and animated it entirely by himself. In all of his previous works he had help, if you can believe that. Player was asked to steer this rocket through a series of 9 caverns, with later levels actually being somewhat difficult, and relatively speaking, this was easily his best game, and it actually got some decent review scores by users. Wrapping up the discussion around his creative catalog here, Tom would also create some flash animations around the time as well that were very simplistic and seemed to just be him toying around with software. While he wasn't making masterpieces by any stretch, he was definitely a prolific and hardworking creator. Around the time of Space Cave's release, Tom would actually show his face on Newgrounds to those who kept up with his games and Flash content. And he would also attend the Newgrounds London meetup of 2008. This was a gathering of Newgrounds fans and creators alike in London, with it sort of being like a micro version of YouTube's VidCon event that we have today. You know, nerd out for a few days, meet your favorite creator, stuff like that. There's actually an infamous photo to come out of this event that shows famed old school Newgrounds creator Oni NG standing next to Sir Tom 93 with the whole group enjoying some ice cream. I think that might be Harry Partridge over to the left too, but I'm not sure. Sir Tom can also be seen in other photos from the event that were later uploaded to the Newgrounds website. The guy was involving himself in the community and having fun. For the most part, Tom seemed like a decent kid, just trying to make his name as a content creator on Newgrounds. Sure, he wasn't the most talented at game design or flash animation, but you had to at least respect his hustle. Perhaps given some time, Tom could iron out the kinks to his approach to making games and make some solid projects. Unfortunately, that refinement would never happen. As beginning in late 2008, Tom appeared to have taken a dark path that not only derailed his creative aspirations, but also got him in trouble with the law. Taking a cursory look through some of Sir Tom's forum posts from late 2008 and early 2009, you quickly find that he stops talking about Flash development and is almost like exclusively talking in threads discussing metal music and Viking lore. Which, don't get me wrong, there's nothing inherently wrong with those two subjects. But when you start combing deeper, you begin to find some comments and opinions from Sir Tom that suggest that he might have not been in the healthiest place mentally. In a thread called What Cheers You Up, Sir Tom says, "Nothing. My life is endless and depressing. I listen to drone to make it more bearable. So yes, drone music makes me happy." In one thread that was discussing the at the time recent March 11th of 2009 school shooting at Germany's Albertville Secondary School, Sir Tom appears to be praising the perpetrator for killing 15 students. He says, "Good day all around. Tim did very well, so congrats to him." Tim was the name of the shooter. In another thread where a user is talking about an upcoming school dance, Tom says, "Bring a Tech 9 and enjoy the night." In a thread called Another School Shooting in Germany, which is again discussing the 2009 Albertville Secondary School massacre, the thread's OP begins his thread by mocking Tim Kretschmer, the school shooter. And Sir Tom can be seen soon after going into this thread replying to the OP, vehemently defending the school shooter for his actions. In a thread simply asking users, "Are you happy with life?" Sir Tom replies, "I am not happy with my life, no." Among these concerning posts, Tom would also on occasion share his frustration with his school. School in general seemed to cause him a great deal of anguish. He says, "I go back on Tuesday, thanks to teacher training day. I really hate school. You wouldn't believe how distressing an experience it is for me. The contents of Tom's postings from around this time were indeed concerning, especially his defense of the German shooter. And that said though, there are some who adopt edgy personas online for attention. Maybe he was just playing a character and nothing was really wrong with him. But as we'll soon find, Tom was no fly-by-night edgelord. He was the real deal. On March 17th of 2009, Sir Tom93 would create a thread on the Newgrounds general board called "This Is It." His post included a photo of presumably Tom himself holding a filled-up gas can. He writes, "This is it. Today at 11:30 GMT, I will attack my school with arson and other forms of violence. Those bastards will pay." He links the website for BBC News and adds, "It says Sir Tom's Petrol, but my webcam fails," referring to the blurred text on the gas can. Some users would initially interpret Tom's post as a twisted joke, while others took the threat more seriously. One user named Rig, who will become important here, replies to Sir Tom, saying, "So you're gonna walk around the school with a gas can?" Tom replies, "Pretty much." You'll find that Rig takes a particular interest in Sir Tom's threats and continues to probe him. Kinda conspicuous, don't you think? I mean, once someone sees a guy spilling gas everywhere, they're gonna call the police. Sir Tom then replies to another user, asking if it's enough gas to start a fire. He says, 5 liters full. Cost more because most of petrol went on the ground. I have cans, matches, lighter, knives, compressed explosives. Shit will go down in flames. Another user who would become key in this case, Deckhead Hottie, chimes in. I am just about to phone the police. You have 3 minutes to explain yourself. Sir Tom replies, going to school now. Have fun with your conscience and lack of police speed. Around this time, Wade Fulp, brother of Newgrounds creator Tom Fulp, enters the thread and comments, leave this topic. Authorities are being contacted. Sir Tom would then cease his postings to the thread, and the clock starts ticking in regard to stopping him from potentially causing havoc at his school. You think with Sir Tom being some random guy on a Newgrounds board that it would be difficult to track down who he was, where he lived, and where he was potentially going to attack. But that wasn't the case. The guy had left his prints everywhere. In the About section of Tom's Newgrounds profile, there was a link to his personal website, and on this website's welcome screen, one could find not only the area that he lived in, Norfolk, you could also find his full name, which I will redact. Deckhead Hottie, Rig, and others were quick to realize this and took note. The only issue was that they weren't exactly sure what school Tom attended, as there were several in the Norfolk area. Well, fortunately for them, Tom's bio had also featured his school's abbreviation, AHS, or Attleboro High School. And just like that, within minutes, the concerned Newgrounders had figured out exactly where Tom was threatening to attack. Finally, with Sir Tom's identity, location, and plot in hand, Deckhead Hottie and Rig both make calls to the Norfolk police, informing them that a student may be threatening the high school in a matter of hours. It's reported that at around 11:30 GMT, the time Tom had threatened to start his attack, police found him on school premises and enacted a search. Police reportedly found a knife, matches, and a canister of flammable liquid stashed inside of a book bag. Upon the discovery of these items, Tom was detained by police and taken into custody under Britain's Mental Health Act, according to an additional report from the Toronto Star. Fortunately, no one was harmed. It's unknown if Sir Tom actually intended to deploy those weapons that day and cause harm, or if this was some kind of stunt. But regardless, no one was willing to take that chance, and thanks to Newgrounds and the collaborators on there, his plot was foiled. After Tom was apprehended by police, updates in regard to punishment for what he did became scarce. What we do know comes from those Newgrounds users who were involved in stopping him in his March 17th plot. A little over a year after the event, Rig would create a thread on the boards claiming that he had been mailed a letter in regard to Tom's pending legal case, and that Tom was indeed facing charges for bringing the knives and gasoline to his school. The thread's titled "The Trial of Sir Tom 93. He says, "I have a letter here that states that he is to have a plea and case management hearing on June 9th at the Norwich Crown Court. This is where he's going to plead guilty or not guilty. Does anyone live in the area and would want to go down to tell Newgrounds all about it? Now, if he pleads not guilty, I will most likely be flown down there to testify, in which case I'll be telling you guys all about it in this thread. In the case that he actually pleads guilty, however, I won't be flown down there at all. Anyone want to do some Newgrounds reporting on the 9th? I'm really curious, and I'm sure the rest of you guys are curious as well." In this thread, in a response to a question about what Tom's charges were, Rig claims, "No, he's not being charged with attempted murder. He has several charges, but they relate to arson with intent, explosives at school, and making threats." Rig would return to the thread after the hearing and update the users, saying that Tom pled guilty to these charges. I would like to note here that I'm unable to verify exactly what Sir Tom's charges were, so don't take what Rig says as an official, decree of what the guy was hit with. But I really don't see any reason why Rig would fabricate this information. As for updates from the troubled teen himself, Sir Tom 93, the last time Sir Tom ever spoke on Newgrounds was in November of 2009. About 9 months after his stunt. He gives a brief word saying that he was receiving treatment at a hospital, which many assumed was psychiatric treatment. After this brief 2009 morsel of information, Sir Tom disappeared, never to post on Newgrounds again. In the aftermath of the chaos, Tom became a figure of infamy on the Newgrounds BBS. Many threads were created discussing his actions, with users gawking at the stupidity of what he did. His foolish stunt was a cautionary tale. Some would even go the extra mile and make games and flash videos mocking Sir Tom after the fact. Fast forward to today. It's still a mystery as to why Tom did what he did on March 17th of 2009. It's unknown if he did this as an attention grab from his fellow Newgrounders and thought that bringing those weapons to school would make him cool on the boards and he didn't actually intend to hurt anyone, or maybe he really did have a deep-seated hatred for his school and was going to enact violence. Fortunately, he was stopped. We'll never really know what his motivations were. In terms of closure to the Sir Tom 93 saga, I'd like to point you to this thread. The title of this is "Sir Tom is Doing Well." The poster purports to be an IRL friend of Sir Tom and provides an update as to what supposedly happened to him. Attached are 2 photos that the poster alleges to be a grown-up version of Tom himself. I have these images blurred as I'm unable to concretely verify the person depicted is Tom, and I don't want to falsely attribute someone's identity to him. Many believe this update post to be legitimate, and I'll end the story by reading you its contents now. I met Thomas last year after he moved to Australia. He told me about his past on here. He wanted me to tell you all he was very sick back then and was living in a fantasy world where he lost touch from reality, and he has since grown up and gotten treatment and has started a new life abroad. He wishes to apologize for the trouble he caused you all and to tell you that he has recovered 100%. He no longer has any desire to come onto this website, but if you would like me to pass any messages on to him, I will. If this anonymous poster is to be believed, it seems that Sir Tom got the help he needed and has moved on with his life. Help that was in many ways initiated by his fellow Newgrounders on March 17th of 2009. Moral of the story: don't make threats against people online. And if you're gonna make threats against other people online, make sure you don't do it on Newgrounds, because they'll stop your ass in 3 hours flat. The Furry Triple Murder. When 2 furry community members are forbidden from talking to a 17-year-old girl, the men hatch a dastardly plot to re-establish contact with the minor, a plot that quickly turns deadly. This is the story of the Furry Triple Murder. Our story begins with the Yost family from Fullerton, California. The Yost family consisted of mother Jennifer, stepfather Christopher, and their 3 daughters, the oldest, 17-year-old Caitlin, pictured here. The Yosts were a happy family and active members of the furry community. 17-year-old Caitlin took her involvement in the furry fandom quite seriously and even had her own persona known as Daydreamer Foxwolf. She would use this Foxwolf persona online and at IRL furry gatherings. The Yosts would often participate in family-oriented furry activities, such as fur bowling events and a variety of furry conventions. And it would be within the furry fandom that Caitlin Yost would meet 2 individuals important to the narrative of this story, 25-year-old Frank Inti Felix and his friend 21-year-old Josh Acosta. Both of these men were linked to the community, with Frank Felix reportedly being a regular attendee of furry cons. While the exact circumstances of how the 3 met are unclear, Frank, Josh, and Caitlin would form a friendship. Frank in particular got close to the 17-year-old, so much so that furry community members often suggested that something inappropriate may have been going on behind the scenes. The thought being that perhaps Caitlin was being groomed by these older men. Caitlin's interaction with these 2 men would go on for some time, but eventually the relationship between Felix Acosta and Caitlin would come to a close after Caitlin's mother Jennifer, seeing how close her daughter had gotten to these grown men, decided to step in, compelling the men to no longer contact the girl. But this wouldn't be the last the family would see of Frank Felix and Josh Acosta, as the 2 men would make a grisly return to the Yost family in the near future. In the early morning hours of September 24th of 2016, Fullerton, California 911 dispatch receives a phone call from a young girl claiming that an unknown man had broken into her home and killed her mom and dad. Turns out this caller was the 6-year-old daughter of Jennifer and Christopher Yost. Police soon arrived at the family residence only to find the Yost parents dead. Both had been fatally shot point blank while sleeping. Additionally, a visiting family friend named Arthur Boucher had also been killed during this apparent home invasion. And curiously, Caitlin was nowhere to be found. Police would open a criminal investigation into the matter, and it wouldn't be long until they discovered the controversy that occurred between Caitlin, Felix, and Acosta. Naturally, the 2 men would become prime suspects, considering the recent falling out. The 2 were heavily questioned by authorities and the truth would eventually surface. Frank Felix and Josh Acosta were both linked to the killings, with Felix allegedly escorting Josh to the Yost home in a truck, and Acosta entering the home and killing the family with a shotgun. Both were hit with a slew of homicide charges. Now, in regard to the motive behind the killings, you might think it's pretty self-explanatory. The 2 guys got pissed off at the family for the parents cutting Caitlin off from them. But court proceedings would reveal the situation was far more complex. During the trial, Josh Acosta's defense made a number of disturbing accusations regarding Caitlin and the Yost family. Acosta claimed that the 17-year-old girl had convinced Felix and himself to kill her parents, accusing the family of multiple forms of child abuse. During the trial, Caitlin herself was granted immunity and would testify, alleging that she had been molested by her stepfather and confided this information in Frank Felix. And according to Caitlin, Felix would use this information as blackmail to sleep with the 17-year-old girl. However, eventually it appears that the girl no longer cared to preserve her family relationship and decided to run away from home, asking Josh Acosta and Frank Felix with help in doing so. And according to Caitlin, that's when Frank Felix and Josh Acosta come to pick her up so she can run away from home. But I guess, in the moment, one of the men decide the best thing to do is to go in the house and just kill the family to get him out of the picture, to make the situation easy for them, I guess. Josh Acosta's defense team would blame Caitlin for the killings, saying, quote, "I know she is not on trial, but she is the villain, and the finger that pulled the trigger that killed her parents belonged to Katie." The defense would claim that Josh Acosta was autistic and he was unable to tell people's motives and just went along with Caitlin's apparent murderous ideas. Needless to say, the jury wasn't satisfied by the autistic defense. Whatever the case, the sexual abuse story was never verified, and even if that was the case, it doesn't justify you killing 3 people. Joshua Acosta was eventually found guilty of murder and was given 3 life sentences plus another 75 years. Frank Felix is still awaiting trial for his alleged involvement in the murder. In the time following this tragedy, furries held memorials for the deceased family and created a GoFundMe for the 2 daughters of the Yost and Boucher's daughter as well. The Yoss children were also taken into the custody of a family member and were given counseling after the traumatic events. And what was likely one of the saddest tragedies in furry history, that was the story of the furry triple murders. The Fursuit Killers. Our next story is a disturbing case involving two fursuit makers. After the couple's mental health and financial situation enter a downward spiral, they soon find themselves accused of some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. This is the story of the Fursuit Killers. One of the most interesting elements of the furry community is the fursuits. Fursuits could be described as the physical manifestation of a furry's idealized image. The furry character they see themselves as and roleplay online, made into a wearable costume that could be worn to gatherings and events. Now, unsurprisingly, there's a lot that goes into making a fursuit. While some can be simple in design, the more custom suits require quite a bit of craftsmanship to pull off, and admittedly look impressive when well executed. And it goes without saying that a quality suit can be costly, with suits ranging from, hundreds of dollars to potentially like $10,000 for a well-made suit. With prices like that, it's no surprise that some turn to budget options when it comes to getting a fursuit. Some small-time indie fursuit makers are able to offer deals on suits, such as fursuit makers Vex and Jax, real name Jacob T. Berkovitz, and Tanya R. Dillard. These two furries were well known in the furry fandom and on occasion would make custom fursuits for community members. Under the name Lockjaw Arts, the duo offered their services, making relatively affordable fursuits of decent quality. The two reportedly made dozens of suits in their time as creators. But aside from their fursuit creation, the duo was also known for having a depressive social media presence. The two would frequently use Twitter to openly lament about personal struggles. Taking a brief foray through the individual's accounts, one finds many distressing posts regarding the mental health of Vex and Jax and updates regarding suicide attempts apparently made by these people. These personal mental health struggles would often get in the way of the duo finishing their commissions, and eventually their fursuit making business would halt entirely, with the story of Lockjaw Arts suddenly taking a bizarre criminal turn. In March of 2020, Vex and Jax reportedly posted an ad to Craigslist that led the couple coming into contact with Las Vegas man Hector Mendez Hernandez. Reports as to what exactly this ad requested varied, but I've seen claims that it was a dating style ad, but I've also seen reports saying that it was like hailing taxi services. Whatever the case, at some point during this interaction, Vex and Jax find themselves at Hector Hernandez's home and allegedly murder the guy. According to reports, Hernandez was beaten with fists, a dumbbell, stabbed, and shot. On the day of the killing, it's reported that Vex would contact a friend. And in this purported phone call, it's alleged that Vex would claim responsibility for killing and skinning a dog. When the shocked friend replied in disgust, Vex reportedly replies back with, quote, "If you think that's strange, I'm sitting next to a dead body." According to this friend, Vex would then go on to explain what had happened, candidly describing the killing and how they had perpetrated it in great detail. The friend that the duo had confided in would notify police over the killing, and not long after, authorities would arrive at Hector's residence. According to reports, the couple would attempt to flee using Hector's own vehicle, but they would be caught not long after and taken into custody. The abrupt killing of Hector Hernandez by these two furries is a bit confusing at first, but after the police interrogation, the story starts to come together. In a police interrogation, Jax would claim that they were using Hector as a ride to California, but at some point claims that Hector had inappropriately touched Vex. Apparently outraged by this, Jax says he saw red and just started beating the man. So that was Jax's excuse for killing Hector. However, Vex on the other hand said that it was planned out. Vex reportedly told police that the couple intentionally used Craigslist as a way to lure in a random victim with promises of sex, only to then rob them after being invited into their victim's home. According to police, Vex admitted that after killing Hernandez, the couple had plans to take the man's car and live in the wilderness. Whatever the case, both were facing a slew of murder charges. While these individuals haven't been sentenced yet, it's safe to say that they'll probably be behind bars for a long time. It's a bizarre story showcasing two of the most deranged minds in the furry fandom. The 4chan Coupon Fraudster. Next up, the 4chan coupon scammer. There's some folks out there that take couponing to an extreme level, spending hours upon hours a day collecting insane amounts of coupons and racking up big savings in the process. Everybody knows at least one person that's like a coupon freak that knows how to essentially break the system and get super cheap deals, or even at some point have the manufacturer send them money.
Your last transaction is $343.61.
All right, are you ready for my coupons?
I'm ready for your coupon. All right. We actually owe you money.
Yes! That is awesome!
We owe you $6.17 today.
But the 4chan user we're going to be discussing today took breaking the system to an entirely new level. Back in 2010, an anonymous 4chan user managed to reverse engineer the coupon creation process. Through their efforts, they devised a way to create fake coupons that not only looked official, but were able to be redeemed in actual stores. These coupons were relatively innocuous, looked extremely legit, and didn't raise a suspicion. The individual's coupons varied from less severe infractions, such as energy drinks, laundry detergents, and other common grocery items. But some of his coupons bordered on absurdity. One particularly infamous coupon minted by this scammer promised a free PlayStation 3. While most retailers would object this outlandish coupon, images do exist of people showing off successful purchases, meaning there are a few documented cases of these seemingly ridiculous coupons working. 4chan would serve as a repository for the anonymous fraudster to post many of his fake coupons, and members of the community would use it to get savings of their own. The fake coupon trend would go undetected for about a year as internet users took full advantage of these newfound savings. The would-be ringleader of this coupon fraud wave would eventually release a highly detailed guide on how to create them to 4chan. The guide would go viral on the internet. I think it goes without saying that this coupon fraudster was getting a little bit brazen, and naturally, a little law enforcement heat would follow. As time progressed, many of the businesses that were being ripped off by the coupons began to notice something suspicious was happening. Chief among these was News America Marketing, a coupon-centric division of the Rupert Murdoch-owned news company. The company began to notice unusual coupon redemption trends, which resulted in authorities being alerted and an investigation being launched. After a long and extensive investigation, this unlikely fraudster was eventually discovered. The culprit was eventually caught in May of 2011, the entire operation being headed by a 22-year-old student named Lucas Henderson, who was ironically studying computer security at the Rochester Institute of Technology. Henderson used his technical expertise learned online and through school to make these fake coupons, and allegedly used a Tor browser to hide his location while making them. However, the man would eventually slip up and reportedly exposed his IP address to the administrators of a website called Zocklet.net. The admins would then forward this information to authorities. During the FBI's investigation of Henderson, he would admit to being the one responsible for creating the coupon fraud guide that ended up on 4chan. And when it came to damages, the man had racked up a serious price tag with these fake coupons. The biggest loser was Procter & Gamble, who had reportedly lost over $200,000 in profits because of Henderson's actions. Charged with wire fraud and the trafficking of counterfeit goods, Henderson was eventually sentenced to 3 years of supervision by authorities and was ordered to pay restitution of $900,000 to the companies that he affected. Despite Henderson's arrest, the trend of fake coupons would continue for the foreseeable future. As far as Henderson goes, it's not publicly known what became of the man, but I think it's safe to say that the guy's not printing any more fake coupons. Menhaz Zaman, a Discord killer. Our story involves a small group of players from an old MMORPG discovering disturbing images posted to a Discord server. These images would eventually lead to a criminal investigation and the arrest of a deranged killer. This story begins with an online game called Perfect World. Perfect World International is an MMO that was released back in 2005. Essentially a Chinese knockoff of World of Warcraft, the main game is pretty much dead today, but the private server community surrounding the game is still thriving. And in 2019, one of these thriving private server communities was that of Perfect World Void. And it's a Perfect World Void player that will be the focus of this tale. That player was known by the name Menhaz. A highly active player inside this Perfect World private server, Menhaz was also an active member of the Perfect World Void Discord as well. In the Discord, he had a bit of a reputation and was known for being a troublesome troll of sorts. In particular, Minaz was also known for being a staunch atheist, and he often left incendiary comments disparaging religion to the Discord server and in the game itself under the name Allah. Minaz had a particular dislike for the religion of Islam, citing his hatred came from parents pushing their religious beliefs on him growing up. Now, Minaz would often type in this sort of edgy / 4chan influenced dialect, so at times it was kind of difficult to tell if he was joking around. He really kept his intentions ambiguous at times. A lot of people wrote Minaz off as being nothing more than just an edgy shit poster. So you might imagine when he sent the following message to a Perfect World Void community member on Discord, they probably thought he was kidding around. I just slaughtered my entire family and will most likely spend the rest of my life in jail if I manage to survive. His Discord associate replies, "Nani? I just woke up." The member likely thinking this was another one of Minaz's trolling bits. Minaz then replies, "I'm sorry, do you want the pics?" The friend replies, "Okay." Moments later, Minaz begins sending over graphic photography showing 4 dead bodies covered in blood with their throats slit. Briefly in shock, the friend quickly replies, "That's not your family." Minaz says, "It is." "If that's true, why did you do it? Hello? Is this another troll?" The apparent killer replies with, "No, I'm sorry to say." Minaz then stops replying for the time. In a state of panic, this online friend, who would later reveal himself to the media as being a man named Maroon Ayub, he would start contacting other members of the Discord, informing them of the situation and the photos that had been sent. And when presented the situation, other Perfect World Void members would confess to Maroon that Minaz had sent them the photos as well. The recipients of these horrifying photos would then band together and formed an impromptu investigation team regarding the situation. Maroon and his associates were initially skeptical, thinking that perhaps the images were downloaded from the dark web or some shock site, and Minaz was simply using this as some sort of trolling campaign to mess with them. But after performing extensive reverse image searches on the photos that they had received, they weren't able to yield any results and couldn't find any other matches of what they were sent on the internet. It appeared that these photos that Minaz was in possession of were original photography never before uploaded online. And with this realization, the group was facing the grim reality that Minaz was likely not joking in his messages. They were dealing with an extremely serious situation here. Moments after they had reached this conclusion, Minaz begins typing more messages to Maroon, explaining himself further. "I know I'm a pathetic coward subhuman. I'll be turning myself in. Why did you choose murdering them though? I've been planning this for 3 years. Why? I started skipping university in the first year I entered. It was for mechanical engineering. Believe me, if I could rewind time, I would. But after failing half my subjects, I had to repeat my courses. It is here in second semester that I started getting depressed and became an atheist and ultimately created this plan. So for 3 years, I've been telling my parents I go to university, when actually I was just hanging out at the mall 4 days a week. The mall is on the same route as my university. I told my parents that my classes weren't that long, so I would just chill at the mall from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. while also going to community gym. I did this because I don't want my parents to feel the shame of having a son like me. I chose to kill them instead out of my own cowardice. Due to me being an atheist, I believe that this is the only life we get. I know it might sound confusing, but what's done is done and what had been planned has been concluded. I'm sorry if this makes you upset. Please try and remember the good times." So according to what Minaz had typed to Maroon here, it appeared as if the young man was living some sort of double life, lying to his family about attending college for multiple years, when in reality he was just skipping classes, going to the mall, and doing little more than playing a bunch of video games. And with this being college, there would be an eventual graduation date, and with this graduation date apparently looming, Minaz would decide to murder his family instead of simply going through the shame and telling the truth of what he had actually been doing for the past few years. Maroon replies, "It honestly doesn't affect me. I'm just sad that you chose to go this way, though I am sure your family loved you since you were able to kill them through their trust of safety. Even if you were at your lowest spot, you can fight your way up. But as you said, what's done is done. I can't see why your actions make any good or sense, but you do. Murder remains a major crime of selfishness though. I'm just sad that you chose to damage others and yourself. Though, why their lives and not yours? MadThad says, I'm a pathetic coward and subhuman. Since I'm an atheist, I believe there's no afterlife. So I was scared to die, and I wanted them to die so they didn't suffer knowing how much of a pathetic subhuman I was. It's all very selfish. I'm just pathetic. MadThad would go silent again. It's at this point where members of the Perfect World Void community started working on doxing MadThad as to reveal his full name and address so they could report him to police. Doing a meticulous social media deep dive, the Discord group managed to discover that the man's full name was MadThad Zaman, and an IP address associated with one of MadThad's accounts indicated him as being a resident of the Greater Toronto, Canada area. One online friend would discover that MadThad had at one point accidentally shared his home address with them during a PayPal transaction, and this address synced up with the Greater Toronto docs found in the IP grab. Members of Maroon's impromptu Discord investigative squad would then make calls to the Toronto police, informing them of the grisly photos sent on Discord and the messages that MadThad had been sending about his family. Taking the matter seriously, police looked over the reports and verified the address was indeed the Zaman family residence. It was a nice-looking home located just northeast of Toronto in the city of Markham, 1006 Castlemore Avenue. With a confirmed address in hand, on the afternoon of July 28th, police would set out to the family home to perform a wellness check. When the squad cars arrived at the house, MadThad noticed them outside and sent the following message over Discord. The police are here. Goodbye. Moments later, cops enter the residence and are met with a horrifying scene. Police would discover the dead bodies of all four of MadThad's immediate family members. Each had been brutally beaten with a crowbar and their throats slit. The victims included his 50-year-old mother, his 59-year-old father, his 21-year-old sister, and 70-year-old grandmother. In the wake of the gruesome discovery, MadThad was immediately arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. This Perfect World Discord killer had been taken into custody thanks to the help of the online community surrounding the game. It was later discovered by police that MadThad had actually systematically executed his murders the day prior. On the afternoon of July 27th, his father and sister went to their respective jobs. Mother and grandmother would remain home with MadThad. When his mother and grandmother would take a nap, that's when MadThad started his killing spree, killing them in their sleep. After dispatching the two, MadThad would log on to Perfect World and began messaging people about the killings on Discord. Several hours later, his sister would come home. The deranged man ambushes her at the door with a crowbar and slits her throat, killing her. MadThad would do the same around midnight to his father when the man returned from work.
A community is in utter disbelief after 4 people were found murdered inside this house yesterday. We are live on Castlemore Avenue in Markham, where we are learning more about the 4 victims. A source tells City News they are the suspect's father, mother, grandmother, and sister.
When news of the murder spread around the local community, the question being asked by everyone was why? Well, it turns out the explanation MadThad had given to the Discord crew turned out to be mostly true, and that was actually his motive. MadThad would confess that he killed his entire family to avoid being shamed by them for flunking out of college. The man cited that he had been lying to his family about college attendance as far back as 2015. A lie like this wasn't sustainable forever, but rather than eventually have to tell the truth to his family, in 2016 he hatched a plan that dictated that he would murder all of his family on the day of his school's graduation ceremony. I think it's clear that this was a plan that he followed through with. While on trial, MadThad was showed no mercy by the courts. While it's understandable to feel shame regarding one's own academic underperformance, to think that one is justified in killing their entire family to avoid feeling shame for that is unacceptable, psychopathic, and just absolutely reprehensible in every way. MadThad was a complete coward. There was no justification for it. The killings weren't done in self-defense, his family wasn't abusing him, and a lot of people throw around there's societal pressures within his culture to perform in academia. Alright, maybe, but that doesn't mean you kill your fucking family over it. During trial, the judge presiding over the case had this to say. It It is difficult to imagine a more horrific way to take a human life than by slitting the victim's throat. Mr. Zaman did so not just once, but 4 separate times over a span of hours. No right-thinking member of society would see any remote correlation between the imminent disclosure of the secret of Mr. Zaman's non-attendance at school and the vicious taking of the lives of the 4 people closest to him. In November of 2020, Discord quadruple murderer, 24-year-old MadThad Zaman, would be sentenced to serve life in prison, with a chance of parole after 40 years served. Without the intervention of the Void Discord community, it's possible that MadThad could have gotten away with his heinous crimes. Perhaps if given time, he could have gone into hiding, fled the country, and assumed a new identity. But thanks to these mostly anonymous individuals, the self-described subhuman face justice. And that is the story of MadThad Zaman, the perfect world Discord killer. This Discord degenerate is a young military serviceman accused of leaking confidential government documents to a Discord server called Thugshaker Central. Meet Jack Teixeira. 21 years old at the time of this story taking place, Jack was very much online and spent a good deal of time gaming, playing Halo and Call of Duty with friends that he had met on Discord. Online, Jack went under the username Jack the Dripper. Jack's interest in Call of Duty in particular isn't surprising, as the young man comes from a family with a military background. Jack would also take the military career path, as he joined the Massachusetts National Guard immediately upon graduating high school. He served in the 102nd Intelligence Wing at Otis Air National Guard Base, and he was somewhat successful at this venture, even getting promoted to the rank of Airman First Class, and was on the fast track to even higher positions. But in the case of Jack Teixeira, despite this promising military career he had going on, he couldn't seem to get away from his edgier online activity. Teixeira has been described as right-leaning and conservative in his beliefs. And online, he would often associate with many right-leaning, edgy gamer types, if you know what I'm saying. Which brings us to a Discord server created by Jack and his associates to discuss their interests. In October of 2022, Jack and several of his online friends would create a now infamous Discord server known as Thugshaker Central. This server gets its name from a dance move that's performed in homosexual pornography. However, despite the name of the server, it wasn't chock full of gay porn. Rather, it was filled with the cantankerous online antics engaged in by Jack and his buddies. Thugshaker Central has been described by the media as a place where Jack and his friends, quote, shared their love for guns, racist memes, and video games. More specifically though, Thugshaker Central was a place where Jack would allegedly share confidential government documents. See, Jack was reportedly using Thugshaker as a repository to post military documents that he had allegedly stolen using his clearance at the military base. Doing this for what seems like no other reason than to just impress his friends. These documents were said to have contained information regarding the ongoing Ukraine war, with specifics regarding the Ukrainian troops and military vulnerabilities. It's stuff that the US military wanted to keep confidential, as, you know, they didn't want the Russians to get this information. From what's known, Thugshaker Central had about 24 active members during the time of these leaks. And surprisingly, over the 4-month period of Jack allegedly leaking documents, none escaped the server. But eventually, one of these Thugshaker members would leak. This occurred when one of the confidential government documents was leaked to a Minecraft Discord server called Minecraft Earthmap. From here, they were spread around various facets of the internet, and some documents even made it onto Russian Telegram channels. By this point, the leak was somewhat public knowledge online, and even the mainstream media had heard about it. The New York Post would report on the story, and at this point, the United States government had taken notice of the leaks and began a formal investigation.
Mr. President, could you give an update on that leak investigation, the leaked documents from DOD?
I can't right now. There's a full-blown investigation going on, as you know, with the intelligence community and the Justice Department, and they're getting close.
After about a week, the feds claimed that they had tracked the origins of the leak to Jack Teixeira. More specifically, his online handles Jack the Dripper and Excalibur Effect. The young man would be tracked down and promptly arrested by the FBI on April 13th of 2023. Upon being taken into custody, he was charged with violating the Espionage Act as well as removal and retention of classified documents without authorization. He was facing a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison for the first charge and an additional 5 for the second. On June 15th, Jack was formally indicted and he was being held without bail. And the reason he wasn't given bond is because the courts felt like, well, I mean, this guy might have access to confidential government documents, so they deemed him a flight risk, thinking that if he got out of jail, he could potentially leak more out of spite. This young man is facing a mountain of evidence, and if found guilty, I could see a situation where Jack is possibly spending 10 years or more in prison for posting these things to Discord. But for now, we'll just have to see what happens to the Thugshaker Central Kingpin. Dalton Barnhart, teen arrested for Minecraft threats. When using the internet, services like Discord, or even in-game chat logs, a lot of the time folks get a little lax when it comes to their self-regulatory functions. You know, when you're online chatting anonymously, folks seem to think that there's never going to be any repercussions for the things that they say. Well, the individual in this story learned the hard way that that's not the case after very threatening messages that he issued online found their way on Discord, which inadvertently got the cops called on him. This is the story of Discord user and Minecraft player Falcon Warrior 920. Falcon Warrior, who also went by the online alias Dalton Barnhart, was 15 years old at the time of this story taking place. An avid gamer with somewhat of an edgy online streak, the teen was no stranger to posting incendiary messages to chat rooms online. In August of 2019, Falcon Warrior was playing Minecraft with a handful of anonymous players when some interesting dialogue started filling up the in-game chat. Unfortunately, no video recording of this interaction exists, but a now infamous screenshot does. This image shows a snippet of the in-game conversation between Falcon and other players in the server. So naturally, we're missing the entire conversation. It's impossible to say what was said before, but reading into this, you can kind of get a grasp on what the context was here. It appears the context is that Falcon had made some sort of disturbing joke or threat regarding gun violence prior to what we're seeing on screen here, and the anonymous players are expressing their distaste for his comments. Falcon says, "LOL, why do you care so much?" And then several anonymous players leave their remarks. "Open up! What's the joke? Playing around with that isn't a good idea, LOL. We got him, boys." SWAT crashes through your window. Probs could get you in some serious shit. It ain't a joke when it's a serious problem that people have to fear every day. He's right though, not a ha-ha kind of thing. Now, seeing the concern expressed by his fellow Minecraft server players, you might think that Falcon would capitulate and apologize for what he allegedly said, right? But no, in fact, he takes his alleged threats to the next level. Following the concerned comments left by these anonymous players, Falcon Warrior posted, "I, Dalton Barnhart, vow to bring my father's M15 to school and kill 7 people at minimum." Quite the ominous message, to say the least. I mean, where's the joke here? This just looks like a straight up threat. This disturbing chat log was screenshotted by the players and reposted to a Discord server surrounding this community, where other Minecraft players who were a part of it got to witness the threat as well. Given the tendency of genuinely violent offenders often masquerading behind a veil of irony, folks on this Discord weren't taking Dalton Barnhart's threat lightly, and some members reported the screenshot to the FBI. The feds soon tracked down Falcon Warrior using their cyber sleuthing tactics, and that's when they discovered the individual behind the Falcon Warrior and Dalton Barnhart persona was a 15-year-old living in Volusia County, Florida. Being a minor, the individual's name has been sealed and the media isn't reporting on it, so I'll just refer to him as Falcon for the remainder of the story. Soon after being identified by the feds, local Florida deputies were dispatched to the young man's parents' home to make an arrest. This visit resulted in a confrontation between 2 officers, Falcon and his mother. The bulk of this interaction has been fortunately captured by police body camera and is available online to view. Upon being arrested for his Minecraft messages, Falcon claimed that his threats were nothing more than a joke, and this was a sentiment expressed by his mother as well.
He made a statement, a written threat to plan or to carry out a mass shooting.
But he's just a little kid playing a video game.
And all these kids keep getting arrested. And that's why the FBI and the local law enforcement is spending so much time. Because how do we know he's not going to be the kid from Parkland? He's not going to be the next kid, the kid that shot up Sandy Hook. We don't know that.
Regardless of his intention, issuing a message like this is a serious crime on its own because it's directly threatening the lives of others. The fact that he phrased it so specifically certainly didn't help him in the idea of this being a sort of edgy online joke. The police even asked the mother if there were guns in the house that he could hypothetically execute this plan with, and she said that, yeah, there's guns in the house.
Do you own a gun?
I have a gun, yes.
Okay, so he has hands and feet. He can grab your gun and go do something.
He would never do anything like that anyway.
We don't know. We don't know if...
No, but I know.
Falcon Warrior was charged with issuing threats of violence, which in the state of Florida is a second-degree felony. He was then detained and taken to a local juvenile detention facility to await court proceedings. Body cam footage of this interaction was uploaded to YouTube on August 19th of 2019, where it has since gone viral, garnering hundreds of thousands of views, and is another addition to the growing collection of people who have been arrested for issuing threats in Minecraft. Due to Falcon Warrior being a minor, information regarding further developments of his case have been sealed. Whatever the case, in the modern era with all of these smootings that have been going on, I really can't blame the police for being extra careful here, especially when you have a guy issuing such direct threats. Yeah, guys, don't issue threats in Minecraft literally or, metaphorically, because it's not going to end well. Wanted man asks police to change his mugshot. This next social media posting self-incriminator had the audacity to private message police after they posted a non-flattering mugshot of himself. In November of 2015, 45-year-old Donald Chip Pugh had been arrested and had received a DUI in the northwestern Ohio city of Lima. But the man didn't appear in court. The man was also allegedly a person of interest in other criminal cases involving vandalism and arson, and had previous run-ins with the Lima police for instances of disorderly conduct, domestic violence, and breaking and entering. We're dealing with a guy that has a pretty lengthy rap sheet, and he's well known by authorities in the area. The Lima police had actively been searching for Donald and put his mugshot on their Facebook page in January of 2016. Apparently though, Donald, who was a very active Facebook user himself, well, this man wasn't a big fan of the photo that the police department used to, put in their little wanted poster, I guess. So Donald had the audacity to send a private message to the police department Facebook account, providing them a new swagged out picture of himself, apparently feeling as if the old mugshot did him dirty. His message read, "Here's a better photo, that one is terrible." Mr. Donnie looking quite dapper in the pic. After receipt of this at-large criminal's photo, the Lima Police Department happily obliged and updated the man's photo in the wanted poster with the more dapper offering. This photo was sent to us by Mr. Pugh himself. We thank him for being helpful, but now we would appreciate it if he would come speak to us at the LPD about his charges. Due to the comical nature of this interaction, the photo would receive over 2,000 likes, 1,500 shares, and close to 400 comments, making Donald rather notorious online and spreading his face everywhere on social media. Which is not the best thing if you're trying to remain in hiding and not arrested. He's just operating on a different wavelength than you and I. In fact, while Donald was on the run from the law, after this photo had gone viral online, the man decided to call into a local radio station that was talking about the story and candidly bantered with the radio host, discussing how awful he thought the photo was.
Awful picture, awful picture. Man, they just gave me wrong, man.
That's Donald Chip Pugh, all right, calling the local radio station, whining about his unflattering mugshot.
The radio host did their best to get Donald to spill out further incriminating information, even trying to ask the man for his location. But Donald brushed off any inquiries into his whereabouts with jokes.
Where are you at again, Chip? Right now? Yeah. Actually, I'm sitting in a bunker right next to Chapo Guzman. We're trying to dig a tunnel and get to McDonald's.
And while Donald likely thought he was somewhat of a viral micro-celebrity at this point, his stardom wouldn't last long, because with his face now everywhere, it was only a matter of time before someone figured out where he was and reported him. Turns out this is exactly what would happen, as someone discovered that Donald had moved from Ohio and was currently residing in Florida. An individual that knew of his residence would report him to police, and on January 12th of 2016, Donald Pugh was arrested in the state of Florida. The braggadocious man had finally been arrested, and after being apprehended, it was discovered that he had active warrants in Georgia as well. So before he was extradited to Ohio, they actually sent him up to Georgia to face those charges before bringing him back to Ohio. This guy's rap sheet is just constantly churning out new charges. But yeah, that's the story of Donald the Dapper Mugshot Degenerate. 4chan user arrested for domestic terror plot. 4chan is no stranger to extremists. After all, much of the site's notorious reputation developed over the last decade has come from lone wolf radicals taking to its boards to announce their plans of violence. Though few of these would-be terrorists were as vocal as the Moleman, an individual that plotted to blow up a fucking power plant. This bizarre 4chan tale begins with 26-year-old Alberta, Canada man Kelvin Gregory Maurer. Not much is known about Kelvin's early life. He's one of 3 sons and was raised in Stony Plain, Alberta. What we do know is that Kelvin dropped out of school in the 9th grade, and around the time of him leaving formal education was when his near-decade-long downward spiral into extremism began. This spiral beginning with an unhealthy addiction to the 4chan message boards. As a teenager and young adult, Kelvin frequented 4chan, acting as an edgy troll of sorts under a self-created pseudonym, calling himself the Moleman. Moleman was a firearms enthusiast and regularly showed off his arsenal to other board members. He also had an obsession with off-the-grid living, and very much on brand with his 4chan alias, he had a fascination with subterranean bunkers, even going as far as digging some bug-out bunkers of his own, sharing photos of his work with others on 4chan who were convinced of a near-future doomsday scenario. Kelvin, as Moleman, made many friends while browsing 4chan and even met some of these individuals IRL, with this motley crew of Anons going out into the wilderness together for camping trips and to shoot guns. Over time, the young 4chaners' activity went from peculiar to possibly even illegal, with Kelvin allegedly acquiring several prohibited weapons, including a fully automatic AK-47 and explosive devices. His posts would grow more radical around this time as well, with the Moleman sharing radical right-wing and anti-government political views. These posts being somewhat concerning given the context of his firearms obsession. And eventually the Moleman's 4chan activity would catch the attention of the feds. And let's face it, guys, the feds are all over 4chan and they were keeping an eye on old Kelvin. So just keep that in the back of your mind, okay? While under FBI surveillance, Kelvin would make many posts of concern to 4chan. In 2018, Moleman reportedly claimed that he knew how to manufacture a chemical that was used in explosives known as TATP. Bombs of this sort were used to perpetrate the deadly 2005 London bombings coordinated by jihadi terrorists. And while I'm not exactly sure how he came to this conclusion, in late 2020, the Moleman began to suspect, rightly so, that he was being surveilled by the federal government, and he stopped making posts to 4chan under this alias and just continued posting there under different anonymous accounts. And needless to say, his bizarre antics and posts would continue. On January 7th of 2021, Kelvin would post to 4chan about wanting to attack a power generating station. This power plant in particular being a TransAlta Keep Hills gas power station. And while Kelvin would go on to do this, even sharing photos of himself performing reconnaissance on the power station while equipped with an AK rifle. The poster alleged to be Kelvin says, quote, "This is too easy. Someone asked me if I work here, I just said yep, and they were like, all right." Kelvin's AK imagery was accompanied by a diagram showcasing where he planned to place timed thermite charges with the goal of bringing down the plant's transmission tower. So you got a guy that's armed, taking photos of himself, allegedly infiltrating power stations, critical parts of, societal infrastructure here, highly illegal, okay? And Kelvin wasn't just blowing hot air and just posting these photos for clout. The guy actually would attempt to raid a power plant and cause damage. In February of 2021, Kelvin would drive to the Obsidian Energy power plant near Spruce Grove. And while there, he allegedly vandalized a large propane tank and a storage shed on the property, reportedly causing $5,000 in damage. Fortunately, Kelvin caused no serious harm or injury to anyone at the site, but it was clear at this point that Kelvin's radical online dialogue was now manifesting into real-world action, and he needed to be stopped. The feds were moving in. Not long after his alleged power plant invasion, around midnight of February 13th of 2021, Kelvin Moleman Maurer was arrested at his father's Parkland County residence by a cavalry of heavily armed police, these officers being accompanied by an explosives removal team. As Kelvin the Moleman was being arrested and cops prepared for a meticulous search of the property, he teased the search crew with the following comment: "What tipped you off? You guys are gonna love this. You'll see." You know, him sort of teasing them that they were about to find some crazy shit in his dad's house. The search of Kelvin's residence would take multiple days, and the police would turn up an arsenal of various forms of weapons, including fully automatic AK-47s, tons of magazines, TATP explosive chemicals, as well as a variety of fuses that could be used to make bombs. And they also found a tan-colored shirt with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police patch, which seemed to indicate that Kelvin had been possibly trying to impersonate police in his spare time. Quote, "Just because someone looks like a police officer doesn't mean they are one." And it wasn't just weapons that they found on the property, they also found the bug-out bunker. While searching the land, officers discovered a bunker that Kelvin had dug up on his father's property. And they needed to search it, and initially they were all like, "Nah, fuck no, we're not going down there, it's probably booby-trapped," but thankfully it wasn't, and eventually it was searched, and I don't think anything of real interest was found. So naturally, Kelvin was arrested, and he was facing a litany of charges ranging from illegal firearm possession to vandalism, attacking a fucking power plant. In January of 2023, Kelvin was found guilty to 8 of the 34 charges that had been filed against him. These charges most notably relating to possessing restricted firearms, such as the fully automatic AK-47 and AK-74 assault rifles in his possession. He was ultimately sentenced to serve 6 years in prison and is behind bars currently. As a part of his sentencing, he'll be banned from possessing any sort of weapon or explosives for the rest of his life. A psychology report performed by Kelvin's defense team during his trial revealed that the man was in an insecure position at the time that he adopted the Moleman persona and was plagued by thoughts of worthlessness, hopelessness, and felt that he was a failure. It seemed like his Moleman activity was a cry for help or a way to find purpose. An extremely self-destructive way to do so, to say the least. In the time since committing his crime, Kelvin would become a father and has been outspokenly remorseful regarding his actions. Quote, "I wish it never came to this for me to change. The hardest thing about all of this is losing my daughter. I'm ready to accept all the consequences of my actions." Hopefully, Kelvin can truly reform himself and live a normal life once he finishes his time behind bars. A disgusting YouTuber, Leigh Felten. Many of you may be aware of a sort of long-standing loophole in the YouTube rules that allows nudity to be shown on the site. For example, if the nudity is used in an educational purpose, it's permitted, such as like a woman showing other women how to perform a breast exam on themselves. Another example of this could be a video where a woman is showing other women how to breastfeed. But one woman takes this loophole way too far and gets criminal charges from it. This is Leigh Felten. She was once a piano teacher based out of Tallahassee, Florida. The woman taught under the business name Miss Leigh's Piano Studio, where she would instruct kids and young adults in the area, teaching them how to play. Despite having her own business, Leigh was financially struggling. After being left by her 1-year-old child's father, Miss Leigh found herself a single mother. This abandonment, compounded with the financial struggles she experienced, caused the woman to sink into a deep depression, her self-esteem essentially hitting rock bottom. So, in a completely unhealthy and disgusting way of addressing both the issues of financial problems and self-esteem, she starts creating breastfeeding videos on YouTube. Initially styled as how-to instructional content, the videos featured Leigh breastfeeding her 1-year-old child. But what we find is things quickly get depraved and meander away from instructional to suggestive and sexually charged. Leigh quickly recognized that her core audience wasn't actually women trying to learn how to breastfeed, it was perverted men commenting on her appearance, talking about how much they enjoyed the videos. And after seeing this, instead of stop uploading the videos or ban these users from viewing her YouTube channel, what she does is essentially play into these nasty, disgusting perverts. Leigh allegedly sold unlisted videos to inquiring viewers and very purposefully dialed up the sexual nature of the breastfeeding content. Leigh reportedly made breastfeeding videos where she rubbed herself and her child down in oil and shoved her breasts in the baby's face. Leigh would give her videos titles akin to something you might find on an adult website. Titles such as Slip and Slide and Mommy's a Whore. Jesus fucking Christ. This vomit-inducing situation would continue unchecked for some time, but eventually somebody would report Leigh. According to reports, a Wisconsin man was apparently busted purchasing Leigh's content by his wife, and after discovering the repulsive videos, the wife reported Leigh Felten to authorities. In October of 2016, Leigh Felten would be arrested and charged with promoting sexual performance by a child, lewd and lascivious behavior, cruelty towards a child, and molestation. During her trial, she would describe her videos as a quote, silly little playful thing, and that she doesn't believe it's criminal. She explained that the motivation behind making the videos was mental health struggles. Quote, finally, I was getting attention and felt like I had some worth, adding, I'm not a monster. Leigh Felten's defense attempted to argue that her breastfeeding videos fell under free speech protection, but nobody was buying this defense. A Tallahassee sheriff's lieutenant puts it best. Quote, the video was clearly not done for the purpose of education or artistic display. Based on the content and the fact that it's being sold by Felten, it is clear this video is for sexual purposes. Leigh would eventually be found guilty on one count of lewd and lascivious exhibition. She was sentenced to serve 10 years in federal prison along with a 5-year probation, and she was added to the sex offender registry. She would later address the judge over the case, claiming that her time in jail was, quote, humbling, and that she had, quote, a moral compass now. Agar Hassan in the Reddit confession. After a young woman is found dead in her apartment, her then ex-boyfriend, Agar Hassan, finds himself on the run from police. While in the process of fleeing the country, a bizarre Reddit post is submitted to the site. The author of said post claiming to be Agar himself, and the poster allegedly confessing to being the killer. This is the bizarre story of Agar Hassan in the Reddit killer confession. On April 28th of 2017, Melinda Vasilier, a 22-year-old woman from Ontario, Canada, was discovered dead by her roommates in her Kitchener apartment. The woman's body was littered with stab wounds and she was covered in blood. The last person believed to be with Melinda was her then ex-boyfriend, Agar Hassan, who, according to reports, had visited Melinda at her apartment hours before the woman's death. Melinda's roommates came home in the early hours of the morning and discovered her body. After reporting what they had seen, police would arrive to the apartment, and after a brief investigation of the crime scene, they would name Agar Hassan as a suspect in the murder of the young woman. Meanwhile, using a black Honda, Agar was in the process of fleeing the country and would actually manage to make it to the United States. This suspect, now considered a wanted man that police were saying was armed and dangerous. The story had become quite the public spectacle, with both the media and true crime enthusiasts on social media trying to dig into the case and find the whereabouts of Hassan. But while everybody's in the process of tracking this alleged killer down, something appears on Reddit that shocks the world. A post is submitted to the Canada News subreddit under the name Red is Blue 101. This post was titled, Wanted for Kitchener Murder, My Side. To the surprise of everyone, the poster claimed to be none other than Agar himself. In this thread, the Red is Blue account would provide provide a narrative of events, and even provided authentic-looking text message screenshots in which the poster purported were between himself and Melinda. The entire post serving as a confession allegedly written by Ager himself. It's quite a long write-up, but I'll give you some of the highlights. I understand the early judgments made by society. Distancing myself makes it seem like I'm trying to escape a crime. I'm not. I'm only trying to give myself some space and fully take in what happened before I turn myself in. The fact is, no one is more destroyed than I am. She was more than a girlfriend, a soon-to-be fiancé. She was my everything. What happened that night was nothing but tragic. As I'm getting ready to leave, she asked me if I had done anything with other girls while we were on break or anytime we were on break. I told her we needed to be honest and said yes and told her about it. She started freaking out, wouldn't say a word, and just kept slapping me with tears in her eyes. Slap turns into hits. I told her I was sorry, but if she didn't stop, I would do something back. She didn't stop. I then stupidly pushed her, harder than I expected. She fell against the sink. This was the first time I ever did something physically violent towards her. I told her I was sorry. She said, "Leave. Leave now." I began saying sorry, even more, and asked if I could get a hug. She was still crying. I go up to try and give her a hug. Almost out of nowhere, she grabs a knife by the sink. Initially, I thought she was just going to hold it to try to get me to leave. She doesn't. She comes at me in full force, aiming towards my face. I tell her to stop. She doesn't. I tried grabbing the knife but ended up cutting my hands. After a few cuts, I lost it. I freaked out. I was scared and in a state of shock. Never in 100 years did I think she would use a knife against me. Out of shock and fear, I grabbed one and hit her with it, almost blindly, a few times. I didn't know what happened. I was confused, shocked, and scared. I had no intentions of that happening. When I left, I honestly thought she just passed out. Then I looked at the blood and started freaking out and just ran. I didn't for sure know that she had died until the next day. I honestly had no intentions of ever doing that to her. I was protecting myself. She was with me the most. We were each other's best friends. She would tell me everything, her deepest secrets that not even her friends or family knows. The amount of regret and sadness is beyond words. Everyone else is just reading or talking about it. I lived it. I was there. I did it. Every waking second, I relive that moment. At this stage, life is really not worth it for me. Although it was out of shock and protection, I should just accept getting hit. Maybe I would have lived, maybe not. Anything is better than living with this. I always have a passport in the car and decided to just get away for a few days before turning myself in or killing myself. If any of it was planned, I would have taken my stuff. I would have took cash. I'm in the United States with $200, no clean clothes, nothing. I didn't intend on any of it. It was out of fear and protecting myself alongside shock. I'm sorry to everyone, especially Melinda's family. I know it will not be accepted, but I know I didn't mean anything bad to happen that night. Rest in peace, my beautiful. I hope you forgive me in the afterlife. Pictures of our last text convo, pictures of us as a couple. Some people think I was a complete stranger and just killed her. So yeah, the poster is essentially saying that this was some sort of self-defense situation and that they were on the run in the United States. It was a complete accident and they can't live with the pressure of what they had done and they were basically like on the verge of killing themselves or something, right? I have to state outright that it's totally unconfirmed if this post was actually authored by Ager Hassan. That being said though, certain details purported in this post and the alleged text conversations attached to it certainly make for a compelling case of it actually being authored by Ager. But again, it is not confirmed that Ager posted this. There is a chance that it could literally just be a troll. Whatever the case, in July of 2017, after spending months on the run in the United States, Ager Hassan was arrested in the state of Texas. Interestingly, the police stop that nailed Hassan was actually linked to a Secret Service agent who is a part of a counterfeit currency investigation. On November 8th, Ager Hassan was ordered to be extradited back to Canada. As of the date of me recording this video, Ager Hassan has yet to face trial for the alleged killing of Melinda, the trial being postponed on numerous occasions. However, according to reports, the trial is scheduled to begin officially in January of 2023.
Hassan's trial was first scheduled for late 2019. It was adjourned to May last year. It's been further delayed due to the pandemic.
When the trial begins, not only will we have more insight as to what actually happened on that day, we may very well learn if this Reddit post was actually authored by Ager himself, as something like that will definitely be investigated throughout the trial. But that, my friends, is the story of the Reddit alleged murder confession. The MMORPG Murderer. Our next story involves two Chinese gamers getting into a dispute over a rare in-game item. When one player betrays the trust of another, things quickly get criminal. This story begins with an old online game, Legend of Mirror 3. Legend of Mirror was a top-down isometric MMORPG released in 2004. Developed by South Korean studio We Made Games, the title was immensely popular in Asia and once maintained an active player base of over 750,000 users. While the game itself is now defunct and serves as a forgotten relic of the MMO era, a criminal case stemming from the game is still talked about today. This infamous tale begins all the way back in 2004 with two Legend of Mirror players, 41-year-old Chu Chongwei and 26-year-old Zhu Taoyun. Chu and Zhu both lived in the Chinese city of Shanghai, and while they knew where each other lived, they didn't really hang out in person. Most of their friendship existed on the internet through the Legend of Mirror. The two would occasionally team up in the game to clear dungeons and hunt for loot in the Legend of Mirror world. And speaking of loot, any of you watching that are familiar with MMORPGs know just how much drama rare loot drops can cause.
Yeah, I want that ring. I do.
Alright. Who else wants it other than rogues? Because all the rogues can't roll on it. Kron, what are you doing?
What the fuck? Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I mean, a dispute over a rare item can cause year-long friendships to disintegrate and even the tightest of guilds to implode from within. Which of course brings us to the topic of the Dragon Saber. A sought-after, high-leveled, and graphically impressive melee weapon, the Red Dragon Saber was one of the rarest drops in the Legend of Mirror. An item coveted by all and wielded only by the luckiest and wealthiest of in-game players. And that being said, one day, Chu was playing with another in-game friend named Leigh, and they just so happened to get the item as a drop. Upon the discovery of the drop, the two would make a pact, agreeing to basically share the Dragon Saber and lend it amongst themselves when a person needed it. Now this is where Zhu comes back into the equation. Eventually he would learn of Chu's Dragon Saber drop, and he also learned that Chu was cool with lending it out to people. So one day he asked Chu if it would be okay for him to borrow the item as well. Chu, feeling as if he could trust Zhu, at some point lends out the blade to the 26-year-old. And for a short time things go well with Zhu hanging onto the blade, not doing anything shady with it. But like many other legendary blades in fiction, sometime after wielding it, he starts getting devious thoughts flood his mind. The man gets greedy. While in possession of the sword, Zhu finds himself browsing eBay and notes that people were selling Legend of Mirror items on the site. And to be specific, he noted that some Legend of Mirror Dragon Sabers had been selling on eBay for close to 8,000 yuan, an amount that comes close to $1,000 adjusted for today's inflation. For a virtual sword, that's a pretty hefty price tag. After learning of the sword's real-world value, that's when Zhu makes the decision to betray the trust of his online associate and sell the blade. The Dragon Saber would eventually sell to an anonymous individual for the price of 7,200 yuan, which comes out to approximately $900 adjusted for inflation. Naturally, time would come for Chu to ask for the blade back from Zhu. And whenever Zhu informed him about the sale, that's when Chu became enraged. Chu would ask for some sort of monetary split from the blade thief regarding the sale. The idea was entertained by Zhu for some time, but no money was ever doled out and the guy ghosted him. Furious, Chu would go to the police over the matter, explaining that someone had stolen his online item. But to his surprise, police informed him that there was nothing they could do about it because digital property wasn't considered real property under the law, so technically no crime actually occurred. Seeing that no justice would be served, that's when Chu takes matters into his own hands and hatches a sinister plot. In October of 2004, reports say that Chu would travel to Zhu's apartment complex on Kipu Road in the city of Shanghai. And in the early hours of the morning, the incensed man would break into Zhu's residence. Zhu is awoken by the intruder, but before he has time to process what's happening, he's attacked by a knife-wielding Chu Chongwei. Chu would go into a blind rage, brutally stabbing Zhu in the chest. The man would pass away sometime later. Likely feeling that he got revenge from the situation, Chu would then turn himself into police. Chu would eventually be convicted of murder and was initially sentenced to death for his disproportionate response to having his items stolen in a game. However, the sentence would be reduced to life in prison. The family of the murdered young Zhu is quoted as saying this: "We want Chu to die, and immediately." While no such capital punishment was ever executed, Chu will have to live the remainder of his days knowing that he threw his life away over an item in a game that doesn't even exist anymore. Was it worth it? The 4chan bomb threat. Our next story is a case when 4chan shitposting goes too far and someone gets arrested over it. In the early days of the internet, the web was the wild, wild west, and 4chan was the saloon of degeneracy. One way that people fucked with each other in the early days of 4chan was through copypastas. I'm sure most of you watching know what a copypasta is, but if you don't know, it's essentially a fake made-up story intended to outrage people who stumble across it. They often appear as large walls of text that purport some ridiculous circumstance or serve to describe some disturbed individual in an effort to rile people up. That being said, one 4chan user would eventually make a copypasta that was so potent that it would lead to police showing up at his door. This is at the time 20-year-old grocery store employee Jake Brom. And on September 18th of 2006, Jake would create an alarming thread on 4chan claiming that several dirty bombs would explode around the United States and the resulting chaos would lead to the death of over 100,000 people. On Sunday, October 22nd, 2006, there will be 7 dirty explosive devices detonated in 7 different US cities. The death toll will approach 100,000 from the initial blast, and countless other fatalities will later occur as a result of the radioactive fallout. The bombs themselves will be delivered via trucks. These trucks will pull up to stadiums hosting NFL games in each respective city. All stadiums to be targeted are open-air arenas, excluding Atlanta's Georgia Dome. Due to the open air, the radiological fallout will destroy those not killed in the initial explosion. The explosions will be near simultaneous, with the cities specifically chosen in different time zones to allow for multiple attacks at the same time. The 22nd of October will mark the final day of Ramadan, as it would fall in Mecca. Al-Qaeda will automatically be blamed for the attacks. Later, through Al Jazeera, Osama bin Laden will issue a video message claiming responsibility for what he dubs as, quote, America's Hiroshima. In the aftermath, civil wars will erupt around the world, both in the Middle East and within the United States. Global economies will screech to a halt. General chaos will rule. Now, if you have any sort of familiarity with internet culture, it's pretty clear that this is like just a fucked up hoax post, right? It was a blatant effort to capitalize on people's fear in the years following 9/11. In order to get the most out of his magnum opus, Jake, the individual that posted this thread, continued to copy and paste the message over 40 times throughout the following days, much to the annoyance of fellow 4chan users. But unfortunately for Jake, the post proved to be more successful than he ever had planned for. Screenshots of the post began to reach spaces outside of 4chan, and general internet users who were unfamiliar with 4chan's edgy style of shock humor took it completely at face value, becoming concerned that an actual terrorist threat was on the horizon. The viral nature of this post resulted in the FBI getting involved. Eventually, Jake Brom would be identified as the poster, and he turned himself in to authorities in October of 2006. When questioned by the FBI, Brom would admit to being the one who crafted the copypasta, stating that he had been in competition with another forum poster to see who could create the most incendiary message. Needless to say, the FBI wasn't entertained by his excuse. Jake Brom would eventually be sentenced to serve 6 months in federal prison for the hoax, followed by 6 more months of house arrest. In addition to his conviction, Jake was also ordered to pay $18,000 in restitution to the Cleveland Browns football team and $8,750 to the New Jersey Sports and Exposition Authority. This was due to the costs that stadium owners incurred while preparing for a legitimate bomb threat, including sniffer dogs that had to be deployed and beefier security detail. The incident made Jake Brom a sort of cautionary tale of 4chan, and he was memed on by the community members for what happened to him. Needless to say, a post as short-sighted as this qualifies you for a 4chan's Dumbest Criminal Award. The 4chan Bank Robber. There are few crimes out there more romanticized in media than bank robberies. From TV shows to movies to books, the crime has been featured as the main source of conflict in many a fictional work. This of course leads to morons thinking that the real world works like a movie and, they get ballsy enough to feel like they can pull off a bank robbery themselves without facing any consequence. And some are even dumb enough to live blog their robbery attempt on 4chan. On August 20th of 2015, an anonymous 4chan user creates a thread where they claim they would be giving updates about a bank robbery that they were about to commit. The thread begins with the individual describing what they would be wearing while the robbery occurred: a hat, sunglasses, and a sweater. To further back up his robbery claims, he stated that he'd be using a realistic-looking BB gun to pull off the heist, and that he would make his grand escape on a bicycle that he had purchased for the sole reason of robbing the bank. Okay, today is the day. I'm going to walk into the bank at 3 p.m. with sunglasses, a hat, a sweater, a BB gun, and this note. I'll get out, dump the sweater and BB gun, and ride out on my bike back to the hotel. The robber then adds that he's getting a bit of a buzz on before his robbery attempt. I'm drinking a little bit of liquid courage before the heist. Fuck me, I'll probably be a nervous wreck when I get there. It's bad enough I have anxiety. Now, of course, the man was initially mocked by his peers, thinking him to be nothing more than an attention-seeking shitposter. Board members were able to discover that this individual was a resident of Jacksonville, Florida, due to him announcing his plan in a previous post days earlier. But not much else was known about this individual at the time. This individual's thread announcing his bank robbery plans would fall silent and the OP stopped responding, and most people sort of assumed that it indeed was a shitpost and this guy had pussied out. But sure enough, later in the day, the poster begins updating the thread, further fleshing out his robbery plans. In this post, he would reveal that the bicycle that he had planned to use as his getaway had been stolen. So apparently he was either about to go rob the bank and the bike was gone, or he had just finished robbing the bank and the bike was gone. I'm not exactly sure here, but one thing is for certain, that being that he actually successfully pulled off the robbery. Because check out this next post. The anonymous poster says, "Easy as fuck," and attached were dozens of $100 bills. He adds, "Here's another picture in a neat little pile for you." He says, "Dude, I walked up to the teller with my sunglasses and hat, I gave her the note, she said no problem, typed some shit on the computer, gave me the money, and I walked out the door. Then the exit wouldn't open, so I slammed it, then it opened, I got rid of my sweater, and walked to the hotel." Aside from his bicycle getting stolen, the bank robbery was a complete success and the man had profited presumably thousands of dollars off of this. But this man wouldn't be on a dumbest criminals of 4chan list if he didn't get caught, because law enforcement was hot on his heels. And a main reason they were able to track him down was simply due to the incriminating evidence that he was posting to 4chan on his own accord. Our perpetrator would start feeling the heat when he noticed that CCTV footage of himself robbing the bank was being discussed on local news. This would prompt the individual to freak out and make an additional post in the 4chan thread, trying to come up with potential solutions as to not get caught. One of these solutions included buying a motorcycle off of Craigslist using his stolen money and making a quick escape out of town. He would also go on to add that he had completely lost the bag that had his cell phone inside, meaning that he was without any form of mobile device. But his plans of escape wouldn't come to fruition, as eventually this bank robber would be tracked down in a neighboring county. It turns out that this dim-witted degenerate was a 26-year-old man named Pedro Francisco Smith. After being identified, Smith was subsequently arrested for the crime and was jailed for armed robbery charges, according to Florida state records. The crime carries a minimum sentence requirement of 10 years in the state. You gotta ask yourself, is being the cool guy on 4chan for a day worth potentially 10 years in prison? I don't think so, dude. Pedro Smith was a real dumbass through and through. Hell, it's a miracle he was able to pull off the heist considering his incompetence with getting his bike stolen and just like the fact that he's live posting this to 4chan. Really not a bright guy here. But regardless, easily one of the most mind-bogglingly stupid perps on the list, that was the 4chan bank robbery. The DOTA police killing. Our next story involves a group of Filipino Dota players who travel to a Dota tournament, with some of them not returning alive. The story begins with three young men, 17-year-old Joshua Laksamana, 15-year-old Julius Sebastian, and a third unnamed friend who isn't identified in reports regarding this story. All three of these young men were competitive Dota players, and on August 14th of 2018, they would make it their mission to attend a Dota 2 tournament that was taking place in Baguio City. These three individuals were from Tarlac City. As you can see on this map, it's not the most walkable distance. With none of these boys being in possession of a vehicle, what they decide to do is essentially hitchhike to the tournament. And according to a report from one of the boys, they made it to the tournament safely. Participate, don't win, but enjoyed their time nonetheless. After the tournament had concluded, the three friends reconvene and start hitchhiking back to their home city. On the way back home, the unnamed friend mentioned earlier in the story separates from Joshua and Sebastian after deciding to rest. And for whatever reason, Joshua and Sebastian would decide to separate and go forward without their unnamed friend. And little did any of these young men know, this would be the last time any of them would see each other alive. Curiously, the third unnamed friend who had waited back behind Sebastian and Joshua, he had arrived back to Tarlac City before Joshua and Julius Sebastian, despite taking a long break and obviously would be trailing behind. Naturally, this friend started to get concerned that something had happened to Sebastian and Joshua after they had separated. Joshua's mother, Christine Pascal, wasn't initially concerned, as she noted that sometimes her son would leave home for multiple days at a time when attending these tournaments. But 5 days would pass, and Joshua nor Sebastian had returned home, and it's at this point where she really starts to get concerned. It's at this point she alerted authorities that her son Joshua was missing. And well, to the mother's surprise, not only did authorities already know what happened to Joshua, they had a full story alleging her son of being a criminal. Police would detail a narrative of events, proclaiming that on August 17th of 2018, her son stole a motorcycle only to be caught in a police checkpoint. They claimed that at this checkpoint, Joshua pulled out a pistol and shot at officers, resulting in policemen shooting back at him, killing him in the process. Filipino police also claimed that they found a satchel filled with illegal drugs on the young man's body. In addition to this almost Hollywood action movie style story described by police, they claimed that Joshua wasn't an innocuous Dota gamer, but instead was a notorious wanted burglar. They even claimed that they identified him as this wanted burglar by a tattoo that was on his hand. That tattoo in question being the Queen of Pain from Dota 2. The game that Joshua played professionally. Not the kind of ink you would expect from a career criminal. And as far as Joshua's friend Julius Sebastian, he never returned home either and is still missing to this very day. Joshua's mother was then given funeral instructions and was allowed to see the body of her deceased son. Her son's body was riddled with bullets. Needless to say, the mother had a lot of questions and felt the story described by police to simply be impossible. The mother claimed that Joshua didn't know how to drive or operate a motorcycle, and stating that her son would never steal or deal with drugs. She became suspicious and believed that perhaps police malpractice may have been the cause of her son's death, thinking that police had misidentified him for an actual wanted criminal and killed him by mistake, then planting drugs on his body to sort of corroborate some bogus story. It's important to note that the authorities in the Philippines are allegedly some of the most corrupt institutions in the world. There are many reports of national police officers engaging in criminal activities such as extortion, corruption, and involvement in local rackets. Policing in the Philippines has become so poor that many businesses can't even rely on them for protection and have to hire private security. Another contentious issue surrounding Filipino policing is their war against drugs. Human rights groups have found that police officers routinely plant evidence on the bodies of gunned-down alleged drug users and dealers to help justify their use of deadly force. It's been suspected that perhaps Josh was mistaken for a wanted criminal and was killed due to police negligence, and in a wrong place at the wrong time situation got gunned down by police. Knowing the history of corruption coming from these authorities, Joshua's mother wouldn't give up in the quest to prove her son's innocence and taking on the police force that allegedly murdered her son. Thanks to rigorous scrutiny from Joshua's mother and several legal advocates, in February of 2019, 6 police officers allegedly involved in the shooting of Joshua Laksamana were hit with murder charges. This investigation also targeted a police supervisor for allegedly obstructing justice. This case had legs and apparently went from a local task force responsible for police corruption and traveled all the way up to the Supreme Court. But unfortunately for Joshua's mother and the advocates of this case, the charges were dismissed with no room for appeal. Naturally, Josh's mother was devastated and felt that police had murdered her son and gotten away with it. The woman's only remaining hope in seeking justice in regards to this matter lies with the International Criminal Court. There's an ongoing probe into the Filipino police's conduct that involves Joshua's case. She hopes that the ICC will prevail. And to this day, the truth of what really happened to Joshua Laksamana and Julius Sebastian remains a mystery, with police sticking to their original story and international investigations attempting to debunk it. The Happy Scientist, a YouTube monster. YouTube is home to many channels who create content dedicated to the education of children. Our next story involves one of YouTube's earliest creators, who unfortunately was outed as a predator of those in the very age group that he targeted with his content. This is the story of Robert Krampf, the Happy Scientist. Born in 1956, John Robert Krampf developed a fascination with science at a young age. Like many children, Robert was first enthralled with dinosaurs and paleontology, his interest in the extinct creatures being piqued after his parents took him to see the 1960s cult classic Dinosaurs. Robert's love for science blossomed as he grew, involving the young man becoming knowledgeable about chemistry, biology, and meteorology early in his life. Supported by his family in his pursuit of scientific ventures, Robert was eventually enrolled in college and studied at the University of Tennessee, where he would pursue a degree in geology. After graduating, Robert hit the road and became a sort of traveling educator. During this time, the man developed showmanship skills and an act that became popular. The act essentially involving him showcasing various scientific theories and phenomena in a spectacular and performative way not all too different from that of a magician. The only difference being that Robert didn't deal in the arcane, he was actually performing interesting scientific phenomena and showing theories in action to people. He was a master of edutainment, if you will.
But for an experiment, I become involved in the process. I control things. In this case, I can control the time span. So I can give that rock a little nudge. And wait at the bottom to see all the chips and scratches to learn how its fall down that slope had changed the rock.
Robert's performances proved successful with crowds and eventually resulted in him getting a tour, with the man becoming a pop science icon in the process. Robert would appear frequently on television throughout the 1990s and was considered a star amongst science educators. Robert would tour the country with his whimsical science act for close to 7 years, eventually stopping in 1994 with the man getting a job at the Museum of Science and History in Jacksonville, Florida. In 1997, Robert switched to a more hands-on teaching job and went back to work as an educator, visiting around 180 schools a year performing for children and other teachers. With the turn of the century and the rise of online video, Robert Krampf saw an opportunity to get his lectures out to an even more vast audience. In 2006, Robert would begin making and uploading science-related videos to a YouTube channel under the name The Happy Scientist.
I'm Robert Krampf. Welcome to the Experiment of the Week. This time we're going to talk about the science of remote controls. You probably have a remote control for your television or other things around the house. How does this thing work? How does it communicate with that electronic device? You might think that it uses radio waves or something like that, but actually it uses light. Put it nice and tight, because now we're going to shake this jar. No, we're not going to shake it all over the place. What we want is nice, slow. Two things that have opposite charges will attract. They stick together.
Through these videos, Robert garnered close to 8,000 subscribers in the early days of YouTube, and boasted an even more impressive video view count, with one of his lectures garnering close to 1 million views. The man also developed a website that helped catalog his videos, and he posted these YouTube clips across various sites to expand his brand. The Happy Scientist brand would become well known in the online community. When a school or parent needed a fun science video to show to children, his channel was often one of the first places they would go. It really seemed like Robert, the Happy Scientist, could do no wrong. He was like the cheerful, jovial Bob Ross of science content. He had a decades-long legacy of educating others and helping the youth develop a passion for science. However, what we'll find is that Robert wasn't a man free of sin, he was simply really good at hiding it. Now let's fast forward about 15 years into the future. As the COVID-19 pandemic began to hit its peak in the summer of 2020, Robert's world as a science educator would begin to unravel as dark secrets kept hidden by the man would be brought to the surface for all of his scientific peers and the rest of the world to see. According to authorities, in September of 2020, Robert shared digital files containing explicit images of prepubescent children with an IP address that was part of an undercover investigation helmed by the FBI. As a result of this, authorities obtained a warrant and searched Robert's home in Utah. In their investigation, authorities found thousands of images and lewd videos of children in more than 20 hard drives, including a 4-terabyte hard drive, while searching Cramp's home in Kane County. According to reports, some of these images featured children as young as 4 years old. Quote, "We opened 2 or 3 of the folders out of thousands and were quickly overwhelmed. It was so egregious. Immediately, you know it needs to be analyzed by the FBI Computer Forensic Lab, so we packaged all the evidence to send to Salt Lake City," one detective said. It was also found that Robert had been engaging in this disgusting CP content for years, with none being the wiser that the Happy Scientist child educator was actually a depraved child predator. This sting operation led to Robert, who was 64 at the time, being arrested and charged with knowing and receiving and possessing pornographic images of a minor who had not attained 12 years of age. Shortly after his arrest, Robert's YouTube channel was permanently suspended. In March of 2021, Robert pled guilty to 1 count of receipt of CP. After striking a plea agreement, prosecutors agreed to dismiss 1 count of possession of CP in exchange for this guilty plea. In the end, Robert Cramp was sentenced to serve 4 years in prison. His story is yet another disturbing example of a YouTube content creator who appears wholesome on a surface level, only to later be revealed as a disgusting predator. That was the story of the Happy Scientist. The Botched PS4 Robbery. Daniel Zietz, also known by his gamer tag Phobos, had been playing Gears of War competitively since 2006, well before the explosion of esports into the mainstream. Daniel was one of the first professional Gears of War players, and was a member of a gaming team known as the Amazing Squad. He would often attend MLG competition and had been described by his friends and competitors as one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet. Aside from his Phobos gamer tag, Daniel was often called Mr. Buddy Buddy, which was a nickname that his friends and competitors gave him simply because he was such a kind person. In addition to frequenting tournaments, Daniel also streamed live on Twitch, playing games like Destiny and Titanfall. And unfortunately for Daniel, it would be a gaming-related interaction that would ultimately put him in the situation that leads to his death. In Atlanta, Georgia, on the night of September 12th of 2014, Daniel was playing games with some of his friends when he told them that he'd be right back. He then steps outside to meet a couple that he had gotten in contact with over Craigslist. Apparently, Daniel had made plans to meet with this couple and sell them his PlayStation 4. The console was relatively new on the market and was difficult to find. Daniel would meet up with this couple in the parking lot of his Sandy Springs apartment at approximately 9:30 p.m. At this rendezvous point, he would meet the individuals he had been communicating with on Craigslist. Those individuals being 20-year-old Nathaniel Vivian and 16-year-old Kayla Dixon. The girl's 16-month-old baby was brought along as well. However, what you might have put together by this point is that the couple that wanted to do this PlayStation transaction at 9:30 at night, they didn't have the best intentions. As a matter of fact, Nathaniel had been meticulously planning a robbery with Kayla for over a week by this point. Apparently, Nathaniel, low on money, had actually recently sold his own PlayStation 4 to pay rent and wanted to get another console to replace it. He thought the best way to do so was to sucker somebody in on Craigslist and steal it from them. In the planning of the robbery, Nathaniel even searched up terms like how to rob someone on YouTube. His intention for organizing this Craigslist meet was very clear. After the group meets up and exchanges pleasantries, the conversation then switches to the PlayStation in Daniel's hands. And it's at this point where Nathaniel lunges towards Daniel and grabs it, trying to pull it out of his hand. So Nathaniel quickly grabs the console and tries to rip it away, but Daniel resists and actually puts up a fight, not having any of this robbery. And seeing that Nathaniel was getting overpowered by Daniel, that's when Kayla comes into play. Seeing the ongoing struggle, it's at this point where Kayla reaches into Nathaniel's glove box and pulls out a .25 caliber pistol. She aims the firearm at Daniel and pulls the trigger. The bullet pierces Nathaniel's hand and then hits Daniel in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground breathless. Nathaniel quickly scoops up the PlayStation, hops into the vehicle, and this would-be Bonnie and Clyde flee the scene, leaving Daniel for dead. Nearby residents heard the gunshot and notified police. Officers would arrive to find Daniel's dead body. Meanwhile, Nathaniel and Kayla were on the way to the hospital themselves to get Nathaniel's shot hand looked at. After arriving and showing doctors the injury, they made up a fake story explaining what had happened, stating that they were in fact victims of a robbery and that Nathaniel had been shot in the process. Since Daniel told medical staff that he had been shot as a result of a crime, police were notified in this matter, and they were able to put two and two together here and realize that the guy was full of shit and he actually got the injury from, Kayla shooting at Daniel, the guy that they just actually robbed. This resulted in Nathaniel and Kayla confessing and admitting that they were responsible for the death of Daniel. Both were arrested at Northside Hospital and were booked in Fulton County Jail. The district attorney's office would later announce that despite Kayla being a teenager, she would be tried as an adult. And before you knew it, these botched robbers were facing murder charges. With Daniel being somewhat of a popular figure in the esports community, news of his death spread quickly. KL Arctic Smith, Daniel's friend, teammate, and the last man to ever speak with him, set up a GoFundMe account to help with funeral costs. This GoFundMe eventually raised close to $23,684. KL Smith also made a tribute video expressing his sorrow for losing his friend as well.
One of our teammates was basically robbed, and he resisted the robbery and was shot and killed. And that teammate is Phobos, or Danny. He was so friendly to everyone that we had ever met. And, when any of us were having a rough day, you talk to Danny, he'd cheer you up. It's a tragic loss. I feel really bad for his families. My condolences go out to them. And I can only hope that you guys, if you were touched by him at all, either through Gears of War or just one of his videos, you happen to run into him, play a game with him, please try to help. That's all I can ask. I don't ask a whole lot from any of you guys. It's so tragic. I don't really have too many words for what has happened, but it really sucks.
In June of 2016, during what was supposed to be Kayla's first day of trial, she announced that she had taken a plea deal and would serve 40 years in prison. While addressing the court, she apologized in tears. Quote, "I would trade anything, almost anything, to bring Daniel back, but I know I can't. I want Daniel's family to know that I regret that day. I'm so sorry. I ask that God heals the hearts of Daniel's loved ones. I know I'm facing a long time away, and I hope one day my apology will matter. In August of 2016, during Nathaniel Vivian's trial, his defense attorney placed the blame on Kayla. Quote, everyone's testimony today never had Nate touching the gun, only that Kayla had the gun, took it out of the glove compartment, and shot. However, the prosecutors argued that Nathaniel held responsibility as he was the one that planned the robbery and was the one that first attempted to take the game console from Daniel. Quote, they methodically planned to steal a $280 PlayStation, and that's what they did. And the death of Daniel Zietz was a direct result of that. On August 17th of 2016, Nathaniel Vivian was found not guilty of malice murder, but was found guilty of felony murder, armed robbery, and several other charges. He was sentenced to serve life in prison. Daniel's parents spoke out to say that they were relieved to find out both culprits were being held accountable for the murder. It came out the way I think was fair. It was a real tragedy 2 years ago. It's a tragedy today. Forgiveness would be a long time away. A long road away, because we've lost our son and he's lost his entire future. Nathan Larson, Discord's worst predator. When you think of a Discord criminal, the first thing that comes to mind for most people is a guy grooming minors on the app. Well, this next story involves that, but the perpetrator is a guy that was running for political office. This is the bizarre story of Nathan Larson. Nathan Larson is a man who had become infamous in 2020 after it was being reported that he had groomed and kidnapped a 12-year-old girl that he met on Discord. But this headline really only scratches the surface regarding the depraved insanity of this would-be politician. Before making headlines for grooming a minor, Nathan Larson was a somewhat well-known fringe political figure, running for office on numerous occasions in the state of Virginia. Nathan first ran for office in 2008 and almost immediately became infamous thanks to his radical beliefs and plans that he would enact if elected. Mr. Larson said that if he was elected, his intention was to dissolve the government as a whole, believing that the private sector would perform every role that the government did more efficiently. His plans included auctioning off infrastructure such as roads and bridges to private companies. He wanted to get rid of the military entirely in favor of private defense agencies, and of course he wanted to eliminate all taxes. Nathan Larson considered himself a libertarian, but he was mocked and ridiculed by people in his own party, them feeling like he was just a complete schizo nutjob. Larson's bizarre political stances were also accompanied with rash and psychotic behavior. Shortly before President Barack Obama was sworn into office, Nathan Larson sent an email to the Secret Service threatening to kill the president. This threat would earn Nathan Larson a felony charge and 16 months in prison. And this was pretty devastating for Nathan Larson because felons can't run for governmental office. However, this wasn't the end of the road for the man, because 7 years after getting this felony, the laws surrounding the rights of felons were amended in the state of Virginia, which restored his ability to run for office. After the law was amended, he would re-enter the political sphere and prove to be even more radical than he was before. Nathan Larson was now advocating for the legalization of child pornography, and he wanted to remove the 19th Amendment, which allowed women to vote. The man also openly identified as a white supremacist. He's really just checking off all the boxes here. Eventually, Larson would prove to be so crazy that he was formally kicked out of the Libertarian Party, which admittedly is like kind of difficult to do. They seem to be more of the chill, anything goes type of folks, you know what I'm saying? And after being banned from the party, this is where he starts taking his beliefs online and things start to get really nasty. In the mid to late 2010s, Larson would begin hosting a multitude of chat room websites such as soupy.org and incelapocalypse.today. These chat rooms served as a popular hub for radical right-wing individuals and self-described incels, which Nathan himself apparently identified as. Online, Nathan often referred to himself as a quote, hemophiliac rapist, and spoke of his sexual attraction to children. At some point, he even bragged about allegedly raping his ex-wife. Due to the man's history as a political candidate, some of his postings were spotlighted by mainstream media. The Huffington Post would discover his bizarre online activity and actually conducted an interview with the man, in which he directly admits that he was attracted to children. And when asked about a previous comment where he said that he wanted to sexually abuse his wife and daughter, he responds that these statements, quote, had a grain of truth to them. And this guy isn't all talk either. What you're about to find is that the words that he's saying, he's willing to back it up with actions. In mid-November of 2020, at the age of 40, Nathan Larson would begin speaking to a 12-year-old girl on Discord. The two chatted on this platform as well as Kick for a period of several weeks. During these exchanges, Larson claimed to be 25 years old. While grooming the child, he would pressure her to send sexually charged images to him. This was said to have occurred on several occasions. This horrifying situation would culminate in Nathan Larson convincing the girl to come with him to Virginia. On the night of December 13th, Nathan would travel to the girl's house and picked her up at about 2:30 in the morning. The following morning, the girl's parents discovered that their daughter was missing. Her laptop and bag were gone as well. The panicked family called police and reported their child missing. They also checked their Ring camera devices and noticed that a red pickup truck had stopped by the house at night. They would report the presence of the truck to police. This tip would eventually lead police to tracking Nathan and the girl down at an airport near Washington, D.C. And it was here that the man was arrested and the girl returned to her family. While she was returned physically unharmed, sadly, some damage may have been done, as investigators found signs that the girl was inappropriately touched at the airport. Upon being arrested, Nathan Larson's electronic devices were confiscated, and it was discovered that he possessed a vast amount of CP as well as photos of the victim. Some of them were even shared on his websites. Larson was indicted on 5 federal charges, which included kidnapping, child abduction, soliciting CP from a minor, and meeting a child with the intention of having sex. Nathan would plead not guilty and actually planned on representing himself in court. However, on September 18th of 2022, while still in jail awaiting trial, Nathan Larson died unexpectedly. The cause of death was eventually deemed to be by self-starvation. Yes, unfortunately, this monster was never made to face trial. And I gotta be honest with you guys, if there's ever a person that needed life in prison, this guy needed life in prison. It goes without saying, it's extremely disturbing, sad, heart-wrenching, and devastating to know that people will abuse minors in this way. I can only hope that this 12-year-old victim receives the help that they need to process what was done to them, and that they can live as normal as a life as possible moving forward. You've now made it to the end of the internet true crime rabbit hole. Thanks for sticking around for not only this video, but for all the other ones throughout the years. I want to give a big shout out to my patrons. I appreciate the support. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.